On the TV screen, a female reporter was broadcasting, June 2, 2024. Ning City's wildlife park was attacked by a giant python, over 100 meters long. Animal experts have yet to identify the species of this snake. Some citizens captured footage of a dragon-like creature circling above northern Ning City, causing a huge stir. Recently, a wanted fugitive escaped to Ning City. On TV, the news continued to play. At this moment, he was slumped over a table, his arm covered in blood, staining his sleeve red. His hair was disheveled, his face pale, and his expression pained. He thought to himself, "This isn't my body at all." The golden-eyed marine iguana was slightly startled. It looked at the mirror opposite it, panicking, "What's going on?" It turned its head to look behind it, saw its own tail, and was shocked. "How did I turn into a marine iguana?" Recalling a moment before, he walked through his front door. His feet automatically took off his shoes, his hand turned the doorknob. He was Chun Shu, a second-year student at Ning University. Because he disliked dormitory life, he rented a house outside. He loved keeping cold-blooded animals. Their vibrant colors fascinated him. At this moment, he walked across the floor, directly above a scorpion. He walked towards the glass enclosure, where the marine iguana was sleeping soundly. Today, the store had just received a batch of unique pets. He was immediately drawn to the amphibious marine iguana. The marine iguana's temperament was originally gentle, but unexpectedly, as soon as he let it out, disaster struck. It shattered the glass, jumped out, and lunged straight at him. It bit Chun Shu's arm and leg fiercely, its ice cold. At that time, he was holding his phone. He instinctively threw the phone at the marine iguana's head, causing it great distress. As a result, both were injured. It fell backward, its tail hitting the phone, which bounced back and struck his head. Back to the present, his consciousness gradually cleared. He opened one eye, then both eyes widened. Right in front of him was that marine iguana. The marine iguana frantically raised one hand, and at the same time, he also raised his hand. A thought flashed through his mind, "What's going on? I can control its body? This feeling is just like controlling my own left and right hands." He looked at the marine iguana, a glint in his eyes. Deep in thought, could this be my golden finger? My protagonist identity can't be hidden after all. The marine iguana rolled over, but he was still deep in thought. What could this iguana clone do? Stream a spiritual iguana. Throw them both into the sea to dig for abalones and catch sea cucumbers to sell for money. He picked up the marine iguana, turned it over, and said with a helpless expression, "Sure enough, I don't have the fate of a male protagonist. Other people's golden fingers are either a destined villain, or transforming into a towering tree, or evolving into a god of the universe. And I only have a tiny lizard." As soon as he finished speaking, both their stomachs rumbled. He looked out the window, where the tall buildings were brightly lit. The marine iguana looked at him. He smiled brightly and said, "I'm so hungry." It turned out he had been unconscious for a whole day. What do marine iguanas eat, I wonder? He let it climb onto his hand and muttered to himself, "If it's a lizard, eating meat should be fine, right?" He took out meat and vegetables, skillfully chopped them, and made an enticing dish. He blinked, proudly saying, "The marine iguana completely ignored me because it was already captivated by that dish." Watching it eat, he commented, "Indeed, they're all lizards, so marine iguanas can eat meat too." Suddenly, a system notification popped up, "Your clone gained 5 evolution points by eating. Your physique increased by 0.5. He was stunned. This was it. Before him, the panel transformed again, displaying Chen Shu's personal information. Current character level 0, physique 8.5, spirit 12 points. His traits and skills: Bajiquan, elementary, 10-inch punch, elementary, Tantui, elementary, marine iguana clone, 0 evolutions. Current evolution points, 5 out of 200. All details were clearly presented with specific numbers. In fact, this panel understood Chen Shu's body better than he did himself. After reading it, he couldn't help but be surprised. Could this truly be my golden finger? He raised his hand, deep in thought. Recalling the past, he was practicing martial arts. Beside him was a muscular man, arms crossed, carefully instructing. "Practice forms without internal work, and you'll achieve nothing in old age." He continued to instruct, "The foundation is in the feet, power originates from the feet, the waist is the master. Unite the strength of all bones, manifesting at the fingertips." That man was his father. Chen Shu trembled, raising his teary eyes, and asked, "Dad, I'm so tired. After finishing the horse stance, can I skip running?" His father sternly refused, "No. Giving up halfway is for cowards." He retracted his words, clenching his fists to show his determination, "I am not a coward." Immediately after, he ran desperately, his face contorted, clearly exhausted to his limit. His father stood there, urging him, "Faster, a little faster." He tripped over a small stone and fell face first. He lay there, panting and covered in sweat. His father walked over and said, "Get up yourself. Outside, if you fall, no one will help you up." In another scene, his father handed him a box and said, "This is all the family's savings. You have a long road ahead of you. From now on, you must walk your own path." Chen Shu took the box, his eyes welling up with tears. His father exhorted, "Remember, don't neglect your martial arts. Only when you become strong can you see another side of the world." He murmured softly, "Dad, how can I see you again in the future?" His father replied, "When you reach the Grandmaster realm. But by then, I might no longer be here." His father left. He could only stand there, silently watching the door close and the figure gradually disappear into the distance. He gazed at the photo of him and his father on the wall, thinking, unbeknownst to me, 5 years have already passed. The pufferfish, full and bloated, sat on the table, making a sound that caught his attention. He smiled and said, "This little guy eats so fast." Suddenly, he noticed several red stripes appearing on its back. He wondered, why does it feel like it's grown bigger than before? Chen Shu quickly brought up the system panel with his mind to check the reason. Unexpectedly, in less than 5 minutes, his physique soared by 10 points. His current talent was mental control, and the evolution points for the pufferfish clone had also reached 15 out of 200. He exclaimed, "Just one meal, and I gained 15 evolution points." He turned to look in the mirror and was shocked when he saw his own body. He lifted his clothes, looked at his firm abdominal muscles, and thought, the pufferfish's evolution points actually affected my body. Looking at the pufferfish on the table, he pondered, accumulate enough evolution points. Perhaps it can complete its first evolution and become the giant beast of my dreams. An image of a majestic, powerful monster, like a prehistoric dinosaur, appeared in his mind. He held his head high and said confidently, "I can also become a true martial arts grandmaster." At the market, as he bought food, he called out loudly, "Brother, 10 catties of boneless beef. And 20 catties of boneless lean pork." The vendor replied, "They're all bagged. Will you pay cash or scan the code?" He replied, "Scan the code." The vendor pointed to the scanning area. He scanned with his phone, put the items in the trunk, and said with a smile, "This should be enough, right?" Then, he closed the car door and drove away in the beautiful weather. Back home, he laid out many tempting dishes on the table, sat down, and sighed with relief. "Eating this much, I'm one step closer to becoming a martial arts grandmaster." The marine iguana's eyes sparkled, and it drooled at the sight of the food. After it finished eating, it sat to the side, resting its chin on its paws. He thought, to the marine iguana's taste, pork seems less appealing than beef. He stretched and remarked, "I put too little curry powder in the beef. I'll have to add more next time." The marine iguana crawled to the window, wearing glasses and listening to music, looking very relaxed. The scene switched to the martial arts room. He stood in front of the sandbag, panting heavily, his eyes sharp. He punched the sandbag, nearly tearing it apart. The system popped up, prompting, but Jiquan experience points increased by 5. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking, my physique has strengthened. And my cultivation progress is much faster than before. 2 days later, he stretched, looked at the deformed sandbag, wiped the sweat from his face, and said, "It feels like as long as I train hard, my strength will improve." "Good," he exclaimed, charging at the sandbag and kicking it flying. The system popped up, evolution points greatly increased. He commented, "In terms of ancient martial arts realms, I should have reached the peak of the Ming realm by now." Recalling his father's words, the peak of the Ming realm is a contemporary master, capable of fighting 10 people. The Yin realm is a top-tier master, capable of fighting 100 people. The Hua realm, capable of fighting 1,000, is a rare grandmaster. His father mentioned, there was Gun Godly Shuwen, Tai Chi Sun Lutong, and Wing Chun IP Man. Above the Hua realm is the indestructible sword god, only recorded in ancient texts. After hearing this, he asked, "Then what realm are you in, father?" His father lowered his head. "I briefly reached the Yin realm once." He praised excitedly, "Father is truly amazing. Why didn't father come from an esteemed family?" His father sighed, "I came from the dust, and to the dust I shall return." Back to the present, he pushed open the door and walked in, seeing the marine iguana lying on the chair. Drooling, looking very hungry. He smiled, "It's already grown so big?" With a hint of pride and anticipation, he said, "One more meal and it can evolve. Don't disappoint me." It devoured the meat, while he closed his eyes, waiting. Evolution points gradually increased, reaching 199. He felt that it was about to evolve. When it reached 200 points, the system prompted, "Marine iguana clone has met evolution requirements. Preparing to evolve." Red electrical light appeared on one of its hands, surprising it. He felt pain in his arm. Both felt pain. He exclaimed, "Oh my, it hurts so much, it hurts." He collapsed. On the marine iguana's back, scales grew into horns, and its body gradually enlarged. Rolling in agony, crashing into things, making a mess of the house. Finally, the evolution process ended. He slumped to the floor, panting, "Oh my, I never expected evolution to be so painful." He struggled to his feet, walked over to the newly evolved marine iguana, and sneered, "Let me see your strength after evolution." With their minds connected, he used his hand, and it used its tail, together smashing the sandbag. He smiled. The evolved skink now possesses extraordinary power. The system displayed that the next evolution point requirement was 1000. He commented, I didn't expect that after the clone evolved, the main body's physique and characteristics would double. He pondered, is this growth because my current strength is too weak? Or will the main body's physique double every time a clone evolves? If it's the latter, that's a bit terrifying. He stood up, clapped his hands, and said, in terms of ancient martial arts, I have initially entered the Dark Force realm. Activating its characteristics, I can project Gang Force. It looks really cool. He smiled happily, so now I'm a martial arts master. He resumed his majestic posture, clenching his fists, exuding an imposing aura. But he thought, 100 skill experience points a day is the limit. As he was deep in thought, a knock on the door interrupted him. He ignored it, wanting to continue improving his physique through the marine iguana. He realized that the marine iguana could also project the main body's gang force. The knocking turned into banging, catching his attention. Outside, a large man was angrily banging on the door. The door opened, and he appeared, exuding an aura that startled the man. He asked seriously, what is it? The man's eyes widened, trembling, feeling as if he was threatened by a demonic aura. What's going on with this guy? He makes me feel like I could be choked at any moment. The burly man became a bit reserved, asking, buddy. I've noticed it's been a bit noisy upstairs lately, so I came up to check. Are you renovating your place? He toned down his intimidating demeanor and replied, sorry, my place isn't being renovated. I've just been exercising lately. I didn't mean to disturb you. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking, whose exercise sounds like an earthquake. He secretly peeked inside and saw the room was a mess, as if it had just been through a battle. His face turned pale, thinking, this is terrifying. He coughed a few times and stepped back, saying, it's nothing, sorry to bother you. But little brother, could you perhaps change your exercise method? Like, be a bit quieter? He stood there, a little shy. As he retreated into the elevator, he replied, no problem. My apologies, I'll change my exercise method from now on. He thanked him, and the elevator doors closed. The sea pump salamander appeared. He regained his cold demeanor. Below was the sea pump salamander, creating a gloomy, oppressive atmosphere. Looking at the messy room caused by the sea pump salamander, he crossed his arms, deep in thought. The sea pump salamander clone is too big, I can't keep it at home anymore. It's also time to release it back into the sea. The beach scenery came into view, with blue waves lapping against the golden sand. As night fell, it was breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Shu's car drove towards the beach, with the distant sunlight faintly visible. In the car, he said, we're here. He and the sea pump salamander opened the car doors and got out. He closed his eyes, sensing it. He leaned against the front of the car, while the sea pump salamander walked towards the sea and submerged itself. In the vast depths of the ocean, a series of marine creatures emerged. He used his mind to control and activate his aura, enveloping his entire body within a 10-meter radius. Inside the sea pump salamander's body, he observed his surroundings. Seeing a 5-eyed fish, he thought, this fish has 5 eyes? Then let's choose it as today's first prey. He swiftly charged towards the fish, and an intense struggle ensued, with water splashing everywhere. After a struggle, the fish was exhausted. The sea pump salamander seized the opportunity and bit it with its sharp teeth. After eating its fill, it lay on its back, rubbing its belly. System notification, your clone has devoured a mutated fish, gaining 10 evolution points. Your physique increased by 1. He thought that after evolving, eating ordinary plants only provided 1 point. He didn't expect mutated animals to provide 10 points. Looking at the leftover fish bones, he pondered that mutated creatures had appeared in the sea. Considering the predation, he continued to avoid those mutated fish. The system prompted that his avatar had accumulated 100 evolution points for the day and could not gain any more. Looking at the countless creatures by the coast, he thought that from a human perspective, the seabed at night was only cold and dark. But for the sea lizard, the seabed was colorful. The sea lizard swam through the water, puffing its cheeks. He thought that as an amphibian, the sea lizard could stay underwater for a long time, but still needed to surface to breathe. Finding a suitable cave, he controlled the sea lizard to enter. Let the avatar rest here. Detaching from the avatar, he breathed a sigh of relief. He got into the car, the sea lizard avatar was settled. It was time to go back. On the way back, he passed a secluded house. He glanced at it, wondering how anyone could live in such a remote place. From behind the door, which was sealed with wooden planks, came desperate cries for help. His car stopped by the roadside. Gripping the steering wheel, he calculated that when practicing martial arts, one must conceal their intentions and wait for the right moment to act. Inside the house, Bald Hu and Ning Fu were eating snacks, observing his car through a crack in the door. Bald Hu asked, "Did that car leave?" Ningfu replied, yes, it left. The two walked inside. Baldhu patted Ningfu's shoulder, good, it's gone. In the corner of the room, Baldhu's subordinate covered Lin Ruoya's mouth, threatening, behave yourself. Baldhu angrily kicked his subordinate, you're completely useless. Didn't I tell you to stay at school? You didn't even notice the gag fell out of her mouth. The subordinate, clutching the spot where he was kicked, argued, boss, it was dark when we brought her in. How could I see? Baldhu put his hands on his hips, squinting at her, and threatened, you better behave, or I'll have them deal with you. Outside, Chen Shu quietly approached the house, closed his eyes, and activated his chi sense. Everything inside was clearly visible. Baldhu and his subordinates were sitting and drinking malt juice, with 2 knives on the table. Ruoya was shaken so hard she couldn't open her eyes, covering her mouth and trembling. Father Ning leaned against the wall, eating snacks and scrolling on his phone. He guessed it was kidnapping and human trafficking. 3 people, 2 of them armed with knives. He had to deal with them within a minute. He concentrated his strength and slammed his palm against the door. The door was blasted open, white smoke filled the air, and he stood up. He took advantage of the smoke and rushed towards the 2 people with knives. One of Baldhu's subordinates was kicked away by his incredible speed, hitting the wall, spitting blood and crying out in pain. Baldhu was furious, rushing forward with a knife from behind, yelling curses. Sensing the movement, he turned around and punched, releasing internal energy that stiffened the opponent's body, sending him flying backward to collapse on the ground. Father Ning nimbly supported Baldhu's back and said, boss, maybe take a break. Father Ning's expression was serious, radiating an intense aura. And he assumed a Tai Chi stance, saying, Yuang hammer. He adjusted his posture and replied, Luton Bajiquan. Inside the suburban cabin, white smoke filled the air as he fought Father Ning one-on-one. Father Ning used the Yuang hammer, the first move, first path hammer. He easily blocked it, grabbed Father Ning's hand, and executed a perfect throw. Father Ning seized the opportunity, kicked his leg, putting him on the defensive. Father Ning used the second move, 2 horses fighting in the hall. He dodged, hearing the words Master whispered in his ear. He leaned back, then suddenly charged forward, surprising Father Ning. He used the Bajiquan move Iron Mountain Lean, sending Father Ning flying. Father Ning slid across the ground, lay down, and revealed a mischievous smile, saying, I didn't expect to encounter a true successor of Luton Bajiquan on this trip down the mountain. The Iron Mountain Lean lives up to its reputation. He replied, but it's a pity. Father Ning lifted his eyes, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and asked, a pity about what? He stepped forward and explained, I didn't expect a ruffian to have learned the 3 powerful moves of the Yuang hammer. He continued seriously, it's a pity that a true successor of the Yuang hammer would choose to do wrong. Father Ning stood up, smiling inexplicably, what do you know? You're just a greenhorn. After coming down the mountain, I realized this world has always been like this. His words were interrupted by a sudden attack. Father Ning's 2 fingers almost touched his eyes, but he kicked out, sending Father Ning flying. He landed face down, blood gushing out. After the sudden attack, he became more vigilant, watching Ningfu lie on the ground. Sigh, battles between martial artists are truly dangerous. The oppressive feeling he brought was something I couldn't withstand for even 10 moves. Looking at his hands, he recalled the battle, deep in thought. Unfortunately, I still haven't fully mastered my strength. These 3 people are likely in grave danger. He turned and walked towards Lin Ruoya, untying her ropes. She threw herself into his arms, sobbing her thanks, thank you, really, thank you so much. Seeing her panic, he comforted her, don't be afraid, it's over now. He took out his phone and said, alright, stop crying. Once I leave here, you can call the police. But can you do me a favor? He continued, when the police ask, just say you didn't get a clear look at my face, okay? Ruoya agreed, I won't say anything. The sky in the outskirts was silent. 10 minutes later, the police assembled, holding shields and firearms, and walked in, shouting, don't move! Hands up! He shone his flashlight around, and the officers were astonished. Inside, the kidnappers lay scattered on the ground. Ruoya was unharmed. This didn't look like a kidnapping at all. Scene change. At the Public Security Bureau headquarters, Wan Qing walked in with a file bag, saying, Deputy Director, this is the information you requested. She closed the door and reported, footprints were found on the damaged door. Based on the impact and cracks, it appears to have been kicked 3 meters away by an external force, with a force of at least 1,000 kilograms. The person behind the desk, piled high with documents, handed over photos of the kidnappers and said, 2 kidnappers died on the spot, and another suffered severe head trauma, falling into a vegetative state. According to Lin Ruoya's statement, that night, the masked man made it impossible for anyone to clearly see the face of her rescuer. The deputy director of the Public Security Bureau looked at the case photos on the table, discussing, and proposed various hypotheses. He analyzed, how is that possible? The strongest punch a boxing champion can deliver. only reaches 800 kilograms on a strength testing machine. In a real fight, it's impossible to exert such immense force. Listening to his logical analysis, Guan Qing wondered, his strength has reached a superhuman level. But recently, strange things have been happening more and more often. Outside, streaks of lightning tore through the tranquil night sky. Through the rear window, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau exclaimed, "A storm is coming." On a hill in the suburbs, Chen Shu sat in a car parked by the woods, observing a speedboat approaching the shore. As the speedboat docked, Zhang Changshu and his subordinates came ashore. They followed Changshu, their spirits high. One subordinate said, "Boss, you just made $1 million. Isn't it a waste to go looking for those frivolous women?" Another subordinate interjected, "Yeah, we barely salvaged a sunken ship and only made over $2 million. Listening to his subordinates, Zhang Changshu scoffed, "Short-sighted fools. Do you know who that woman is? With her, money will be no object." Hearing about money, the two subordinates' eyes lit up, and they excitedly asked, "Really, boss?" Zhang Changshu turned and asked his bespectacled subordinate, "Are the business matters settled?" The bespectacled man replied, "Don't worry, boss. I've already arranged the shipping for these past 2 days. The office has also rented a high-rise building as requested." He waved his hand and described, "In addition, I've asked an agency to recruit a beautiful secretary and a receptionist as requested. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." After hearing the report, Zhang Changshu looked at his hands and confidently said, "With my awakened underwater breathing superpower, as long as I locate the sunken ship, I can retrieve the treasures." He flashed an ambitious, arrogant smile. "By then, we'll have all the money we want. Follow me, and you'll live a life of luxury." A bright light flashed through the bushes, accompanied by a gust of wind, startling Zhang Changshu and his subordinates. Zhang Changshu vigilantly asked, "Who's there?" Chen Shu stood on the slope, his hand resting on a large tree, his eyes sharp. "There are many arrogant people like you. And this is just our first meeting." He curled his lip, watching the person dressed like a priest, holding a staff and threatening the other two, while making gestures with his other hand. Zhang Changshu turned around and roared, "How dare you? People like you don't live long." He charged forward like an arrow, lunging at Chen Shu. As he rushed up the slope, Zhang Changshu saw Chen Shu lift his foot, kicking the tree repeatedly for leverage. The next second, he delivered a kick, sparking with electricity, towards Zhang Changshu. Zhang Changshu leaped back in a panic to dodge. As he fell due to gravity, he threw a punch, causing Zhang Changshu immense pain. His grip on the knife loosened, and it fell. Then, an aerial kick finished him, pinning him firmly to the ground. The subordinates were terrified. How was this possible? After the boss gained superpowers, his strength and speed doubled, each strike landing perfectly. The remaining person turned, braced himself, and warned, "This is bad, run." But it was already too late. A flying kick appeared, stiffening both of them, forcing them to endure the impact. Zhang Changshu trembled, hiding behind a tree root, watching his subordinates being easily defeated, and struggled to ask, "What are you doing?" Chen Shu shook his arm, which was sore from overuse, and with a serious look, asked, "What's your name? What do you do?" A thought flashed in his mind, "I want to try out my mind control ability." He stared intently into Zhang Changshu's eyes, sending a chill down his spine, making him unable to control his actions. He trembled as he stepped forward, fear on his face, and automatically confessed, "My name is Zhang Changshu, and I own a large smuggling ship. A month ago, I gained the superpower of underwater breathing." Chen Shu thought happily, "Mind control works wonderfully. He's like a puppet being manipulated by me." Still unable to regain control, Zhang Changshu honestly explained, "I salvage sunken ships and sell the treasures to wealthy heirs for money." He recalled his companion's arrogant attitude when handing over a briefcase full of money, saying, "This is your payment for working for me." When the control was lifted, Zhang Changshu's face contorted. He clutched his arm and cried out, "Boss, what happened to my arm?" He calmly replied, "You weren't careful and broke it yourself." Zhang Changshu believed him and politely replied, "I see. Yes, boss." He raised his voice and commanded, "You go to the ship and rest first. I'll wake the other two and be right there." Zhang Changshu obediently replied, "Yes, boss." Chen Shu fell into thought. A mature skink needs a constant supply of food. Zhang Changshu has a ship and works with wealthy heirs, so I can use his business to acquire wealth to feed the skink. His eyes glowed purple as his control ability activated. The two subordinates lying on the ground were controlled and stiffly stood up. He was surprised, the effect of mind control was incredible. Controlling Zhang Changshu had some resistance, but controlling them was easy. It seems mind control is only effective on those with weaker wills. He led the way, bringing the two men onto the deck. A subordinate asked in surprise, "Boss Zhang, who is he?" Zhang Changshu nervously lowered his voice and said, "He's my boss. Show some respect from now on." The subordinate stammered, "Hello, boss." "Hello, boss." Zhang Changshu urged, "Go prepare the transfer contract. From now on, this ship belongs to the boss. Chen Shu lifted his head and walked confidently, as if he truly were the boss. Soon, the transfer contract for the fishing boat Yang Yang was brought over. The subordinate respectfully reported, "Boss, the contract is ready." Chen Shu took the contract and instructed, "Cyan, wait for me at the office tomorrow." He turned to Zhang Changshu, whose hand was bandaged, and said with concern, "Boss Shan, you're injured. Let's go to the hospital to get it checked out." Zhang Changshu happily replied, "All right, boss." The next day, deep in the sea, the marine iguana lay on its back, happily eating until its belly was round. It thought, going out to sea is paradise, the food is endless. In the training room, Chun Shu threw powerful punches at the sandbag. The system prompted, immortalization points +5, constitution +0.5. He thought seriously, improving strength shouldn't rely solely on the marine iguana clone, but must come from self-discipline. Despite continuous physical training, he remained deep in thought. After 2 battles, I clearly feel my control over power has increased. The marine iguana also practiced by slapping its tail against the wall. The system appeared, absorbed energy digested during training, immortalization points +6. Under the blue sky, in the dusty urban area, the transfer procedures were completed. Didn't go out for a day, immortalization points increased by 90, body size increased by 20 centimeters. Chen Shu stood tall downstairs as the agent bowed and said, "Boss, take care." He thought, tomorrow, I should release the gecko into the deep sea. I'm not the only one with special abilities in this world. Considering the unknown creatures in the sea, I must improve my strength as quickly as possible. On the boat, the flat-haired man opened the fish hold inside, too few fish, almost none left to catch. The long-haired man lay on the deck and leisurely said, "There must be a large school of fish approaching. It could be a shark school. Sharks usually travel in groups, even whales have to avoid them." The fishing boat sped across the ocean. Underwater, a whale thrashed in agony, surrounded by a school of sharks. In the distance, the marine iguana swam over, observing the situation, but was noticed by a shark. The shark unhesitatingly opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, intending to consume the marine iguana. It had swallowed half of its body, but was stopped. The shark was confused. Haipingji broke free, gripped the shark's head tightly, and bit down once more. Other sharks were about to charge, but were startled and fled with their tails thrashing. Haipingji thought happily, "White shark tastes quite good." The system appeared, and evolution points increased. Your clone has met the evolution requirements. Would you like to evolve? It crawled ashore, pleased that it could still make its own choices. Haipingji's skin began to change, and watermarks appeared. Its body tensed, mouth agape, eyes tightly shut, enduring immense pain. Meanwhile, in the training room, Chen Shu writhed on the ground, his entire body like a cooked shrimp, enduring agonizing pain. The system displayed the character panel, character, Chen Shu, level 1. Constitution 130, Spirit 38, Talent, Mental Control. Attributes, Primary Outer Strength, Experience 280/1000. Skills. Intermediate Baji Fist, Experience 370/1000. Intermediate Cloud Soaring Leap. Experience 290/1000. Clone, Scaled Haipingji, Newborn Ferocious Beast. Currently evolving towards a Ferocious Beast Lord, evolved 2 times, evolution points 0/5000. Ability, Water Affinity. Lying on his back on the ground, Chen Shu excitedly muttered, "I've broken through. My constitution is 13 times that of an ordinary person, and my strength in ancient martial arts has reached the peak of dark force." Looking at the huge announcement board, he thought, after evolving, my constitution didn't double. That's right, the last time it doubled was because my foundation was too poor. Looking at the clone's ability, he wondered, what is water affinity? Activating the projection, he observed the Haipingji, now full and with a bulging belly. Its size had increased. Bone density had increased several times, weighing 4 to 5 tons, and its strength had doubled. Its claws were comparable to steel, and its cruising speed was 79 kilometers per hour, surpassing warships. He commented, "Low sound. Low resistance, this is probably the effect of water affinity." He sat comfortably on the sofa and called his newly subdued subordinate, "Is anyone interested in cooperating to find treasures?" The voice on the phone replied, "Boss, not yet." He then asked, "How's the self-research and investigation coming along?" They replied, "We've identified several shipwreck locations, but no long-lived individuals can breathe underwater." He interrupted, "Don't worry, just do it." The main industries in ancient waters and singing waters, the shallow areas of sea routes, have almost all been explored. But there are still many valuable shipwrecks in the deep waters, 25 kilometers south beyond the Yellow Sea. After evolving, I can breathe underwater, my perception is stronger. And I can sense up to 20 kilometers nearby. Once adjusted, we can start. He stretched comfortably. thinking, isn't cultivating a clone for the sake of enjoying life? Picking up his phone, he murmured, it's almost 11 o'clock, time to treat myself. On the pedestrian street, a blonde girl leaned against a lamppost, drowsily asleep, seemingly drunk. People came and went. Chen Shu, aimlessly seeking enjoyment, savoring the delicious meal he had just eaten, he sighed, what a treat. But a meal cost over 3,000, and he only had 200,000 in savings. However, he was about to take over Changsheng Exhibition Company, so he might as well experience what it felt like to be rich. Suddenly, his face hardened as he noticed two young men staring at a blonde girl. The thought of being a good Samaritan arose, and he pointed and shouted, what are you looking at? Get lost. A wave of killing intent emanated from him. Chen Shu thought, after gaining power, his martial arts heart was also gradually awakening. Since there was no danger, he didn't mind intervening. The two thugs got angry, stood up abruptly, their faces contorted. One thug pulled out a knife and cursed. Damn it, you brat, what did you say? The other thug warned, get out of here, and I'll pretend I didn't see you. Chen Shu muttered to himself, releasing his outer aura. Behind him, a massive, fiery red beast phantom, its flames blazing, appeared. It scared the two men, making them retreat repeatedly. Chen Shu's heart was also as hot as fire. One thug stammered, why do I feel like I'm being stared at by a fierce beast? The other thug shouted, let's go, let's go. The blonde girl let out a charming laugh. She scoffed, are you even men? You're scared already? Chen Shu stopped, thinking, is this woman crazy? The two men exchanged glances. The thug in the hat thought, such a stunning woman. I won't meet another one like her. The other thug stated directly, no, we can't let a woman look down on us. As if injected with adrenaline, they roared and charged at Chen Shu like moths to a flame. The leader shouted, hit him. This kid is too arrogant. Watch me stab him right through. Chen Shu stood his ground, unmoving. Suddenly, he threw punches and kicks. A lion phantom roared vividly. A double flying kick sent both men flying. Dust billowed. Chen Shu scoffed, I only used less than 1/10 of my strength. Otherwise, one kick would have shattered you. Watching the two figures supporting each other as they fled, shouting, it's terrifying. A demon from hell. Chen Shu thought, let them go. Although they are at fault, they are not utterly despicable. A charming laugh caught his attention. The girl swayed as she stood up. Luckily, you're amazing. Chen Shu was speechless, watching the scene unfold. If you were, she was probably drugged. He made a call, hello, police? At the Shengtang bar, there's a woman who's drunk. She doesn't seem quite right. She thought. She clung to Chen Shu's arm, pressing close to his chest, and said in a charming voice, why did you call the police? Am I not pretty? Don't you want to take me with you? A few minutes later, sirens wailed. A female officer took her away. She was still swaying, and turned back to scold, big brother, you're no fun. Chen Shu seriously answered another police officer, yes. I called the police. I saw her while I was having a late-night snack. Chen Shu explained the situation in detail. After providing the information, he watched the police car gradually drive away. He breathed a sigh of relief, finally, this matter is resolved. Now, he controlled the lizard to search for the sunken ship. Controlling his clone, he used the hippocampus as the center to send out concentric signals to locate the target. Chen Shu calculated. Four Eyes' information was correct. There's a sunken ship here. My chi sense can only detect up to 20 meters. I must improve. Coming out of the water, he glowed. It approached, happily saying, we're rich. All gold bars. Chen Shu ordered, Four Eyes, steer the boat 35 kilometers east. Lower the ropes. Four Eyes replied, strange, boss. The long-haired man asked, Blackie, besides Changsheng Exhibition Company, who else can breathe underwater? Four Eyes' face darkened, don't talk nonsense. Don't ask about the boss's secrets. The hippocampus used its tail to roll the gold bars into a box and lower it. As the lid closed, Chen Shu shouted, retrieve. When the box was pulled up, he noticed something in the water seam. Digging it out, he pulled out a heavy block. Chen Shu muttered, hard metal. My claws easily tear through ordinary metal, but left no marks on this. It must be a special material. Boss, the message from above says the item is on board and we're returning. The sea lizard happily pulled the heavy metal block, thinking, good stuff, I'll take it back for research. Suddenly, a white monster tore through the water, shooting up like an arrow, aiming for the sea lizard. It devoured its lower body, startling the sea lizard, which was annoyed. How dare you ambush me? You're not worthy. The water churned and splashed. It thought, though you're longer and bigger, your attack and defense are worthless. The sea surface returned to calm. Below, only a clean skeleton remained. The sea lizard flicked its tail, assessing, the taste of these fish bones is quite good. A few hours later, Chen Shu stood on a piece of land, leaning on a rock. This reef has been scoured by water for years, its hardness is very high. No one around at night, perfect for testing my strength. His fist, glowing with fire, shot out. He calculated, my bone density is 20 times that of an ordinary person, plus the external aura reduces pain. My hand is only sore. The soreness quickly subsided. He emitted fire, punching faster. My physique has reached over 200. A heavy punch is at least 3,000 kilograms, or 1.5 tons. With the external aura, using Bajiquan, I could easily punch through a person. His face was tense, his fists sparking with lightning. A heavy punch shattered the hard rock. Lying down, exhausted, he pondered, the sandbag at home isn't enough. I can't practice in the park, I'm afraid of being filmed and uploaded online. Only by the secluded sea can I train freely. The sea lizard appeared, carrying the metal block, and placed it beside him. He analyzed it, an irregular black ore. It's metal, but not particularly special. Lifting it, he estimated it weighed nearly 200 kilograms. Heavy, hard. Difficult to scratch. It would be suitable for making weapons. But with my current strength, it's hard to forge a suitable weapon. He put down the metal block. He thought, first, deal with the gold. After boarding the ship, he asked, where are the items? Assistant Zhang replied, boss, they're all on the ship, cleaned, in the captain's cabin. He observed the gold. Assistant Zhang was surprised, how much money is this? He picked up a gold bar, assessing it. There were no engravings. It was definitely privately cast and couldn't be sold as an antique. At a bustling market, a store clerk enthusiastically greeted him, hello, welcome. He said, does your store buy back gold? The female clerk replied, yes, we have a recycling service. Is it rings or necklaces? He smiled, opened his backpack, and showed her, I'm dealing with these. She was surprised and looked troubled. Sir, you have too much gold. Please come upstairs, I'll take you to meet the general manager. A man walked out, shook his hand, and said, hello, I'm the general manager of this gold store. What's your name? How much gold are you selling? He replied, my name is Chen, and I'm selling this gold. He pointed to his backpack. The general manager said, Mr. Chen, I need to inspect the quality of the gold. Please wait a moment. While the clerk inspected it, he looked at his phone. Afterward, the general manager informed him, Mr. Chen, the total weight of the gold is 112.5 kilograms. Because it's impure and privately cast, we'll buy it back at 4,000 yuan per gram. Does that work for you? He readily agreed, yes. After the transaction, his account received 45 million. While driving, he thought, my peers are still studying, and I earned millions from one adventure. He pondered, feeling uncomfortable, a strong sense of unease. First, I need to buy a car. This car's chassis is too low, it's inconvenient on the roads by the sea. At a luxury car dealership, he and assistant Zhang received consultations. A clerk greeted a newly arrived couple. Chen Shu's gaze met the girl's. My ex-girlfriend. Because. Drove her away, spent a lot of money. Then she met someone better and sang with a rich second-generation air. She sneered, honey, that guy is the simp who used to chase me. The man disdainfully. A poor student, how did he end up here looking at cars? Assistant Zhang angrily, who are you calling poor? He advised, don't mind him. The man provocatively, why shouldn't I say it? You're just a poor student, can you afford to shop here? The ex-girlfriend sneered, honey, don't mind him. We're just looking at cars. She walked to the red car and said coquettishly, honey, I like this one. He said, let me see. He thought disdainfully, money for women to see. He only had tens of thousands, how could he buy a luxury car? Chen Shu observed a car. He thought, high chassis, can carry things. Meets my needs, I'll choose this one. He said, card payment. The salesperson replied, alright, Mr. Chen. This car is 2.38 million. Card payment or installment plan? He calmly said, pay in full. The ex-girlfriend was surprised. He bought a 2.38 million car. The rich second-generation heir walked over, pretending to know him from before. He didn't believe his card could pay 2.38 million. She sneered, that's right. He ate instant noodles for half a month just to chase me before. He mocked, a student is just a student. It's fine to browse luxury car dealerships, but to actually think about buying this car? Shouting, even if he's your ex-boyfriend, you don't have to pretend not to know him. How embarrassing if the card doesn't go through. Assistant Zhang retorted. What's it to you? What if he can afford it? He stubbornly said, if he can afford it, I'll call him sir for 3 days. If not, he calls me sir. Assistant Zhang decisively said. Deal. She sneered, as if he can actually pay for it. The salesperson ran over, sir, here are the keys and the card. The car is yours. He calmly said, thank you. The rich second-generation heir panicked, he really bought a 2.38 million car. The ex-girlfriend wondered, how did Chun Shu get so rich? Assistant Zhang triumphantly grabbed his collar, fulfill your promise. Call our boss sir. He called out, Four Eyes, no need to talk to people like this. Assistant Zhang followed. Him, still angry, turn around. We were being kind. If you're here, and you dare not call him sir, see how I deal with you. He left in humiliation. The ex-girlfriend watched. Without a word. When he started the car, she ran after him, shouting, Chen Shu, listen to me. The salesperson sighed, I thought I met a rich second-generation heir, but I missed out on a potential customer. Another salesperson. Regret comes after loss. At the Cloud Heaven restaurant, the salesperson greeted. Welcome. He and assistant Zhang walked in, 2 rows of people bowed in welcome. The waiter brought the menu to the private room and asked, Sir, what would you like to order? He ordered. A 5888 lobster, a 7888 king crab, and this. When the food was served, 2 beautiful women took turns feeding him. A girl asked, which bite would you like next, sir? He said contentedly, the high price is justified. It's truly delicious. He thought, I've been busy for those petty people for many meals. Now it's my turn to enjoy the life of the wealthy. Looking at his phone, he saw a message in his mentor group, classes start in 1 week, be on time, don't forget. Jian Yuanzhong and in Manqing replied, received. Zhu Jichao sent a message, strange. Boss, he edited the message, I almost forgot, I'm still a sophomore. The system displayed, character, Chen Shu, level 1, physique 327, spirit 49, talent, spirit control, trait, outer gangmaster level, experience 337/1000, skills. 8 extremities fist, intermediate, experience 429/1000. Soaring dragon ascent, intermediate, experience 398/1000. Spring leg, intermediate, experience 376/1000. 000 clone, scale armor and spines, evolved 2 times. Evolution points, 260/5000. Ability, affinity for water element. He observed, after enrollment. Time is short. I must earn more money, upgrade the lizard, and break through the dark realm. Swordfish swim the fastest, at 90 kilometers per hour. But the remora is faster. The remora gnawed on its prey, the fish meat is truly delicious. Full now, it continued searching for treasures. System notification. Evolution points +10. The remora's aura spread, sensing for tens of kilometers, but saw no shipwrecks. He sighed, no harvest for several days. In this mutated world, I wonder if there are any supernatural organizations secretly existing. After gaining abilities, I act more cautiously. In the tall buildings of N City, people rushed. He looked at the building, Changsho Company is being transferred, I haven't come to see it yet. This is the most luxurious area of the city. Changsho. Decoration Company, indeed, invested heavily. Stepping into Tianlan Marine. The receptionist greeted, Assistant Zhang, the person has arrived. He requested, Xiaoning, tell everyone to come to the boss's office. The receptionist replied, yes, alright. In the office, Assistant Zhang introduced, this is the boss, Chun Shu, Mr. Chen. The employees chorused, "Hello, boss." The female employees chattered excitedly. One girl thought, the boss is too young. She secretly praised, handsome and rich. Assistant Zhang introduced, "This is Ning Aishin." She greeted, "Hello, boss." Su Lingyue brought coffee, "Hello, boss, here's your coffee." Assistant Zhang said, "This is your secretary, Su Lingyue." He replied, "Put the coffee here." He mused, even if it's a shell company, it's fully equipped. Monthly maintenance costs over 100,000, I must find more shipwreck treasures. He smiled, Assistant Zhang. The meeting ends here. Tell everyone to go back to work, and you return to the ship to guard it. Assistant Zhang replied, "Yes, boss." He assessed, mental control is stable. But subconscious hypnosis is not absolute. I must ensure they avoid too much contact with external matters. System notification, physique plus 0.7. He drank coffee, TSK, the clone is out hunting. I can get stronger even while lying down. How great. In the sea, the remora attacked, delivering a fierce punch, knocking down its prey. It analyzed, the remora is only 2 meters, this one is 4 to 5 meters. Fast, with teeth as hard as iron. Without strong external defense, I might get injured. Looking at the fierce mutated fish, it thought, there are more of these in the sea. Tearing at its prey, it commented, the meat quality is different, providing more energy. System notification. Clone devoured, gained 90 evolution points, physique plus 9. He felt the changes, and said, that fish was unusual. Muscles and bones were strengthened, increased tenfold. The remora searched, but saw nothing, sighing, the sea is vast, and there was only one mutated fish. In the Tianlan Marine office, Ning Aishin excitedly asked, Sister Ling Yue, does the boss have a girlfriend? Ling Yue asked, why? Trying to charm the boss? Colleagues turned their heads, Xiao Ning is infatuated. The voice wasn't. I didn't expect to interrupt you, and you haven't even finished work yet, Ling Yu said with a smile, holding the documents. Hello, boss. We still have some things to finish. He adjusted his cuffs, thinking, with my hearing, I already heard their whispers in the elevator. To avoid awkwardness, I'll pretend not to know. He suggested, everyone is working so hard, tonight I'll treat you all to dinner. Ning Aishin exclaimed, really? Ling Yu said happily, thank you, boss. At the Wenshang Tianwai restaurant, the receptionist said, Sir, are you ready to order? Ning Aishin said enviously, the boss's car is a luxury car worth over 2 million. That's amazing. A colleague commented, the decor is truly lavish. The waiter announced, Sir, the total is 49,999. He handed over his card for payment. Ning Aishin secretly sighed, the boss is from a wealthy family, so extravagant. Ling Yu thought, the boss has an abundance of eligible men. The colleague's eyes lit up, following the boss. We're sure to have a bright future. He politely said, I have other plans tonight. After dinner, I'll arrange a car to take you all home. Everyone said in unison, thank you, boss. Late at night, on a secluded rocky beach, he changed into comfortable clothes. The sea breeze blew gently, and he thought, during this time, I cannot neglect my training. My physique is several times that of an ordinary person, and my punch strength reaches 2 tons. With external cultivation, my strength is close to 5 tons. But the greater the strength, the harder it is to control. I must adapt through training. His fist struck the rock, and he sighed, oh no, I didn't control my lower body strength, and it sank. Suddenly, he saw a boat approaching and wondered, it's so late. And there are still people in this remote place. A man in black on the boat said, Boss, things are being checked strictly lately. The usual arrangement, money first, then goods. The person on shore said unhappily, we've done so many deals, and you still don't trust me? He observed, thinking, this is an illicit transaction. They have weapons, I must be careful. After checking, a subordinate happily said, Boss, the goods are good. The blond man shook hands and said, good goods, pleasant cooperation. The man in black responded, pleasant cooperation. The blond man cautioned, Xiao Qi, things are being checked strictly lately. Be careful. Xiao Qi replied, strange, boss. The subordinate said, boss, don't worry. It's a single line contact, even if there's a problem with the goods, they won't trace it back. He leaped out from behind the rocks, knocking down the subordinate in front of everyone. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the blond man pulled out a weapon, preparing to fire. But with an upward punch, he knocked everyone down. He thought, these people have long lost their humanity. I'll eliminate this menace for the people. Transforming into his sea urchin beast form, he pursued the boat moving away from shore. Upon getting close, with a loud crash, the boat broke into two. Everyone screamed, "It's a big fish!" The boat shattered, people were thrown out, and sank into the water. One person saw the sea urchin beast and screamed, "Monster! Help!" A group of people desperately swam towards the shore, a scene of chaos. One person lagged behind, crying for help, "Boss, save me!" The boss turned back, pulled out a weapon, ready to fight. He thought, there's no escape anyway, I'll fight to the end. But against the thick shell, it was like a toy. The sea urchin beast glanced over and saw the person holding the weapon. He trembled, shaking all over in the sea. How is this possible? With a loud crash, that person vanished. The scene was silent, with only the sound of the wind. The sea urchin beast brought something ashore. Behind it were dozens of floating bodies. A gruesome sight. In his room, on the table was a suitcase full of money. He sat opposite, thinking, 1 stack is 10,000, so 3 million is 300 stacks. Cash and bank account numbers give different feelings. The next day, in a luxurious cafe, Chun Shu's secretary walked in, carrying something. Give him what? The moment she appeared, everyone in the cafe turned their gaze towards her. Customers raved about the lady's elegant beauty. She exuded a noble and aloof aura. Su Lungyue walked towards Chun Shu, placed the documents on the table and said, "Boss, please sign these." This scene filled everyone in the cafe with envy. They whispered, "Is that man her boss?" The boss is too young. Chen Shu stood up, motioned for his secretary to follow him inside, and instructed, "All right, let's head back to the company. Notify everyone that we're having a meeting soon." As he left, he was followed by envious gazes. Everyone sighed. This young man is like a towering mountain, his presence is truly astonishing. In the company's meeting room, Chen Shu's steady voice rang out, "You've done very well. Every detail. You are the company's heroes. As long as the company's KPIs continue to rise, we will give everyone a big bonus envelope at the end of the year." Halfway through the meeting, his phone suddenly rang. An urgent voice came from the other end. "Chen Shu, it's the last day for school registration. You're the only one left in your class." He replied simply, "Oh, my apologies, I'll be right there." He waved his hand and said to everyone, "I have to go register for school. There's nothing else today, so everyone can leave early. Also, from now on, if I'm not around, all company matters, big or small, will be handled by Su Lingyue." Upon hearing this, everyone was surprised and started discussing. One person blurted out, "I didn't expect the boss to still be a student." Another added, "The boss has such a steady demeanor, I thought he was a well-bred second-generation rich kid." The scene shifts to N University, where Chen Shu steps out of a luxury car, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Whispers spread through the crowd, "Oh my god, that's Chen Shu. He's a rich kid. That car costs over 2 million. Another person exclaimed, "What? That car is almost 2 million? They quickly took out their phones to snap photos and posted them on the school forum with the caption, "Top. Admission notice, new student is tall, handsome, rich, with a 2 million luxury car." The post quickly received hundreds of interactions. One comment read, "That person is Chun Shu, right? What's so important about being handsome? Driving a 2 million car, his family's assets must be over 100 million. Elsewhere, a blonde girl was scrolling through the forum, intently looking at the post about Chun Shu. She murmured, "He looks so familiar. Especially those clear, star-like black eyes, radiating a sharp glint." When she saw the comments, she was surprised to find that Chen Shu was studying finance, the same as her. She blurted out, "Finance department? I didn't expect him to be in the same department as me." Back to Chen Shu, he walked and pondered, "My physique and strength are growing rapidly, but I only know 8 extremes fist, Azure cloud step, and spring leg. I must learn new skills to fully utilize my existing strength." Seeing a group of club members ahead, he thought disdainfully, putting on airs, "I could knock them all down with one slap." He muttered to himself, "To control power, I can only rely on diligent practice." The scene shifts to a steel company, where Chen Shu has come to place an order. He said, "I want to order a batch of steel, estimated to be over 100 tons. The staff member enthusiastically replied, "All right, sir. Please come to." In the VIP room, I immediately contacted the manager. There, the sales manager received him and asked, "Hello, what kind of steel would you like to order?" Chen Shu handed over a list, a steel plate 2 meters wide and 5 meters long, plus several iron blocks weighing 1 ton, 5 tons, 10 tons, and 20 tons each. After tallying, the manager informed him, "Based on your requirements, the total weight is approximately 200 tons, with an estimated price of 700,000. The final price will be determined by the finished product." Chen Shu nodded in satisfaction. "Alright, no problem. Let's sign the contract." The next morning, at Zhang Changshou's humble port, the area boss reported, "Boss, this entire area belongs to other people's warehouses." Chen Shu ordered, "Okay, Zhang Su, you can go back first. I'll explore this area alone." Suddenly, the system prompted, "Your clone is diligently devouring, gaining 8 evolution points, and physique increased by 0.8. He pondered. Bright Realm, Shadow Realm, Transformation Realm, Advanced Transformation Realm. I haven't even reached the Transformation Realm yet. There's still a long way to go. He decided to place the steel pillars in the warehouse. This would be his daily practice ground. With a maximum of 100 evolution points, the next evolution would still take another month. Compared to the stone dragon, my physical progress is too slow. On a beach, where Chen Shu had dealt with the drug dealers, police were examining the bodies. One person reported, Luo Hao, who called himself Boss Luo, owned an entertainment bar and had a dozen subordinates. His right hand was severed by a blunt object, with only a little skin and flesh still attached. Tai Laoqi was astonished. The victim suffered a heavy blow to the chest, internal organs were shattered, and he died on the spot. 3 people died within 1 minute, all by the same perpetrator. The strength is terrifying, and the actions are decisive. Who could do something like this? Suddenly, the walkie-talkie crackled, "Captain, new bodies found at sea." At Tianlan Marine Industry Company, Chen Shu was relaxing in a chair. Su Lingyue stood beside him, worried, saying, "Boss, the company has nothing to do every day, and the employees are just playing around. Shouldn't we be handing out flyers or something?" He calmly replied, "No need. Doing business is like fishing, those who are willing will bite." Su Lingyue thought to herself, even though the boss is a rich second generation, won't he go bankrupt like this? If we don't advertise, who will willingly give us money? Just as he was relaxing, an employee reported, "Boss, someone is looking for you, saying they want to discuss a business deal." Su Lingyue was surprised. Did someone really come to offer money? From outside, a rich young man in a white suit walked in, looking around as if searching for something. He asked, "Where is Boss Zhang?" Chen Shu stepped forward, waved his hand, and replied, "Both he and his subordinates have submitted to me." The man straightened his clothes and exclaimed, "Amazing, even Boss Zhang has been subdued by you." He introduced himself, "My name is Wang Tianhe." Chen Shu invited, so it's Boss Wang. Let's sit down and talk." Su Lingyue understood and asked for instructions. "Boss, I'll go make 2 cups of tea for you both." Before they could even drink the tea, Wang Tianhe got straight to the point, "Brother, I have a sunken ship from several hundred years ago, worth at least over 1 billion. How about it, can you salvage it?" Chen Shu's eyes gleamed as he immediately discussed the profit distribution. "After the goods are recovered, how will Boss Wang divide them?" Wang Tianhe suggested, "Initially, I get 70, you get 30. That's the standard rate for international teams." Chen Shu showed a disgusted expression. "If that's the case, then go find an international team." Wang Tianhe retorted, "Then how do you want to split it?" Chen Shu smiled, extending his hand. "At least 50-50, an even split. If you're not willing, then forget it, and our collaboration ends." Wang Tianhe's face turned green. He thought, the law doesn't allow private salvage operations, so I can only rely on this Chen guy. He stood up and affirmed, "Are you sure you can retrieve it?" Chen Shu spread his hands and chuckled, "I have many people like this elder under my command. If Boss Wang doesn't believe me, you can come and see for yourself." Wang Tianhe no longer hesitated, shaking hands. 50-50 it is. Happy to cooperate. At the police station, Tai Laoqi examined the photos of the claw marks on the body. He muttered, "These claw marks are so exaggerated. What kind of creature has such large claws? Could it be an unusual creature?" Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He ordered, "Classify this case as a confidential file." Back with Chen Shu, Su Lingyue asked curiously, "Boss, what is this huge iron pillar used for?" He replied, "According to tradition, burying iron pillars in the harbor can suppress the 4 dragon kings and stabilize the geomancy and water veins of the area." He took out his phone and checked his account balance, 3.21 million. He sighed, money really isn't enough. In the blink of an eye, there's only a little left. After a while, in the UN community, Su Lunyue suggested, "Boss, could you please drop me off? Would you like to come upstairs for a glass of water?" In the car, Chen Shu declined, "No, I have other things to do." He drove away, leaving Su Lunyue standing there, watching him go. She thought, how could I be so bold to say something like that? It seems my underwear isn't even put away yet. In the car, Chen Shu recalled, "During dinner, I accidentally broke the chopsticks. It's difficult for me to control this strength. I must constantly practice to control it. That's the most important thing." In the quiet of the night, in a secluded place, he practiced diligently. He continuously punched rocks to control his strength. Then, he examined the damage to the rocks, muttering to himself, "I must perfectly control and exert my strength. My aura perception has already extended 3 meters. Now, whether it's the wind or grass within a 3-meter radius, I can feel it." 3 days later, deep in the ocean, Chen Shu's clone was still searching for food to devour. He found a mutated red-eyed fish, identical to the previous one. He looked up at the ship on the surface, thinking, Wang Tianhe's ship should be arriving soon. On the ship, Boss Wang announced, "All my remaining people have arrived. When do we start?" Chen Shu replied, "That's efficient. I'll prepare, and we'll start tonight." The system notified, after cultivation, aura perception experience increased by 15. He thought, with the enhancement of aura perception, my strength can increase several times. Boss Wang contacted him, "Brother, I don't see your people." Chen Shu replied, "They're all underwater. Just tell me the location." Boss Wang was surprised, "That's impressive. 200 meters to the left of the ship, at a depth of 700 to 800 meters. Chen Shu's clone moved underwater. Despite his strong physique, the water pressure still made him uncomfortable. Upon reaching the destination, he found the area empty. He contacted, 800 meters deep, there's nothing around. Boss Wang was startled. "It's already done checking so quickly? That's really efficient, only 20 minutes to handle something 800 meters deep." The assistant next to him reminded, "Boss, after several hundred years, the location might have shifted. It's probably about 1,000 meters to the east." Boss Wang corrected, "My apologies, brother, it's 1,000 meters to the east. Go take a look." Upon receiving the message, Chen Shu immediately took action, scanning the area with his spiritual sense. He found the target, "It's here." He brought the item to Boss Wang's boat, and everyone cheered, "Come on, it's coming up." When the box was opened, inside were precious items. The assistant reported, "Boss, there are 8 pieces, 3 complete. Estimated value 30 million. If we deal privately, add another 20 million. Boss Wang held the walkie-talkie, "Did you hear that, brother? That's about it." Chen Shu replied, "You worry about these small matters, I only care about the money." A few days later, at the port, Chen Shu and Boss Wang met to complete the transaction. Boss Wang said, "It sold for a total of 23 million, so we each get 11.5 million. You can count it." Chen Shu smiled, "No need, I trust you." "Ha, you're so understanding, brother. Next time there's news of a shipwreck, I'll contact you again." Facing this large sum of money, Chen Shu thought, the money problem is solved, but my strength is still too weak. I need to cultivate to a level where even sniper rifles and grenades can't harm me. Only then can I dare to do bigger things. The next day, at Tianlan Marine, as soon as Chen Shu entered the company, he was told, "Boss, someone submitted a resume yesterday. He said he wants a monthly salary of 50,000, and guarantees he can reel in 200 clients, no problem. He said with interest, have someone bring it to me." In the resume, this person claimed to be a member of a fishing association with extensive connections. After reading it, he crumpled the paper and threw it away. A swindler. Nixin asked curiously, "Boss, why haven't you been to the company these past few days? A big deal came in the other day, and we easily made several million." Hearing this, Nixin showed an envious expression, and Chen Shu chuckled. "I said before that after completing this deal, I'd treat you all to a meal, right? Tonight, I'll take everyone to Shangtianwei to relax." After speaking, he went to deal with work, leaving the two happily discussing. "This is really good. Unlike my friend, when she goes to the company, her manager still tries to take advantage of her. One person joked, if the boss wanted to take advantage of me, should I agree or not? At Shangtianwei, 4 people, including Chen Shu, were having dinner. One exclaimed, boss, I didn't expect you to be so good at making money. Another added, yeah. Chartering a boat for fishing, and making several million in just a few days. Chun Shu laughed, just good luck. I caught a bluefin tuna, and one alone is worth hundreds of thousands. Just then, a man with orange hair walked over and asked, excuse me, are you Boss Chen from Tianlan Marine? He walked up to Chun Shu, confidently patted his chest, and introduced himself, hello, Boss Chen, I'm Li Tianrui, vice president of Tianhong Group, and also a friend of Wang Tianhe. Li Tianrui put his hands on his hips and excitedly continued, Boss Chen, I want to go fishing at sea. Are you interested in collaborating? He calmly replied, as long as it makes money, I'm interested. Come to my company tomorrow to discuss. Su Lingyue immediately stepped forward and handed him a black business card. Mr. Li, this is our boss's business card. Li Tianrui happily took it and left cheerfully. Okay, Boss Chen, then I'll see you tomorrow. Nai Xian watched him walk away, then turned to Xiao Hui. She commented, Sister Hui, this corporation is quite large, isn't it? Xiao Hui replied in surprise, I never expected this person to be so young. Their chairman possesses tens of billions in assets, wealthier than the city's richest person. Her eyes sparkled as she excitedly continued, he shares the same surname as the chairman of Tianhong Group, so he's likely one of his descendants. Nai Xian exclaimed, tens of billions? Su Lingyue was also inwardly thrilled, thinking she had just met the richest man's son during dinner. From the information the girls provided, Chen Shu also became interested in the young man. A faint smile played on his lips. Is the richest man's son also interested in shipwrecks? Another day, deep in the ocean, Haibengshi caught 2 priceless fish. Chen Shu was very satisfied, thinking, what a coincidence. I just talked to Xiao Ning about a fish worth over 10 million, and now I've caught 2. They quickly moved to a nearby warehouse, where the fish were carefully refrigerated. Chen Shu complained, this fish is worth over 10,000, but its meat tastes just ordinary. He felt a bit disappointed but immediately changed his mind. Looking at that fish, his eyes sparkled. This isn't a fish, it's clearly money. The next problem was just finding a buyer. While Chen Shu was diligently training, a voice called from outside, Boss, young Master Li has been waiting for you at the company for a long time. He immediately replied, oh, I'll be right there. Soon after, a luxury car stopped in front of Tianlan Shipping Company. Li Tianrui got straight to the point. Boss Chen, I have the exact location of the shipwreck. Chen Shu crossed his arms, half believing, half doubting, and retorted, with Tianhong Group's wealth. Is young Master Li also interested in shipwrecks? He answered frankly. Who doesn't want to make money? Chen Shu maintained his old principles and suggested, how about a 50-50 split once the goods are recovered? Li Tianrui readily agreed, no problem. Chen Shu's gaze sharpened, carefully observing Li Tianrui's expression. He sensed something unusual, looking at his demeanor. Clearly, it wasn't just about the treasures on the ship. Relying on his keen intuition, he still maintained a warm and friendly attitude, continuing the conversation, but didn't forget to probe. By the way, Mr. Li, do you know anyone who owns a high-end seafood restaurant? I have a 4-meter-long bluefin tuna here. Li Tianrui couldn't hide his surprise, and praised with a smile, Boss Chen is truly amazing. You can even catch bluefin tuna? As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out his phone, intending to call someone to make arrangements. Actually, I have a seafood restaurant here. Let's have lunch together, and I'll introduce you. Just a few days later, Chen Shu found a buyer for the bluefin tuna. He led them to the warehouse, where the fish was carefully preserved. As soon as the warehouse door opened, the other party rushed in, afraid the fish would disappear. Chen Shu calmly reminded them. Manager Long, don't worry, the fish won't get away. An attendant checked the fish, eyes gleaming, and excitedly reported, Boss, the fish's quality is truly perfect. It's A-grade in every aspect. Manager Lin stepped forward, a satisfied expression on his face. Your fish is of excellent quality. He haggled, we're all friends, how about 7 million? Chen Shu agreed immediately without hesitation. Alright, let's do that then. Su Lingyue looked at him with surprise and envy. A single fish could actually sell for a sky-high price of 7 million. Heavens, after getting rich, Chun Shu took his beautiful secretary to Marriott International. Su Lingyue was still a bit bewildered, unable to believe it. He turned around and said with a smile, we had a good harvest today, so it's not bad to spend some here. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Marriott International, this place gathers all the top luxury brands." He generously pulled out his black card and bought many things, making the staff there ecstatic. "A big customer is here." Su Lingyue stood by, shyly observing everything before her, thinking, this place is truly luxurious, and the boss makes money too easily. After shopping, the two returned to the port warehouse. Su Lingyue changed into a beautiful dress, following behind him, her cheeks flushed, a slight smile on her lips. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly, heavens, the boss's watch alone is over 2 million. And he bought me so many luxury items, which must also be over 2 million. Chen Shu placed the items on the sofa, then turned and softly said to her, "Lingyue, I want to buy a villa. Could you help me look into it?" He continued to explain his requirements. "It needs to be spacious, and the location can be a bit secluded, because I like peace and quiet. The price is around 30 million. Her face full of confidence, she immediately replied, "Okay." The previous transaction was completed smoothly, so Chen Shu still accepted the task this time. Relying on his own abilities, he and Heibeng dived deep into the seabed. Above, boats continuously passed by. Heibeng moved steadily, rushing straight forward, but couldn't help muttering, "Too bad my strength isn't enough, otherwise those two submarines would have been torn to shreds by now." Suddenly, it stopped, as if it had discovered something unusual. He quickly reassured, "There seems to be something bad over there. It's better to leave first, there's no need to risk getting closer." It was an oversized red crab, constantly waving its powerful pincers. Heibeng was furious, gritting its teeth, thinking, "Do they think I'm so easy to bully?" The red crab lightly swung a pincer, sending him flying a great distance. Heibeng's eyes widened, gritting its teeth, it was much stronger than that mutated fish. The red crab didn't stop, wildly destroying everything, as if to wipe out all life. Heibeng struggled to dodge, thinking, "This monster's power burst exceeds 10 tons, how interesting." Determination ignited, Heibeng used all its strength, and punched the red crab, creating a vast white explosion in the air. Finally, he achieved victory, circling the red crab, calculating, "I can't eat this guy all at once, I'll have to absorb it slowly." Meanwhile, Chen Shu was leisurely sitting on the sofa at home, browsing the news. A peculiar line of text appeared on the screen, strange incidents occurring at sea in recent years. He read the information, muttering to himself, ubiquitous hairtail fish, giant lakehead fish, and now giant spiders. This world is changing terrifyingly. A series of world-shocking events emerged. Nuclear submarines, music, physique plus 29, money plus 280, physique plus 280. He glanced at Heibeng, realizing its size had grown to 18 meters. Jackie Chan put in a lot of effort during his image transformation. This increased his physique by over 100. My bone and muscle strength have reached new heights, hitting books won't hurt anymore. He raised his scarred hands, examining them carefully. Even a pistol could only graze me. With my current reaction speed, ordinary bullets can't hit me at all. Chen Shu walked into the Xinhua bookstore. The space was so quiet that the sound of turning pages could be heard clearly. He casually picked up a book, flipped through a few pages, and thought to himself, this world is not as simple as I imagined. Learning and reading are always good. A girl softly called out, her eyes sparkling, "Look, he's so handsome." Her friend beside her chuckled, "Then go ask for his number." The girl shrank her neck, whispering, "I don't dare." The titles of the two books Chen Shu held were powerful, Xingyi Fist and Baji Fist. He felt that his decision to keep learning was correct, only continuous learning leads to progress. In the warehouse, he trained diligently, his punches loudly striking the sandbag, sweat dripping from his forehead, as if marking his determination. On the table, the two newly bought books were neatly placed, like silent teachers observing every movement. Baji Fist and Xingyi Fist seemed simple, but a comprehensive understanding was far from easy. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. It was Li Tianrui. He quickly answered, and an anxious voice came from the other end, "Mr. Jin, we've arrived." Chen Shu remained calm, picked up a towel to wipe his sweat, and briefly asked, "Send me the location." "My people will be there in half a day." Half a day later, he and Hebenji were already at the bottom of the sea. They soon found a chest full of gold and silver treasures, sparkling. Chen Shu immediately informed the other party, "Mr. Li, we've found gold and some broken ceramic fragments." On the other end of the phone, Li Tianrui, unable to contain his impatience, eagerly asked, "Mr. Jin, did you see any special box?" His voice on the phone was generous, "As long as you find that box, you can have everything else from the shipwreck." He nodded in agreement, "All right, I'll ask around here." He thought to himself, this gold is worth about 200,000. As for that special box? Eventually, they found the wooden box. Chen Shu's gaze was fixed on the box covered in black mud, a look of disdain on his face as he snorted coldly. A pile of black mud, I really don't know what he wants. But out of professionalism, he still handed the money box to Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee glanced inside, his mouth agape in surprise, clutching his head, and crying out in horror, how is this possible? My elixir, my elixir. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the police were investigating a newly discovered mysterious body. Just like the previous victims. My elixir, my elixir. Meanwhile, on the other side, police are investigating a newly discovered mysterious body. Just like the previous victims. All the blood in his body was gone, and his muscles withered as if dried in the sun, even though only 10 hours had passed since his death. Tai Lauchi said helplessly, send someone to investigate. He frowned, thinking, the victims are all petty thugs. They have no relatives, but their bodies were healthy. He crossed his arms, sternly instructing his subordinate, Xiao Zhong, write a report later. Close all entertainment venues in the city at midnight. Deep in the night, as darkness fell, a demoness roamed freely. She approached without hesitation, her blood-red eyes gleaming in the darkness. Swift as lightning, she brought her lips to the man's neck, draining his life force and blood. In an instant, Tai Lauchi received more bad news, gnashing his teeth as he roared, what? They were already shut down, so how did 4 more people die? In the warehouse, Chen Shu was still training diligently, continuously punching the sandbag. The results pleased him. After several days of practice, both 8 Extremities Fist and Xingyi Fist had made significant breakthroughs. System prompt, you have comprehended a new martial art. Please name it. He said seriously, then let's name it Collapsing Fist. A combination of the 8 extremities stance of 8 Extremities Fist and the half-step Collapsing Fist of Xingyi Fist. Each step is a powerful punch, as destructive as a cannonball. On the calm sea, a boat was striving to reach the open waters. The boatman said happily, after chasing the fish school for so long, we finally caught them. He remained highly vigilant of his surroundings, but still, he had to be careful. This investment was too large. A single fishing net cost millions, so there could be no mistakes. Suddenly, someone ran in, panting, to report, boss, there's a hole in the middle of the net. All the fish got away. He angrily ordered, you idiot, pull the net back quickly. The person then stammered, the detector didn't find anything, but the net won't come up, it's really troublesome. Deep in the seabed, the sea leech was busy hunting, greedily embracing many fish. Chen Shu thought, catching dozens at once. Food delivered right to him, how comfortable. With his water attribute compatibility, sonar detection equipment couldn't detect him at all. After eating his fill, it was time to go home. The young man in the cabin looked at the tattered fishing net, and knelt down heartbroken, muttering to himself, what in the world happened? My net is broken, and all the fish are gone. What kind of monster or divine being is behind this? At this moment, in the harbor, Chun Shu was leisurely basking in the sun. Suddenly, his phone rang, and the excited voice on the other end said, General Manager Chen, I'm back in the city. To show my gratitude, I'll take you to a great place tonight. He smiled happily and quickly agreed, since young Master Li is treating, of course I'll go check it out. Before long, they arrived at Mengluoyage, a famous entertainment venue for wealthy young masters. A woman in a red dress, with a fiery and seductive figure, swayed out to greet them. Welcome, young Master Li, young Master Chun. General Manager Li spread his arms and asked, the Cloud Palace. Is it reserved? She replied, the Cloud Palace is always reserved for young Master Li. Immediately after, they were led into the Cloud Heaven Hall. While enjoying the services of beautiful women and savoring exquisite delicacies, Chen Shu rested his chin in his hand, thinking, it makes sense why emperors don't attend morning court. It's truly wonderful to relax and enjoy the atmosphere here. After relaxing, he quickly drove home. Suddenly, a red energy appeared around him, forming strange circles. He sensed danger and snorted coldly, is something following me? The aura was unsettling, like the feeling of a giant lizard being driven into town. That night, Chen Shu glanced at the roadside, a slight smile playing on his lips. Is it a monster? Interesting. It's been a while since I've stretched my limbs. Suddenly, a red car sped past, overtaking him. The driver in the other car arrogantly asked, buddy, are you kidding? He didn't answer, just sneered dismissively, letting out a soft hiss. Though he wasn't particularly interested, he secretly wanted to teach that guy a lesson. Immediately, he executed a perfect drift, making everyone who witnessed it hold their breath. One person even exclaimed in surprise, "That drift was insane. Doesn't he fear death? My goodness, is he even human?" He continued to accelerate, the roar of the engine deafening, breaking the silence of the night. What concerned him at that moment was the shadow that had been following him. At this speed, not even a leopard stone rift could keep up. How could that strange thing still be right behind him? It seemed its power was not to be underestimated. Chen Shu parked his car by the sea, got out, and called out, "Come out, I'm not a bad person." Soon, a girl with long black hair and a delicate face peeked out from behind a coconut tree, excitedly replying, "Brother speaks so amusingly. I was bathing by the sea just now, and my clothes were taken. Could you give me a set of clothes?" After hearing this, Chun Shu rushed over at an incredibly fast speed. "You want clothes? Then I'll get them for you right now." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a fierce punch at the other party. Chen Shu's expression suddenly froze, his eyes widening in surprise. The female spirit gradually dissipated, revealing her grotesque true form. She stuck out a bright red tongue and said disdainfully, "Such vibrant energy, I really want to devour you." Facing such a being for the first time, Chen Shu was a little flustered, falling to the ground with a thud, and asked in confusion, "What are you?" "Ah," she began, "I am also human, just a more perfect human. My name is Yin Xiao." Yin Xiao greedily licked her repulsive tongue, her eyes gleaming as she stared at her prey. "Devouring you would be equivalent to devouring hundreds of people with vibrant energy. This is enough for me to complete the first stage of evolution." Chen Shu quickly regained his composure and soared into the sky. A fierce blue light burst forth, his eyes blazing red. He swung his fist and said disdainfully, "Want to devour me? Let's see if you have the ability." Seeing this, she hurriedly turned and fled, shouting in panic, "Too fast!" High in the sky, red flames burned fiercely. He attacked head-on, never missing a beat. Yin Xiao slumped onto the sand, weakly mumbling, "How is this possible? How is this possible? You clearly don't have the aura of an awakened one." Chen Shu didn't stop, continuing to destroy the coconut trees Yin Xiao used for cover. One fell, then another, leaving her stunned. But with her body buried in the sand, she could only watch helplessly. His gaze was sharp, observing the situation. "It can merge with trees and rocks, but each time I attack its host, its aura weakens." A moment later, the atmosphere grew quiet. The withered trees had been completely destroyed by him, and the demoness, now powerless, could only lie on the cold ground. Chen Shu gritted his teeth and roared, "Merging with withered trees? That's indeed a good life-saving skill, but unfortunately, you met me. Answer a few questions, and I'll grant you a swift end." Facing the threat, Yin Xiao grinned, her tone full of provocation. "Look at me now, do you think I'm still afraid of death?" She laughed maniacally, mumbling, "What beautiful moonlight. It's a pity I won't see it again." Her lips were stained with blood, her face filled with regret. She continued, "If I had another month, I could have completed my shadow transformation. By then, even if a battle god came, I wouldn't be afraid." Her body gradually dissipated, and before completely vanishing, she shrieked her final words, "But unfortunately, in an ordinary city, I actually encountered a monster like you." The system suddenly popped up a notification: "You eliminated a corruptor, gain 10 attribute points." "You eliminated a corruptor, gain 10 attribute points." Chen Shu looked at the words in confusion, asking, "Corruptor? Attribute points? What are these things?" As if understanding his confusion, the system explained, "Attribute points can enhance skills, strengthen weapons, or reinforce yourself, helping to acquire special abilities like lightning, ice, and fire." He pinched the bridge of his nose, rubbed it, and pondered, "I already possess extraordinary power. One day, I will also become as mighty as Godzilla." Instantly, his attitude changed, a smile spreading across his face. He excitedly declared, "I'll become a true Godzilla." In his imagination, he transformed into a giant monster, breathing fire, looking incredibly cool. Back at the warehouse, Chen Shu used his computer to search for information about corruptors and awakened ones. Cruel words appeared on the screen. "No information related to your search was found." He stretched, leaned back in his chair, and reluctantly said, "It seems the government has blocked this information." "That's fine, my current strength is still weak. I'll continue to explore that world when I'm stronger." A greedy look crossed his face as he thought, "If my physique breaks through to 10,000 points." A mechanical voice sounded, "Please select the elemental attribute you wish to enhance. Fire, water, earth, thunder, light, dark. Current physique is insufficient, only one basic element can be enhanced." He pointed at the screen. He muttered, strengthen lightning element. System notification, you have used attribute points to strengthen your extraordinary ability. You have gained the ability to control lightning. Your spiritual power has increased by 1. A tiny spark of lightning appeared between Chen Shu's 2 fingers. His face was excited. This was the ability to control lightning. Just suppress it. I understand. Control lightning has an experience note, indicating it can be improved through practice. Not bad at all. The detailed information panel shows, character name, Chen Shu. Level, 1. Physique, 465 points plus. Spiritual power, 57 points plus. Mental control, master level. Experience, 570/1000. Chi sense, master level. Experience, 480/1000. Skill, Ice Fist master level. Experience, 26/500. Physical technique intermediate, experience, 517/12. Ability, control lightning master level, 10 out of 1000. Attribute points. Unallocated. Scales, TT Divine Scales. Barbed Scales, evolved 2 times. Considered a mature fierce beast. Please strive to become a fierce beast lord. Evolution points. 310/5000. Abilities, 3 Chi Perception, 3 Chi Armament, Hydrophilic Talent, Control Lightning. At this moment, deep in the sea pump TT was rampaging, using lightning to attack the sea beasts in front of it. In just a moment, it defeated its opponent and greedily devoured the huge fish. Chen Shu looked at the creature and thought with frustration, another mutated sea beast, no worse than the giant spider from last time. The system displayed a prompt, gain 980 evolution points. He looked at the sea pump TT, a little envious, that divine lizard can also control lightning, even better than himself. At the city airport, Tai Laochi was greeting an important person. As he saw them disembark from the plane, he enthusiastically stepped forward. Are you 2 comrades from the Special Agents Bureau? Strangely, Huang Junfeng used his internal energy to create a dazzling golden light that shone on the corpse. In a moment, the blurry figure of a female spirit emerged. His face was pale, and cold sweat streamed down. The female spirit looked fierce, as if about to pounce, then dissipated. Nangong Jian said in a deep voice, the demonic energy is gone, it's already deceased. Huang Junfeng asked in surprise. What? It's already gone. Now, in the warehouse, Chun Shu was still training hard, frantically kicking the sandbag. He secretly calculated that his strength was growing too fast, and he couldn't control it. Now he didn't even dare to go to Han Xian's house, fearing he would collapse the sofa if he sat down. He recalled the awkward situation when Han Xian enthusiastically invited him, Boss, would you like to come upstairs for a cup of tea? He flatly refused, no, I have something else to do later. His face was covered in sweat. He was annoyed that he missed the chance to be alone with her, and even more so, he didn't dare to get close to her. What if he accidentally broke her bones? The next day, in his spare time, he went to see a new house. The real estate agent enthusiastically introduced it, pointing to a beautiful villa and saying, Mr. Chen, this is villa number 88. The main building is 560 square meters, with a front yard of 70 square meters, a backyard of over 200 square meters, and an 80 square meter swimming pool. He rattled off the special offer. If paid in full, the buyer will receive a complete set of furniture worth over 1 million. The asking price is 34 million. Chen Shu was unmoved and coldly stated. A figure, his tone decisive, 25.5 million. If that works, I'll buy it. Suddenly, his phone rang. The voice on the other end was panicked. Boss, there's a monster, help. 2 colleagues from the agent bureau stood on the rooftop, observing below. Huang Junfeng worriedly, his gaze sharp, said, Captain, there's been no unusual information since last night. That polluter is really dead. He paused, then continued, but the strange thing is, it can't kill anyone in this ethereal state, and ordinary people can't do anything to it either. He asked doubtfully, Captain, why don't we stay and investigate further? And explore the city's prosperity while we're at it. Nangong Jian crossed his arms across his chest and coldly replied, if you have time, go cultivate. Otherwise, when the apocalypse arrives, you'll just be cannon fodder. Hearing this, Huang Junfeng was half skeptical and blurted out, apocalypse? Impossible. Nangong Jian slowly explained, the professor speculates that the next spatial fluctuations will be 10 times stronger than 20 years ago. The top priority is to comprehensively improve our strength and wait for that day to come. His expression turned serious, and he emphasized each word, only then will we live up to the nation's cultivation. On a sunny day, Hai Bengji was still working diligently, toiling for the capitalists. Looking at the golden treasure chest in front of him, Chen Shu exclaimed with joy, I finally found something valuable. But he soon discovered that the mud attached to it was still rough, and many of the ceramics were broken. What a pity! He immediately took out his phone to check their value. All the items were valuable, and he was very satisfied. He was rich. Song Dynasty antiques could be worth millions, even tens of millions. He suddenly sighed, regretting, it's a pity, I accidentally damaged many pieces, estimated to be worth hundreds of millions. As he pondered, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. A waitress loudly questioned, Hey, what are you touching? A tall hooligan angrily argued, What touching? Little sister, did you see it with your own eyes? Don't talk nonsense. He smirked, reaching out to tease, but, you said I touched you accidentally? Do you want me to touch you again? A customer drinking coffee loudly reprimanded, Why are you so shameless? I saw everything. The hooligan still argued stubbornly, becoming more arrogant and lawless, saying, So what if you saw? If you're brave enough, come hit me. Chen Shu heard this, looked over, thinking, how interesting. I've never seen anyone so arrogant in my life. The hooligan remained defiant, sneering, Didn't you just see one today? He didn't forget to provoke, not convinced? Come hit me. He waved his hands and feet from a distance, his face full of an expression just asking for a beating. If you're brave enough, come hit me. Chen Shu stood up. He slowly walked over and laughed loudly, another hot-blooded young man who only dares to flap his gums. He asked the waitress, Do you have cameras in your store? She rushed to check, then said nervously, Oh no, our cameras are broken. Chen Shu chuckled, seeing how sensible she was. At this moment, the thug's face was pale, and he was trembling with fear, but it was too late. With a crisp smack, a clear palm print appeared on his face. He fell to the ground, unconscious, unable to stand up again. Chen Shu humorously remarked, Why do people always seem to enjoy getting hit these days? It was truly amusing. The scene shifted to the riverside. System notification, lightning control experience +1, mental power +1. Lying on the sofa, Chen Shu thought, 100 years of life, compared to a planet billions of years old, is but a fleeting moment. He gazed into the distance and quietly said, One day, I will break the boundaries of life and death. The next day, Chen Shu told Su Lungyue, Spend some time studying the accounting books. From now on, the company's finances will be handled by you, and your salary will be doubled. She replied in surprise. All right, boss. Su Lungyue asked, But boss, where are we going next? Chen Shu acted mysterious, to buy something. An elderly man dressed simply, holding prayer beads, smiled kindly and introduced himself, My surname is Gao, and I am the owner of this antique shop. Chen Shu pointed to an item and said, Mr. Gao, could you please tell me how much this plate is worth? Boss Gao replied, Please come upstairs, both of you, and we can discuss it in detail. Inside the open briefcase, the ancient plate shimmered. He observed it carefully, then pondered, It has the salty taste of seawater, as if it was just salvaged. Boss Gao explained, Young man, this is genuine. But it's part of a pair. You only have one, so its value isn't very high. Chen Shu lamented, It's a pair, after all. When I found this plate, there were many fragments around it, but unfortunately, only this one was intact. He estimated, What a pity. If it's just this piece, I can offer at most 4.5 million. Chen Shu replied, Okay, let me consider it. The scene shifted to the street. Su Lingyue, sipping a smoothie, sensed something and said, Boss, after visiting so many shops, Boss Gao is the most honest. Chen Shu, eating a candied haw, turned his head and asked, Honest? He just offered the highest price. Should we sell it to him? But Chen Shu thought, there was something off about that man's eyes. He clearly had something to hide. Meanwhile, in the living room of a luxurious villa, Du Hong told Boss Gao that he had found clues to the sunken ship. Boss Gao, holding the briefcase, explained, Look, this porcelain piece has an official seal. This is exactly the batch we're looking for. A young man sold it to me. Send the information to Fox. I want all the information about this person within half an hour. A few minutes later, Boss Gao received a notification. He looked at the report on his phone. An ordinary college student suddenly bought a luxury car worth 3 million, and even went abroad with Li Tianrui. He asked, "Boss, are we planning to cooperate with the person behind this kid?" Du Hong smiled sinisterly. "Cooperate? Ha ha." He recalled the scene of the transaction. "Boss Gao invited, please fill in your information here. We'll need it for transactions or auctions." Chen Shu replied, "Okay." Lying in bed, he thought, today's transaction went smoothly. Why do I always feel like Boss Gao is a bit off? I hope nothing is wrong. The next day, he anxiously asked himself, nothing unusual happened last night, am I overthinking it? Never mind, I'll just go to school. Chen Shu thought, after digesting the seahorse, my muscle density is already 560 times that of an ordinary person. I wonder if I can stop a bullet. Suddenly, a masked man stood by the elevator. Just as he stepped out, the masked man grabbed him. "Don't move, don't make a sound. Come with me." He pressed a gun against Chen Shu, giving him no chance to explain, and forced him into a car where his accomplices were already waiting. In the car, Chen Shu sat on the floor, pretending to be scared and begging for mercy. "Gentlemen, where are you taking me? I don't recall offending anyone." The red-haired man driving, holding a knife, replied fiercely, "We're taking you to meet someone. It's best if you cooperate." Chen Shu was taken to their hideout. A subordinate urged, "Come here." Another masked man reported to the leader, "Boss, we've brought him." The masked man with a scar angrily yelled at Chen Shu, "What kind of person are you, making me wait all night?" Chen Shu stood up, calmly revealing a disdainful smile, and greeted them, "Is it just the few of you?" The masked man wearing sunglasses thought in surprise from behind. This kid was terrified just now, how is he so calm now? His way of speaking is a bit unsettling. The masked man with a scar saw that something was wrong and gritted his teeth, ordering, "What are you waiting for? Deal with him." The masked man aimed his gun at Chen Shu, but Chen Shu swiftly kicked out, causing the man to fall to the ground. Chen Shu grabbed the gun, holding it perfectly in his hand. The masked man with a scar roared, "Kid, put the gun down." A subordinate repeated, "Didn't you hear? Big brother told you to put the gun down." The masked man with a scar said sinisterly, "You only have one gun. But I have two. Your gun only has one bullet. Kid, you're surrounded." Chen Shu arrogantly replied, "Haven't you figured out the situation yet? You should be saying that you've been surrounded by me alone." A cold smile played on his lips, and he asked, "Tell me, who is the person behind you? I'll give you a swift end." 1. A gunshot rang out, and a bullet flew forward. He took care of everyone else. The bullet hit the scarred man, sending him stumbling backward. A subordinate shouted, "Boss!" He rushed forward, firing his gun and saying, "His gun is out of bullets, quickly finish him." Chen Shu dodged the attack. Red energy burst from his hand. He effortlessly caught the flying bullet. The subordinate was horrified, "What in the world is this? How can he?" Another person panicked, "Oh my god, a monster. He can actually block bullets." Chen Shu smiled slightly, quite pleased, "So I'm already this strong." Outside the territory, desperate screams echoed. Chen Shu walked towards the one who was still alive. He asked, "Tell me, who sent you?" He cowered in the corner, stammering, "It's Chairman Du Hong of Longhua Group. The shops on Old Street are also his. He's currently at Guangshan Villa number 3. Scarface lay on the ground, struggling to answer the ringing phone. Chen Shu stepped forward, snatched the phone, and answered, "I'm Chen Shu. You're Du Hong, right? I'll pay you a visit tonight." As for Scarface, Chen Shu has already sent him off the planet. Meanwhile, after hanging up, old Boss Gao said unhappily, "He's asking for 20 million. His demands are quite high." Du Hong coldly ordered, "Go prepare 20 million. It's enough to buy dozens of lives. Let's see if he has the ability to take it." The car sped down the road. The dark figure behind it was Chen Shu, racing against the car. As he ran, he realized his physique and speed had now reached 120 meters per second. The scene shifts to Du Hong's villa. Old Boss Gao asked doubtfully, "Boss, those two guys? They were scared off and won't come." Du Hong stroked his chin and slowly said, "He eliminated 7 members of the Black Tiger Gang. 3 of them were armed. This kid is not simple." He said angrily, his eyes sharp, "I have more than a dozen gunmen and dozens of loyal subordinates. Now it's time to see them perform." Du Hong's gunmen gathered outside. Everyone looked nervous. and highly vigilant. Inside the villa, the gunman rushed about. The man with glasses said, "Activate the backup generator." The man with the gun reported via walkie-talkie, "The camera at the gate is broken, and the gate is also damaged. The opponent's speed is too fast." Du Hong angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Whoever it is, shoot on sight. Don't worry about the consequences." The subordinates in the corridor fell. 2 snipers inside were tense. Du Hong suddenly stood up, took a few steps back, and pleaded, "500 million, Mr. Chen. Can I buy both our lives for 500 million? Chen Shu looked at them and coldly asked, "It's certainly worth that much. But too many people have already perished. I cannot let you live. Tell me about the awakened, and then I'll grant you a swift end." Du Hong broke into a cold sweat, stunned for a few seconds. Then he began to recount. In the year 599, in Hushan town, Old Gao, I, and a dozen brothers went to fight for territory. A man engulfed in flames descended from the sky. Instantly, Hushan became a sea of fire. He continued, the next day, it became a lake. The government called it the Sinkhole Lake. Chen Shu pondered, awakened are indeed powerful. Fortunately, I didn't waste time. While he was distracted, Du Hong suddenly raised his gun and roared, "Die, you scoundrel!" Chen Shu rushed forward and punched him in the face. With a powerful kick, he thought, within a few steps, they will all be eliminated. No matter how much wealth you possess, in my eyes, you are nothing but ants. Du Hong's villa, now in ruins. The man in white reported to Elder Tai Chi, a total of 31 bodies, including the chairman of Long and Group. Elder Tai Chi gazed into the distance. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Chun Shu. Perhaps he also eliminated those people in the Red Forest. He crossed his arms, deep in thought. Ghostland 3 is experiencing abnormal fluctuations. The second wave of impact is imminent. I originally intended to give him a cultivation slot to enter the Ghostland. He added, but he is too ruthless. Cold-blooded. His path was a bit off. At the port warehouse, Shinsei sat at a table. Looking at the food on the tray, he noticed half of the roasted chicken was gone, along with grease stains. It seemed whatever came here last night was unusual. System notification, you gained 67 evolution points. Your physique increased by 6.7. Haipingji, holding a fish in its mouth, thought, there's more over there, I'll go check it out. At a depth of 1,200 meters underwater, it gnawed on its food and swam deeper. It seems to be an active volcano. The air pressure at this depth is making me a bit uncomfortable. Transition to the port warehouse. A figure holding a bag of fried chicken appears and disappears, very suspicious. Shinsei stood against the wall, observing, thinking, you can't escape. He clenched his fists and rushed forward swiftly, his face full of confidence. He threw a powerful punch from the air, only to find nothing there. Did it just disappear without a trace? What kind of ability is this? A dimensional rift, an interdimensional passage, or something else? His foot landed on that shadow. Shinsei looked around in confusion. System notification, your body is being corroded by contaminated energy. Additional tip. Due to your strong physique, you are currently immune. However, your resistance will be broken in 5 hours. He walked into a blue space. Surprised, this is another world. Shinsei observed, seeing a huge figure standing at the main gate. The ghost burst through the door, rushing in with intense killing intent. He got into a fighting stance, clenching his fists. Waiting. Shinsei hesitated, is this a zombie or some kind of monster? He delivered a powerful punch to the ghost's head. System notification, you killed a defective ghost corpse. Gained 2 attribute points. The place he just entered was Hushan town. The system greeted him. Welcome. He observed the scenery and said, Hushan town. This is the place Du Hong mentioned, which collapsed into a lake overnight. He wondered, so Hushan wasn't destroyed, but pulled into another world. Never mind, I'll go back first. It's too dangerous and mysterious here. As he left, a small orange-haired girl stood on a branch, observing him. It was He, holding chicken, biting into it fiercely, with an angry expression. A light appeared in Shinsei's hand. He looked into it and said, 2 attribute points, all to enhance lightning ability. System update, enhanced attribute points, lightning manipulation ability. Experience points plus 20, mental power plus 2. In the search bar, a line of text appeared. Hushan town submerged, 180 people missing, 30,000 people need to be evacuated. He sat in a chair, reading intently. Surprised, over 30,000 people disappeared along with Hushan. If they all turned into zombies, how many attribute points would that be? He quickly called Li Kai. Hello, Li Kai, it's me. Please help me find out where the people evacuated from Hushan town 20 years ago are now. Li Kai replied, okay, I'll let you know tomorrow. The next day, he pointed at the chalk knife on the big screen and said, build me a steel room, and commissioned a large decorative saber. This saber was 2 meters long, thick, heavy, sturdy, and sharp. The assistant said, confused, Boss Chen, making a blade might be a bit difficult, as knives are state-controlled items. Chen Shu looked at the manager and said playfully, Manager, do you really think someone would use a 100-gene, 2-meter-long saber to commit murder? He gave a dry laugh and agreed. Chen Shu turned and left, thinking, demonic corpses are strange, infectious creatures. Besides the saber and the steel room, I'll need a set of steel armor too. The scene shifted to a seafood restaurant, where Wang Tianhua raised his wineglass and said, the information about the survivors from Hushan is very chaotic. The government says it has stabilized, but I specifically investigated and found no information. After Chun Shu left, he drove on the road, thinking, as expected, it's just as I thought. Over 30,000 people were all buried there. The spongy beast bit a fish, thinking, what a lucky day today. I've already caught over 40, just 300 evolution points short of completing the 3rd stage. Chen Shu soon arrived at a luxurious villa. A subordinate introduced, this is the owner of the villa, Miss Lin Xingya. Lin Xingya observed him for a moment, then said, Boss Chen certainly has good taste. Chen Shu stood opposite her, a little embarrassed, and replied, all the money is here. Once Miss Lin counts it, we can proceed with the formalities. She looked at the money in surprise and exclaimed, over 20 million in cash. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification, evolution points plus 29. Evolution value has reached a critical point. Do you wish to evolve? 1,500 meters deep under the sea, the spongy beast muttered, evolve. It was evolving, a layer of scorching red membrane enveloping its body. At the same time, Chen Shu felt a new power rising. He looked at the red in his hand, grinning, thoroughly enjoying it. What excited him was that now, even hundreds of meters away, the sound of ants carrying food clearly reached his ears. Even the size of the patrolling guards, 300 meters away, couldn't escape his keen hearing. They were complaining about life. His strength and speed had doubled, but he still controlled them with ease. System notification, level upgraded to Earth tier. Physique reached 1000, mental power increased to 200. Suddenly, another notification popped up, talent, water compatibility, flame breath, immune to lightning. He read intently, a thoughtful expression on his face. Flame breath. This new ability might be from eating those mutated tiger fish, he thought. Recalling the spongy beast's body condensing, he thought, its body has grown to 40 meters. This is no longer a giant lizard, but clearly Godzilla. However, he was still not satisfied, analyzing, but the energy within its body is still weak. The power of flame breath is also only average. The spongy beast spotted a huge figure in the distance. It went to investigate, looking at the tiger fish's mouth, thinking, with just one bite, this guy could crush an aircraft carrier. Its strength is decent. The spongy beast tore at the tiger fish's mouth, muttering, but only decent. It gnawed on the fish's body and swam forward, thinking, this tiger fish brought over 2,000 evolution points, and it comes with scorching energy. The cave ahead is. The giant tigerfish Heipengji arrived at the nest. It paused, looking at the terrifying fish skeleton hanging on a giant stone pillar. How strange. This thing actually makes me feel an inexplicable fear. What's inside this skull? The energy in my body is boiling. System notification, ancient element discovered. Absorb it? It muttered to itself, absorb. Heipengji's body was covered in vibrant red. System message, your clone has absorbed the ancient element, achieving super evolution. Gaining the power of the ancient beast Qian. Absorbing Qian's power. Qian plus 10. Surging energy poured in. System update continues. Absorbing Qian's power. Qian plus 10. A dazzling golden light gathered like a sphere in its chest. Boom! An explosion echoed, light enveloped the entire area, and everything around shattered. Energy erupted violently. Heipengji thought in surprise, what terrifying power, just a surge of energy could make an island disappear. The scene switched to a warehouse. Chun Shu held a 2-meter-long blade, saying proudly, "This blade weighs 200 G, it feels just right. I'll call you the heaven-shattering Overlord Blade." He looked at the titanium alloy armor, exclaiming, "This titanium alloy armor is amazing, both sturdy and flexible." His eyes filled with happiness. He thought, after evolving, my energy sense can now detect her presence. Through the half-open door crack, he peered inside and found a small figure. Haha, I didn't expect it to be a little girl. This girl is a survivor from Hota Town, possessing superpowers. Or is she also a monster? He looked ahead. Hutu. Town became lively after nightfall. System notification, you have killed a demonic corpse, gaining 5 attribute points. He had just cut down an enemy and said, enhance weapon, heaven-shattering Overlord Blade. System continues, please choose enhancement type. Sturdiness, sharpness, armor piercing, demon breaking, etc. Elemental enhancement, thunder, fire, lightning, light. He chose 1, fiercely swung at the demon in front, and said, enhance 3 points of sturdiness, 2 points of sharpness. They surged like a storm, dust flying, shrouding the dim space. Chun Shu chopped fiercely but suddenly stopped. Shocked, its speed is truly fast. System notification, you have killed a level 2 bone demonic corpse, gaining 10 attribute points. Your armor strength enhancement has reached 15 points. Gained level 1 rebound attribute. He gazed at the blade and said, 5 attribute points for armor sturdiness. 5 attribute points for Overlord Blade sharpness. Chun Shu faced 2 giant demons alone. His feet lightly touched the ground, using the force to charge forward. His body dodged flexibly, and the flashes of his blade were like rain, a pleasing sight. System update. You have killed a level 2 violent ape demonic corpse, gaining 12 attribute points. You have killed a level 2 four-armed demonic corpse, gaining 10 attribute points. You have killed a level 2 projectile demonic corpse, gaining 10 attribute points. Chun Shu landed lightly, with an extraordinary aura. Suddenly, a giant appeared, swinging its fist to strike him. Chun Shu observed, full of calculation, humph, the newcomer is a big one. Good, I have enough attribute points now, let's try it out. He stood alone before the giant, attacking with 5 punches. The 2 forces collided, creating a violent explosion. Chun Shu landed and blocked with his sword, thinking, what immense power. It's not inferior to my own in the slightest. But its speed is slow. In that case, I won't play around anymore. He darted forward, his movements agile, and swung his sword at the giant. The giant's eyes were bloodshot and its body was severely damaged. System notification, you have killed a level 5 demonic armor corpse demon, gaining 100 attribute points. Demonic armor element discovered. Consume 10 attribute points to collect. After defeating the giant, Chun Shu commented, it was level 5, after all. No wonder its strength and defense were so astonishing. It took more than 10 sword strikes to kill it. Now, all I need is a killing move that can finish an enemy in one blow. He turned around and suddenly heard a shout, run! Run! Chun Shu found a girl huddled in a corner, looking utterly pitiful. She was even reminding him to run. But there was no malice in the girl's eyes. He walked over and gently said, Shishi, your name is Shishi, right? My name is Chun Shu. From now on, you are my little sister. I will protect you well. Let's go, Shishi. I'll take you home and buy you new clothes. Scene change, he drove away from there with the girl. Chun Shu asked, Shishi, what is the night tide that engulfs the earth? Do you know? The girl looked around and stammered, what kind of tide is that? Shishi doesn't know either, but it's very dangerous. The girl smiled brightly, looking at the white dress he bought her. Perhaps this was her first time wearing something so beautiful. Chun Shu carefully bought some food and reminded her, it's all bought. Come on, eat quickly. Shishi skipped happily towards the food. System updating character information. Chun Shu, zone level, physique 1000, spirit 200+. Cultivation techniques, outer shield, primary, 780/1000, chi sense, primary, 640/1000. Skills, white fist, primary, 105/500, body resilience, intermediate, 580/1000. Spring leg, intermediate, 461/1000. Abilities, impenetrable, primary, 400/1000, crimson flame, 930/1000. Attribute points, 80. Inventory, demonic armor element, 1 unit. Weapon, heavenly overlord blade, hardness +13, sharpness +7, armor penetration +10. Armor, demon emperor, hardness +35, countershock attribute level 1. Clone, divine scale sword ape, evolved 3 times, great overlord beast. Ancient Gene, Evolution Value, 2420/1000000. Chen Shu gnawed on a chicken leg, sitting comfortably, eating and thinking. During the previous battle, his shell covered his body, accumulating crimson flame energy, which then erupted with terrifying power. This could be considered a trump card. He decided to allocate all 80 attribute points to strengthening his shell. His fist felt powerful in his hand. He muttered to himself that he had already broken through to the intermediate level. His strength had increased by at least 3 times. Haha, Ning hey, you should be afraid when you see his clenched fist. At Ning University's teaching building, a group of people gathered, discussing. A young man with glasses suggested, I heard that after completing this training, we can at least reach the rank of second lieutenant. The person in gray said, second lieutenant rank. The girl in orange asked doubtfully, does everyone think that? Are we being watched by some mysterious department? A middle-aged man in white walked in and answered, that's right. The city has already established a special department. After the training, you will be granted the rank of second lieutenant. However, there will be many dangerous missions afterward. You can choose to participate or give up. Everyone said in unison, I agree to join. In the warehouse, Chen Shu diligently trained. He punched the sandbag fiercely and said, the shell gathers crimson flame power, then explodes. This is my trump card. This punch weighs at least 150 tons. He named it, Absolute Flame. Exhausted, he slumped down, muttering, is 100 punches my limit? If I encounter that corpse demon again, I can deal with it in 3 punches. The scene shifts to Ning University Garden, the street is empty. The girl in orange looked out and saw him driving by in a convertible, exclaiming, that person is so handsome. The blonde man next to her commented, that car isn't cheap. He's clearly a playboy. Ruaya, sitting nearby, said unhappily, you're not allowed to talk about him like that. The young man with glasses asked doubtfully, Ruaya, why are you defending him? The middle-aged man driving explained, a month ago, he saved Lin Ruaya from 4 kidnappers. The blonde man was puzzled. That guy, who looked like a pretty boy, actually managed to save someone from 4 kidnappers. The young man with glasses gossiped, kidnapping. That guy was practically risking his life. The girl in orange exclaimed in surprise, is he really that powerful? At this moment, Chen Shu came to the lakeside with a playful grin, surveying the world around him. The spongy body, deep in the sea, gazed into the distance. It discovered a ship. Oh, it turned out to be full of kangaroos. What kind of logic do these ruffians have? Let them test the power of my divine scale sword. The people inside the ship clamored. One person reported via sonar, a huge creature is approaching, 100 meters away. Another person panicked, oh no, it's about to hit us. A giant hand gently touched the ship's hull. Check, one person reported, the 2 aft compartments are severely damaged, and seawater is pouring in. The sonar is also broken. The captain ordered, emergency. Close the hatches immediately. Activate multi-beam detection mode. Lock onto the target. A subordinate looked at the screen and reported, Captain, that's a creature over 40 meters long, even larger than a blue whale. The captain grumbled, how can there be such a large creature? Blue whales are only about 30 meters long. Quickly close the stern hatch and surface immediately. The subordinate reported, the ship is taking on a lot of water and is still under attack. The captain roared, fire the torpedoes immediately. Full speed ahead, surface. The spongy body observed the ship, thinking sinisterly, what's wrong? Ha ha. It danced in the water, thinking happily, my speed has reached 200 kilometers per hour. The torpedoes can't catch up. The game has just begun. The ship struggled with all its might, trying to escape the deep sea area. The spongy body swam quickly and embraced the ship's bow. Boom! A violent crashing sound echoed. A massive ship was obliterated, leaving no trace. It thought with a hint of concern, the torpedo's power still makes me uncomfortable. If they had hit me directly, I would definitely have been injured. I must continue to strengthen myself. The scene switches to a party. A young woman performed on stage, dressed in a flowing white gown, graceful and professional. The person in the yellow hat in the audience watched and praised. She is the most outstanding student in the foreign languages department, one of Xinpu University's 4 beauties. This is Tian's unique peacock dance. Chen Shu looked at her with doting eyes, thinking, it's actually her? She followed him, her eyes sparkling, blurting out, so beautiful. After Tian's performance, she bowed slightly to thank the audience. Suddenly, someone slowly walked up from behind, but she was completely unaware. It was Ruan Xian. He held a bouquet of vibrant roses, walked up to her, and began to confess his feelings. Tian, the first time I saw you, I was captivated. Will you be my girlfriend? This left her stunned. The audience below started murmuring, what's going on? The performance isn't over yet. Get down. In this day and age, still pulling stunts like this? Don't make a fool of yourself anymore. While the audience was discussing heatedly, she softly replied, Senior. The audience won't approve of me being with you. Besides, I don't like you. After the performance, she hurried off the stage and went outside the campus. A few people behind her whispered, Is the campus bell waiting for him too? Seeing Chen Shu and Shishi approaching, she spoke up, Senior, do you still remember me? Tian smiled shyly. Last month, you called the police to save a girl who had been drugged. Chen Shu pondered, vaguely remembering. He replied, It was you? I have some impression. So, is there something you need me for? Tian's cheeks flushed, she seemed to have fallen for him. She stammered, that. Seeing her unable to speak, he turned to leave, somewhat confused. If there's nothing, I'll be going. Goodbye. Even though he had left, she still stared blankly at the car worth over 2 million. She thought, his shoes are the new Gucci, over 30,000 a pair. This is the true style of a rich second generation, unlike that Wan Zian. At this moment, Chen Shu was already immersed in his own world. He carried his blade, walking slowly along the path, muttering to himself, Heh, I need to find a cave before the dark tide arrives. Everything on the surface will disappear. He found a cave 30 meters deep, about 4 to 5 meters wide and high. Good. Soon, under his sharp blade, the demon corpses fell one after another. System notification, you have killed a Tier 2 mutated bone spike demon corpse, and gained 20 attribute points. You have killed a Tier 3 mutated flame demon corpse, and gained 20 attribute points. He raised an eyebrow slightly. The demon corpses had actually evolved fire abilities. No wonder he felt so uncomfortable with the scorching heat. He asked the system, Can I add magic resistance to my clothes? The system quickly responded, Costs 10 attribute points. Your armor has been integrated with demonic armor material, and its quality has been upgraded to extraordinary. He looked at the flame demon corpse lying on the ground, still emitting scorching flames. Extraordinary grade demonic armor is almost immune to ordinary flames, he thought. He pondered. In the deep Pacific Ocean, fish were scarce, making it difficult to find mutated fish. In contrast, fishing in human fishing grounds would be more efficient. Meanwhile, in a bay, he caught about 20 fish, equivalent to half a day's catch. Suddenly, 2 surprise attacks came, but fortunately, they didn't hit him. The speed was truly fast, already exceeding the speed of sound. He roughly estimated, seeing a figure rush over. Fresh human scent. He thought, this demon corpse's blade technique is surprisingly exquisite. When it swung its blade, its arm exerted force twice, and the blade's trajectory changed accordingly. He leaped up abruptly, ready to counterattack, having already learned it. It's time to end this, he swung his blade, forming a dazzling halo. The demon corpse, which was originally one-eyed, looked at him with displeasure. It gnashed its teeth and, without hesitation, spewed out a large amount of flames, engulfing him in a sea of fire. He blocked with his sword, muttering, Definitely not ordinary. The demon corpse was shocked that he survived. It charged forward, delivering a fatal blow. It roared in pain. System notification, you have killed a Tier 5 split point demon corpse, and gained 100 attribute points. Elemental core discovered. Consume 10 attribute points to acquire it. He looked at the notification, elemental core. Acquire. A fused object attached to the blade. System notification, the weapon, Sky Devouring Overlord Blade, has merged with demonic materials. Its quality has been upgraded to extraordinary. He swung his blade, and flames blazed fiercely. Chen Shu was overjoyed that he could transform crimson flames and lightning energy into blade aura and unleash it. Meanwhile, in a small town, a demonic spider lurked in the bushes. He wondered, can even spiders turn into demonic creatures? Forget it, this forest is too quiet, a bit eerie. I should head back. He walked through the gate and calmly entered the warehouse. Heiha saw him and happily ran over. Brother Chen Shu, I'll help you close the door. He tilted his head slightly, looking at her. Heiha, can you close an invisible door? This involves spatial power. This little girl is more mysterious than I imagined. He thought, it's best to close the door to prevent any demonic creatures from escaping when he's not around. Suddenly, the system displayed, storage space found. 1 cubic meter can be exchanged for 10 attribute points. Do you wish to exchange? He decisively agreed, picking up his great blade. It actually knows what I need. Just when I was complaining about the inconvenience of carrying and storing things, it offered storage space. He recalled the eerie forest. In just 3 hours, his body grew 5 or 6 meters. And he gained over 500 evolution points. Human farms are indeed much richer. On a ship, a few people were discussing, Yamada, look. What's wrong with the tuna? Strange, is it a lack of oxygen? They shined a light on the sea, and to their horror, they found, oh, there's blood in the water. Something happened to the tuna. Suddenly, a giant creature thrashed its tail underwater, smashing the ship to pieces. 2 people were thrown overboard. Scene switch. In the villa, Chen Shu thought, I still have over 100 attribute points. It's time for a comprehensive upgrade. He commanded, consume 40 attribute points to strengthen chi perception. Experience points plus 400, breaking through to intermediate level. Consume 60 attribute points to strengthen legs. Experience points plus 600. Breaking through to advanced level, renamed Moonwalk. He flew into the air, feeling his chi perception and awareness increase from 100 meters to 1000 meters. Moonwalk can even allow temporary aerial flight. After he finished, he combed his hair. On TV, the news reported that a terrifying black mist had appeared in Tesla City, Northern Europe, covering hundreds of kilometers and causing over 50 people to go missing. He thought, black mist, just like the black tide in Hushan town. It seems this peaceful world won't last much longer. In the waters off Okachi Island, a submarine submerged. The lion-faced man walked over and asked, Shujimoto Shijun, has Professor Kan's research made any progress? He replied, the professor has already extracted a super gene from the giant beast. And, we have found a way to revive this monster. The man exclaimed, a super gene. Then superhumans can be mass-produced. Not only that, those supergiant beasts will also be completely under our control. On the shore, several people were carrying boxes. The professor commanded, micronuclear energy conversion is complete. Transport it to the site immediately. Suddenly, a monster roared. The two men froze, then went up. The two men froze, looking at the giant beast in the glass cage. He shouted, the electric ring is installed. The nuclear energy is connected. The professor looked up. Nuclear energy is entering the giant beast's body. It will revive. He thought, it's smart enough to know the electric ring can harm it. So it will behave and be controlled. The young man behind him admired, Professor Kansas. You are truly outstanding, even surpassing Einstein. As the current flowed in, the giant beast began to react. The professor cheered, it's a success. The giant beast is about to revive. But another monster quietly approached, and they were completely unaware. These guys dare to revive that giant beast. How infuriating. It angrily stomped the ground, raising dust. Its roar sent them into a panic. The professor shouted, it's a giant beast. Stop it, or we'll all be in danger. Shooters, open fire. Shujimoto Shijun shouted, quickly, to the submarine. The shooters retaliated, firing guns and deploying mines. But this was completely ineffective against its massive body. The young man watched in terror as the giant beast approached. They launched countless 24mm armor-piercing rounds and missiles, enough to wage a small war. The giant beast sneered, is this humanity's super combat power? It opened its massive maw and spewed flames, filling them with terror. Watching the crowd run towards the submarine, it smiled, do they all want to run? Another stream of flames erupted without hesitation. Inside the glass dome, the giant beast was activated by electricity, letting out a deafening roar. Looking at the flickering red shadow before it, it thought, it has truly awakened. A terrifying aura. It spewed fireballs. Quick, dodge. Kill it. But the giant beast was struck down in one blow, wailing in agony. Ah, I just revived, my flesh and blood are not enough. No. System notification, damaged ancient genes detected. Absorb? Amidst the swirling dust, it pondered, damaged? Fine, absorb. The system continuously sent notifications to Chun Shu, your clone has diligently rested. Immortalization points plus 5, your physique plus 0.5. He sat in the cafe, looking at the notifications. Ha! Absorbing damaged genes? Can I get stronger just by lying around? Beside him, Shishi happily ate cake, exclaiming, delicious, so delicious. Suddenly, his phone rang. A text message arrived. It was Situ Tian Tian. Brother, are you free tomorrow? Let's go to dinner together. He frowned, thought for a moment, then replied, okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow. In the teleportation space, Chen Shu continuously dodged the attacks of the demonic corpse dragonflies. Truly formidable, these blades can tear through anything. He decisively swung his blade, sending it to meet its end. System notification, you have slain a level 4 demon. You gained 50 attribute points. He murmured, only level 4? I thought it would be at least level 5. He scanned the surroundings with his detection frequency and found a giant worm attacking. He thought, can this also harm my transcendent demon armor? 50 attribute points to reinforce the demon armor. The monster slammed into the ground, which instantly shattered. He launched an attack, but it immediately formed a protective barrier, deflecting the attack. He exclaimed, an energy barrier? Chen Shu swiftly unleashed absolute flame. System prompt, you have killed a level 6 demon beast, gaining 200 attribute points. He held the blazing flame blade, using 100 attribute points to enhance his external martial arts and 100 attribute points to enhance his crimson flame. The flame temperature on the blade instantly rose from 300 degrees to 10,000 degrees. He watched the demon beast, split in half, float in the air. His blade energy attack range had reached 30 meters. That flying creature earlier could have been dealt with in just one strike. His other clone sat watching the show, thinking, all the power has been added to external martial arts. His ultimate move was Absolute Flame, his long-range skill was Crimson Flame Blade Energy, and his perception was Aura Sense. Additionally, he had Demon Armor and Overlord Blade Demon Slayer. He raised his fiery red hands, thinking, next is to cultivate Ice Fist, Physique, and Lightning Control. 2 days later, when Chen Shu came to pick up Tian, everyone was discussing, isn't that Ning University's campus bell? Even the campus bell couldn't resist the allure of a luxury car. When did the atmosphere at Ning University become so poor? Tian excitedly said, Senior, my treat. What do you want to eat? He coldly said, let's go for seafood. In the restaurant, he took the menu and ordered, 4 caddies of Wild King lobster, 2 servings of Oyster King abalone, and a bottle of Godrilla liquor. Tian was a little flustered, the order already amounted to over 70,000. I only have a monthly allowance of 10,000. This will use it all up. She stammered, Senior, I only brought 10,000. Could you lend me some later? I'll pay you back. Chen Shu generously said, it's fine, the bill has already been paid. Eat at ease. She looked at him, her eyes full of admiration. Senior, did you open your own shipping company? You're amazing. I heard you rarely come to school. So you've been busy with your career. Men who are busy with their careers are the most charming. He looked calm and unperturbed. Not entirely. I don't come to school because I'm busy fighting monsters and leveling up. I don't even have time to manage a company. She exclaimed, in surprise. Is fighting monsters and leveling up a game? The waiter brought a huge crab. She exclaimed, what a huge crab. A hint of worry flashed in his eyes. If the apocalypse came, would this prosperity still exist? In a large luxury shopping mall, Tian blushed shyly, avoiding his gaze and looking elsewhere, thinking. He said he'd go shopping after dinner, but ended up buying a mountain of things. A meal costing 80,000, then casually buying over 300,000 in clothes. Oh my. My monthly living expenses of 2,000 aren't even worth one of his buttons. He gently held her hand, smiling, and led her to continue shopping. Let's go. I'll buy you some more clothes. She shyly looked at him. Why is he holding my hand? He wouldn't think I'm too casual, would he? Oh dear. He stood at the cashier, asking to pay for a huge pile of clothes, leaving the cashier stunned. Wrap them all up for me, I'll pay by card. He handed the card to the cashier, who, somewhat confused, recognized that he had brought another girl. The cashier recalled, it's her. Last time it was a very beautiful girl, but in less than a month. She was replaced by an even prettier one. She happily carried the shopping bags, looking at them, her heart blooming with joy. Oh my, on our first meeting, he bought me over 300,000 worth of clothes. Isn't this just throwing money around? She turned her face, secretly glancing at him, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Next, will he take me to a hotel? What should I do? At a nearby gym, a strange presence appeared, causing everyone to panic. He closed his eyes, sensed it, and turned to her. I have something urgent to deal with right now. So, I'll take you back to school now. She looked at him with some disappointment. He isn't interested in me? She lowered her head, her face turning sad. No, maybe he wants to take things slowly? Am I overthinking this? He sensed the surroundings. I feel a spatial rift nearby. It's quite peculiar. He walked into the gym, looking around. What did he find? But this is the real world. There's actually a trace of corrupted energy. He found the creature, which smiled menacingly. So, you found me. It suddenly transformed, turning to attack him from behind. Then, you should perish. He delivered a powerful kick, causing it to explode. System notification, you have slain a low-level contaminated monster and gained 5 attribute points. He looked at the monster he had just killed. It was indeed just a contaminated species, not a demonic species. Just like the sound owl last time. Several people were examining the monster's remains. I originally intended to use this contaminated species to test the results of your half-month of intensive training as awakened ones. But he killed it before them. Someone actually got ahead and killed it. They stared at the exploded remains, inferring his abilities. It seems this superpowered individual possesses fire element abilities. The captain crossed his arms, wondering, when did a fire element superpowered individual appear in City? He sat in his chair, watching today's news. Today, hundreds of spatial rifts appeared all over the world. Unfortunately, I must inform everyone that the apocalypse has become a reality. He understood everything that was happening. It turned out the apocalypse of 99 had arrived. He opened his phone to check the information on the data. 20 years of peace were forged with the blood of warriors. Moreover, at this moment, the world has entered an era of global evolution. Everyone has the potential to become an extraordinary being. He stared at his phone screen, thinking to himself, this information, released to the public, is merely an overview and not comprehensive. As for news of the apocalypse, if one wishes to obtain more comprehensive internal information, they need to report to the Special City Bureau. He battled the sea monster in his dragon form, looking at the seawater with some surprise. It could actually turn the seawater into heavy water. He quickly charged at it, but it was futile for him. The whale was heavily struck by him and was in great pain. He stared at the whale he had killed. If he ate this giant whale, it would probably increase his evolution points by at least 10,000. At the Special City Bureau branch, Oldley praised while on his phone. That guy who killed the contaminated monster yesterday is really impressive. Much more capable than us. The brown-haired man, lying down and playing on his phone, agreed, yeah, and he has fire element extraordinary abilities. He must be an awakened among the populace. The pink-haired girl held a water cup, smiling as she wondered, could it be him? Given the strength he displayed that day, even now. I'm afraid I might not be able to do it. The captain came in to announce, everyone raise your hands. Someone is signing up to be an evolver this afternoon. Do you want to go see? Yes. Everyone arrived at the scene. The black-haired girl pointed at him, he's the one who drove the luxury car into campus that day. The pink-haired girl's eyes sparkled, her face a little red. It really is him. The captain watched him silently. It really is him. He came before him. To register as an evolver, you'll need to undergo testing. We'll mainly test strength and speed. Do you have any questions? He replied, I have no questions. He placed his hand on the testing device. This testing device can display a maximum of 15,000 kilograms of force. You just need to hit it with all your might. The brown-haired man turned to Oldley. Oldley, tell us, how much strength do you think he has? How many stars? Oldley adjusted his glasses. Yesterday, he took down a corrupted, stronger than all of us. He's probably around 3 stars. The black-haired girl thought differently. Maybe even 4 stars. The brown-haired man disagreed. What are you thinking? A 4-star evolver needs to hit 5,000 kilograms with one punch. That's not easy to achieve. Oldley crossed his arms and looked at him. From his demeanor, he seemed very confident he could break the testing machine. Luanzi, standing nearby, was also curious. Don't joke around. Our captain is a 5-star evolver, and his strength is only 10,000. He suddenly punched the testing device, which displayed 12,186 kilograms, surprising those behind him. This is actually 5 stars. Yes. He truly is a super strong 5-star evolver. He looked at the result. Still didn't control my strength well enough, I overshot. The captain crossed his arms and announced, if you meet the 5-star standard, you can claim 50,000 yuan monthly from the City Special Bureau. If you're willing to join the Special Operations Bureau, your salary will double. And you'll be directly appointed as Deputy Director of the Special Bureau. End City Incident, and was granted the rank of Major. Are you interested? He immediately refused. No, I'm already used to being free and undisciplined. He asked about the cause of death of the corrupted one he killed yesterday. Alright, so the corrupted one from yesterday, did you kill it? He didn't hide it. That's right. He was very curious about his ability, a very powerful one. Did you awaken a fire ability? Your flames are very powerful, no less than those awakened ones I encountered back then. With your talent, you could join the Special Operations Bureau, or even be taken as a disciple by the Battle God General. Hearing that name, he suddenly thought, is the Battle God General someone on the heavenly rankings? He thought he should still refuse, better not. His giant lizard must be kept a secret. Besides, he also has a way to become stronger, doesn't he? He was very grateful for the director's kindness. No, but thank you for your kindness, Director. The screen displayed a notification, a notice from the N City Special Office. Congratulations, N City's first evolver has been registered. Chen Shu, male, 21 years old, evolution level 5, extraordinary power, blood red flames. Currently ranked first among civilian evolvers. Exclamations and praises for him poured in like a tide. Comment, oh my god, a 5-star evolver. That's incredible. Comment, the highest in other places is only 3 stars. N City is always top tier. Comment, is that Chun Shu, our school's heartthrob? Oh my god. Director Lee immediately called him after seeing the news. My friend, you're actually a level 5 evolver, number 1 among civilians. From now on, you'll have to look out for me, your old friend. He sat in his chair, answering Director Lee's call, and laughed at these words. Oh, what's up, Director Lee? Haha, he placed his phone on the table. He had received too many calls today. Classmates he hadn't seen in years had contacted him, calling to congratulate him. He wondered, is this what it feels like to be revealed to the public? He recalled devouring the whale. After devouring the giant whale, the giant lizard's body length had reached 90 meters. Both its body length, stamina, and strength had greatly increased. Stamina also increased to 1800 points, and strength increased from 29 tons to 70 tons. He smiled contentedly. With an additional layer of protection, even armor-piercing rounds probably couldn't penetrate him. According to the Evolver system, his overall strength had reached at least level 7 or 8. He recalled that, theoretically, 7-star was the pinnacle for awakened ones. But he still couldn't compare to a battle god general. However, the gap between him and a 10-star battle god general was still an absolute difference in strength. He thought to himself, in a peaceful world, creating power in his hands. Even if his strength improved daily. But if there were no evenly matched opponents, he mused. Then only an uncontrollable sense of emptiness would remain. He clenched his fists and smiled, but now things were different. The apocalypse had erupted, and terrifying monsters would tear through the void, invading reality. Now countless different people have also appeared, along with numerous powerful awakened ones, evolvers, and even battle god generals. He smiled, they had all made their appearance. He stood up from his chair, his mind still racing with thoughts. At his current growth rate, it wouldn't be long before he could stand shoulder to shoulder with battle god generals. A firm resolve shone in his eyes. No, I must surpass them, he thought, and become an even more powerful being. Suddenly, he received a message. He opened it to read. Secretary Lang Yu. Boss, you're an evolver. Sparkles. Little Nightyan, the receptionist, the boss awakened his extraordinary abilities long ago. He's a 5-star powerhouse, a powerhouse among powerhouses. Network technician Hui Hui, the boss is too amazing. Secretary Lang Yu, adoration, adoration. He replied cheerfully, it's nothing, boss. Everyone will awaken their extraordinary abilities. I just awakened a few days earlier than everyone else. The group chat buzzed with discussion. Little Nightyan, really? I also want to become an awakened one like the boss. So excited. It would be best if I could evolve into an angel and grow beautiful wings. Her eyes sparkled. Lang Yu, sweat drop. Unamused face evolution is random. You might also turn into a crazy frog. Nightyan, pouting face shut up, Lang Yu. Watching these messages, he just smiled, haha. Nightyan, boss, no slacking off. Get back to work. They all happily agreed, okay, boss. Understood, sir, he said with a mischievous smile, I'll get right to it. Inside the warehouse at the dock, he held his longsword and armor, while the little clown girl watched him intently from nearby. He turned to the little clown girl, we're back, little clown girl. The door, he commanded, little clown girl, open the door. The little girl stepped forward to open the door for him, door, open. He instructed the little clown girl, wait here and don't wander off. I'll go in and take a look. The little clown girl hid behind the door, He stepped through the door, volcanoes surrounded him, and the air was scorching hot. He sensed the scent around him, the smell. Something's not right at all. He wondered, does opening this door always lead to a new location? He looked at the little clown girl standing by the door. If I want to stabilize the world beyond the door, I'd have to make this little girl keep the door open. But he felt that wasn't right either. If I really did that, what if a more terrifying monster discovered the existence of this door? He recalled the blue-eyed monster from that day, the one that chased him. Perhaps based on where I disappeared, it could guess that I came out of the door. He rested his hand on his sword and scratched his face, unsure what to do. And besides, there are also fire demons chasing me. But once the door closes, the next time it opens, it will lead to an unfamiliar world. I'll have to explore it all over again. He suddenly smiled, a completely random new instance? He put his hands on his hips, thinking, that's not bad, actually. Doesn't feel so bad. The surrounding temperature began to rise. A system prompt appeared, scorching storm. Extremely high temperatures are enough to instantly kill most organic life forms. He immediately created a barrier to reduce the effect of the scorching air around him. Crimson flame reduced the burning effect of high temperatures. He looked out from within the crimson flame, feeling quite comfortable inside. Fortunately, with the protection of crimson flame, this hot wind even feels a bit refreshing. Suddenly, the system kept sending him notifications. your body is being corroded by contaminated energy. Your body is being corroded by contaminated energy. Your physique has successfully immunized itself, temporarily resisting the corrosion of contaminated energy. Your resistance can withstand this corrosion for 15 hours. He was a little surprised. 15 hours? Even though his physique was excellent, he still couldn't fully resist the contaminated energy. He thought of the strength of those awakened ones, and he could imagine that those awakened ones and battle gods could completely ignore the contamination. Just what heaven-defying realm had their strength reached? He didn't want to think about it anymore. Holding his sword, he walked into the scorching world. Lava was everywhere. Never mind. Time was running out. He should see what this world had to offer first. He closed his eyes, beginning to sense his surroundings. He opened his eyes to find that this world had no life. No breath of life, nor breath of demons. This was a completely desolate world. He stood atop a massive rock surrounded by scorching lava. No wonder, this hellish world didn't seem like a place where life could be born. In that case, he should go back and have that little girl open another portal. After all, dungeons could be opened at will. Suddenly, something emerged from the lava. He spun around abruptly, striking with his sword at the demon preparing to attack him, but the blow had no effect on its body. The smoke recondensed into a complete body. Poison smoke demon, difficulty level, unknown. Seriously, even his skills couldn't identify this demon. He smiled, looking at the demon, finding it quite interesting. It seemed this world still had some intriguing aspects. It rushed forward to attack him, but was blocked by his observation haki. Observation haki was not mistaken, the demon before him was not a living creature. The smoke recondensed again. He extended his hand, preparing to counterattack. If it was an evil entity, then only lightning could dispel it. Evil, disperse. The demon flew high into the sky as his palm began to gather lightning. He fiercely shot lightning arrows at it. They pierced its body, shattering it to pieces, leaving only a head that rolled over the rocks before falling. The system also notified, you have slain a level 3 anomalous demonic creature and gained 20 attribute points. He looked at the notification, a little surprised. A level 3 anomalous demonic creature? It didn't seem strong. He watched its head gradually disappear into the lava. But it possessed the characteristic of being immune to physical attacks. That's why the 3-armed energy blasts couldn't harm it. Furthermore, perhaps because it was born from the lava, fire attacks were completely ineffective against it. He was satisfied with his victory, perhaps due to good luck, as he happened to have a skill capable of controlling it. Otherwise, this battle might have been extremely difficult. Suddenly, he turned around and saw Xiaoxi standing there, which startled him. Xiaoxi, didn't I tell you to wait outside the door? It's very dangerous here right now. Xiaoxi was very worried about him. Goo, oh no, worry, danger. He chuckled softly at Xiaoxi's cuteness. Sigh, never mind. It might not be safe outside either. He gently patted Xiaoxi's head and instructed. How about this, you follow behind me, but stay far away. Don't come close, understand? Xiaoxi smiled and agreed, then became invisible so as not to be seen. He closed his eyes, sensing his surroundings, then suddenly discovered something and quickly ran towards it, traversing the rugged rocks in the scorching air. He stopped on a rock, looking at the intertwined chains around him. He looked at the chains above in surprise. This is? Rather than a building, it looked more like some kind of seal or a prison. He smiled happily, it could even completely conceal the aura of a powerful demonic creature. A dragon opened its eyes. He walked towards the dragon bound by chains. So, the true origin of this world. It's actually this. He happily walked up to the dragon, a real dragon. I can't even imagine how scarlet flame, lightning, and domineering aura will erupt after countless attribute points are added. The giant dragon awakened and looked at him. Foolish human, do you really want to challenge me? How ridiculous. This is my world. The giant dragon flew up from the lava. Intruder, since you have come before me. It gave you 2 choices, so I, too, will mercifully grant you 2 choices. Firstly, I can bury you completely right here. Of course, not even your ashes will remain. As for the other choice, I'd be quite pleased to welcome some new recruits into my ranks of servants. All you need to do is kneel and praise the mighty name of Flame Wing Vandenfield. He scoffed, dismissing its words. Who are you? I'm not interested in knowing. But I am very interested in that cactus. Hearing this, it flew into a rage. How dare you? Poison smoke monsters began to emerge from the lava. What level is this? He smiled, looking at them without fear. Wait, becoming a poison smoke monster, is that what happens if I agree to be your servant? It commanded them, kill him, then drag his body into the lava river. The monsters swarmed him. Ha ha. He sneered at them, instantly dispatching them all with lightning. It was shocked beyond belief. What happened? In an instant, all my servants were annihilated? He provoked it. Let me think. Having a black dragon as a pet would be quite interesting. He turned to it, making a demand. Why don't you become my servant? It roared in fury, fool. The rocks beneath his feet began to crack. He quickly drew his sword and looked at it with a smile. He leaped, sword in hand, and slashed at it, drawing blood. It angrily spewed flames. Then, let me send you to the underworld. It blew hellfire directly at him. Dragon hellfire. He blocked its fiery breath with his crimson flame. Nothing special. It inhaled a large amount of lava and fire again. Be reduced to ashes. It attacked him fiercely, with only hellfire surrounding them now. It was full of confidence in its power. In my world, no one can withstand my dragon hellfire for even a second. But he was unharmed. He emerged from the smoke. I thought it would be more powerful. Turns out it's just a bigger hairdryer blowing a bit harder. It was shocked and began to gather power in its mouth. What? He flew up and kicked its fire-breathing mouth. It sprayed hellfire at him, but he dodged. I wield the extraordinary power of fire, combined with the energy field of the Emperor Demon armor. So now, my fire resistance defense is maximized. He was incredibly confident in his current power. The temperature of this dragon's breath is nothing for me to worry about. It lowered its head. It can actually still resist my dragon's breath. It slammed a paw on the ground. You're quite interesting. It opened its massive mouth and lunged at him, intending to tear him apart with its sharp teeth. What would happen if you were torn apart by my sharp teeth? As it bit down, he had already flown into the air, then landed directly on its head. He fiercely stabbed his sword into its body. He began to tear its body from the head, causing it to shriek in pain, but the sword got stuck in its wing. He pulled out his sword in surprise and flew away from its body. No wonder it's called Firewing. You can really make it turn red. He learned its ability, transforming himself and using armament hockey. At this moment, he was surrounded by flames, but now, this is just your final struggle. Armament hockey. Activate. This is a new move I just learned from the Firewing, Crimson Flame Bloodburst. It angrily lunged at him. How dare you steal my abilities? Die. He gripped its head tightly and violently severed it, ending its life. Its head fell. System prompt: you have killed a level 5 dragon demon beast, gaining 1000 attribute points. His body was scorching hot, and only the whites of his eyes remained. You have no chance, trash. The clown appeared, quietly praising him. So strong. Fire dragon, dead. His body returned to normal, and the flames dissipated. With the enhancement from 400 physique points, the power generated by burning just 1/10 of his vitality was already terrifying. This level of physical consumption can barely keep up with my recovery speed. He looked at his palm with satisfaction. This state shall be called Bloodburst First Form. He looked at the dragon he had killed and the things he would obtain. So, the fire dragon's teeth, flesh. Even its magma-hot dragon blood is an extraordinary material. He looked at its head with interest. As long as I sell this head to the government, that could still earn at least 100 million. He rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought, but there was one problem. When selling the head of this level 5 sea beast, how should he explain its origin? If he claimed to have killed it alone, wouldn't that expose his level 6 or even level 7 strength? He lifted Xiaoxi off the sea beast. Calm down, Xiaoxi. He thought, I'll keep it for now. The sea beast's meat might be delicious to eat. The system displayed, consumed 200 attribute points to exchange for storage space. He put away the sea beast's head and looked at his palm. 400 attribute points, enhance observation. I need X-ray vision, enough to see hidden information. System notification, observation enhancement successful. Acquired advanced perception. The aura of demonic creatures cannot be concealed, and undead beings can also be observed and discovered. He closed his eyes and looked up at the sky. Xiaoxi stood there, staring at him. 400 attribute points, enhance 3 chi armament. System notification, armament enhancement successful. He was overjoyed and satisfied. His power significantly increased, the giant rock beneath his feet began to crack, and powerful flames surrounded him. You have awakened 3 chi overlord. I even awakened overlord's hockey? He looked at the flames in his palm. 3 chi overlord, said to instinctively instill fear in people. He was extremely pleased. This domineering power, just one glance can make people tremble and unable to move. He suddenly sighed, and his power dissipated. This thing would definitely be useful for clearing out small fry. At this moment, on the country's distant water fishing boat, the fishermen cheered excitedly. The fish are coming up. They're coming up. Hurry! Before they could celebrate, there were only a few scattered fish in the net. How strange, why did we catch so few fish? The bald man stood with his arms crossed, his expression grim. Why worry so much? As long as they're not dead fish, it's fine. Suddenly, one of them discovered something. Look, everyone, what's that? Something suddenly floated up from under the sea, surrounded by lightning. Then, with a loud bang, the fish in the water were blasted into the air and landed among the fishermen, who were overjoyed. It's fish! So many fish, I've never seen so many fish in my life. He dove deep into the lizard's domain, and the 3 surges of energy made the sword lizard's aura even stronger. Wherever it went, even the schools of fish became motionless. He combined the blazing flame and the thunder cauldron to help his body ascend, merging with the blazing flame. Thunder cauldron, I can actually fly now. He thought to himself, then flew away from that place. Humanity's desire to fly has long been deeply ingrained in its genes. As long as he continued to circulate the thunderfire energy, he could soar through the sky and delve into the earth. Free from the shackles of gravity. He suddenly realized something. His intuition told him. There are still many unexplored places in this world. His expression changed as he flew rapidly through the sky. Even he felt that the blazing flame master of this world had never fully perceived the existence of this place. He flew and pondered, after all, the blazing flame was just a trapped demonic dragon here. There must be even stronger beings attempting to imprison that dragon. I must go and see what's happening. He arrived at the ruins of the giant kingdom. He walked, looking at the symbols and drawings on the collapsed walls. He touched the walls. Did an ancient dragon civilization once exist here? So, what could be something that ancient dragons would worship? He thought seriously, is it a dragon god? Or a true god? He looked at the gate nearby, feeling that if he stepped in, he would encounter great danger. But how can one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? He ran inside. There were countless giant stone dragon statues. He smiled as he looked at them. It seems that before them, the blazing flame is just a little brother. System notification, the current pollution energy concentration is increasing. Due to your strong physique, you are temporarily immune to the erosion of pollution. In 3 hours, your immune system will weaken and be eroded by the pollution energy. He vigilantly looked around. His intuition was right. There is something unusual in this great hall. It's already demonstrating terrifying pollution capabilities even before revealing its true form. He was very annoyed. Stop hiding, I know you're here. Stop hiding, I know you're here, an echo replied. He was startled and blocked an attack from someone. Suddenly, a faceless, 4-armed creature appeared, floating. Venerable One, awaken. That creature's face was completely black inside, with a red pattern. It looked at him, then raised its hand and attacked him. Eternity. He thrust his sword firmly into the ground, blocking its attack. This venerable one before him couldn't possibly be level 6. He realized something was wrong. This creature must be a level 7 demon. He clenched his fingertips. Ghost ritual. Submit. The stones beneath his feet began to crack and crumble. He said angrily, "Humph, you want to turn me into a ghost? You're asking for trouble." He roared, his body mutated, and flew up. The immense power around him was overwhelming. He had transformed into Bloodburst First Form. Bloodburst First Form. He used his power to make Shark fly up, fiercely stabbing towards the creature. Ant. He flew up, shattering the. He spun his sword, blocking the attacks from the. He quickly rushed forward and severed its limbs, but it vanished, reappearing behind him, pointing at his head. End. With a loud bang, he survived in the smoke in his Bloodburst Second Form, shocking the creature. Bloodburst Second Form. It angrily used its 4 arms to generate a powerful attack against him, but he blocked it. He quickly flew over and cleaved it in half. It dodged to the other side, but he was faster, thrusting into its body from behind. In my Bloodburst form, if you're still this slow, you'll perish. The 2 arms behind it tightly grabbed his hand. Arrogant. With a thunderous explosion, his sword flew out. He emerged from the smoke. Weapons only slow down my attack efficiency. This time, I'll personally send you to your end. He rushed forward, raising his fist to strike it. Again! It quickly created a barrier. He struck it with a fierce punch, sending it crashing through the wall. It flew out, its face already cracked. He quickly rushed in front of it. He slammed its face onto the ground with his hand, causing the ground to crack. But at that moment, it reappeared behind him, binding him with chains that emerged from the ground. Ugh! The system displayed, Dragon Sealing Array, capable of absorbing the power of sealed objects to enhance the sealing power. He looked up at the creature floating in the air. The more you use, the stronger the power, the harder it is to break free from this restraint. This is how you bind those ancient races and turn them into slaves, isn't it? He clenched his fists, his body surrounded by scorching flames. Yet, your ability to stop me is still a little lacking. Because I am different from those foolish races. He broke free from the chains, smiling as he looked at him, who was astonished. Listen carefully, I am Chun Shu. He retreated in fear, each step cracking the ground. He swiftly charged forward, raising his fists and striking him repeatedly. He ultimately sent him crashing deep underground, claiming his vital energy. He declared triumphantly, your power is now mine. System notification, blazing flame sublimation, upgraded to glazed blazing flame. Notification, thunder power sublimation, upgraded to surging thunder. Notification, you have obtained dragon sealing control, which can restrain the power of monsters below level 6. Due to excessive physical exertion, the strange energy pollution level has risen to 99%. Xiaoxi ran over, oh no, pollution, danger. He had already realized the current severity, prolonged combat had exacerbated the pollution. I can no longer remain in this world. He flew up, preparing to leave amidst the scene of everything on the verge of complete collapse. Without the protection of the Venerable One, the Dragon Kingdom and the giants began to crumble. He suddenly fell, lying on the ruins. Xiaoxi had already run to the door, oh no, the door closed. He coughed up blood, lying exhausted beneath the rubble. Once the door closed, he would lose contact with that world. He didn't know where the door would open next time. Xiaoxi ran over. He gently placed his hand on her head, oh no. He's fine. Gaining immense power also comes with a price. His eyes were deep in thought. Although the principle of the blazing bloodburst was very simple and crude, only those with terrifying physiques could activate it. If an ordinary person were to use this, even the first form would be enough to make their entire body's blood boil until they withered into a dried corpse. He struggled to stand up. Therefore, if he wanted to advance further and break through to the third form, he needed to further enhance his physique. He held Xiaoxi's hand tightly. If the portal had already closed. Alright, let's go back and get some rest. In the ruined palace of the land of giants, his hand twitched slightly. He suddenly opened his eyes, sat up, looked at his palm, and stood up angrily. Elsewhere, someone reported that monsters had appeared, coordinates due south. 35 degrees, distance 120,000 meters. Large, level 5 contaminated monsters. Requesting concentrated fire. Chaos all around, attacks continuously firing at the monsters. 3 soldiers were observing the situation below. This second wave of attacks. Do we need to extend it by another 6 minutes? I hope these monsters don't escape. The bald man comforted Seth, don't worry, Seth, these monsters are constantly devouring their own kind. They were completely still until just now. Seth turned to Mike, what's the contamination level now, Mike? Mike checked the system, the contamination level is 15.5. With our resistance, we can hold out for another 8 hours. 8 hours? That's enough time for us to retrieve the goods. The bald man mentioned the price of the monsters, the corpses of 7 level 5 monsters. Are priceless. Even incomplete corpses can fetch a good price. Mike interrupted, we still have to pay for the base's fire support with this money. Even if only a third is left, it's still a good amount. Seth folded his arms, observing the situation. As people from Seth's country say, you have to give to get. Without the base's fire support, any level 5 monster, with full health, would be difficult to defeat in a one-on-one fight. All 3 of them smiled, it's time to work. I'll handle that level 5 monster. Mark, let's quickly collect the monster corpses. Seth walked forward, these monsters are enough to extract 5 bottles of pure energy. The other 2 followed, we'll keep 3 bottles for ourselves, and sell the rest. At black market prices, 1 bottle is $20 million. Enough for us to enjoy ourselves for a while. Suddenly, a giant monster appeared, startling the 3 of them. What is that? System alert, contamination level, 19, 38, 97, 175, 297, 531. It used its tentacles to attack Mike. Why? Run, quickly. Set fled in fear, but the bald man was also restrained by its tentacles. It looked at Set, who also couldn't escape death. At the apocalyptic mist base, the alarm has sounded. Alert! Apocalyptic event detected. Initiating highest level apocalyptic defense protocol. For the benefit of all humanity, the threat elimination operation has begun. At the apocalyptic mist base, missiles have been launched into outer space. Meanwhile, he was still fast asleep. He scratched his head, woke up, and stretched. He went to the room to wake Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi, it's time for breakfast. She rubbed her eyes and came out, playfully asking, Shu, a hug? He smiled gently and hugged Xiao Shi. I can't do anything with you. Xiao Shi was still sleepy on his shoulder. He picked her up. Just then, Xian had already delivered the food to him. Mr. Chen, your delivery has arrived. He opened the door and took the items. She smiled at him, pleased. He looked at her, then at the vehicle, and remarked, this is my first time seeing a beautiful woman delivering food early in the morning on a motorcycle worth millions. She leaned in and looked at him. And I've never seen someone live in a mansion worth tens of millions, yet order takeout every day. A young dad? He looked up at her, unleashing his power. Beautiful lady, you seem to know a lot about me. She trembled and dropped the takeout bag. Really? No wonder he's from the city. Ah, no, a look of fear crossed her face. No wonder he's the nation's first awakened, Chen Shu. She blushed and smiled. I, today, finally, met him in person. He looked at her with annoyance. This girl is strange. Tell me, what's your purpose in approaching me? She blushed and pulled down her collar. Of course, it's to pursue you. He was surprised. What? She walked towards the car. You heard right. I'm going to pursue you. She turned around, her face flushed, and looked at him. Remember, I am Huangfu Xian, and I live nearby. We'll see each other again next time. He saw Director Li, scratched his head, and said with a smile, brotherly, aren't you exaggerating a bit? Aren't there still special operations in our city? If contamination occurs, they will definitely arrive there first. Manager Li stood with his hands on his hips, his expression grim as he held the food bag. How could a special mission compare to you, my friend? You're not an official, so you don't have to answer to anyone. My friend, if you want to act, just act. Manager Li pointed at him, so, my friend, the important thing is who you want to help. He didn't understand Manager Li's meaning. Manager Li, what do you mean by that? Manager Li had already told him everything. You might not know this yet. Ever since news of you spread yesterday, this morning, most of the villa owners around this mountain have changed. Because of your widespread reputation, the price of this land has already increased several times over. All the wealthy people in N City are scrambling to move here. Manager Li spoke of those who wanted to move near him. These people, gathered here, seem to be waiting for your attention. In fact, this is your resource. Whether you want money or connections, these people will absolutely not refuse, on the condition that you are here, in the villa. Manager Li's eyes were sharp, and he pointed from his right hand to his left, then you must take action. He raised his hand and thought. Resources. Manager Li closed his eyes. Everyone is a business person. So they all want to save face. They want to invite you to dinner, but they're afraid that knocking on your door suddenly might displease you. That's why they asked me to come. He agreed, alright, I can go. Manager Li happily patted his hand. That's great. It'll definitely be at your place. I'll wait for you at Lin Xiu's Supreme Hotel at noon. Don't be late. Manager Li suddenly remembered something that just happened. Oh, right, my friend, I think I just saw Huangfu Xian. You two know each other, don't you? But in fact, he didn't know Xian. No, I don't. That girl just ran over and said she wanted to pursue me. Manager Li stroked his chin, looking away in thought. She's very domineering, she's been like that since she was little. No matter what it is, once she sets her sights on it, she'll definitely get her hands on it. Manager Li warned him to be wary of her. She's got her eyes on you, you must be careful from now on. The person behind her is Huangfu Tai, the richest man in N City. News reports were everywhere, from phones to TVs, and in every corner of the streets, everyone was intently listening to the news. The situation is rapidly deteriorating, and the refugee visa issue is severe. Latest news, due to contamination from another world, Country Z has mobilized its most powerful armed forces. Currently, the contamination has eased, and social order has been restored. A village in Country Y was invaded by contaminated monsters, resulting in hundreds of casualties. In a temple in Country R, a woman was buried alive by monks. Her bones became contaminated, and her resentment transformed her into a vengeful spirit, resurrected. She massacred 20 people in the temple. Country Z formulated an apocalypse response strategy 20 years ago, establishing a comprehensive defense system and stockpiling resources nationwide. Today, it has become the safest country in the world. The global situation is rapidly worsening, and the signs of the apocalypse are becoming increasingly evident. Wealthy and powerful individuals from all over the world are flocking to Country Z for refuge. Border ports are operating beyond capacity, and even a black market for sky-high refugee visas has emerged. At Ningxing University, Tian Tian was listening to and reading English, Afen, Glauber. Suddenly, the student sitting in front turned around. Tian Tian, do you think the apocalypse has really fallen upon us? Then what's the point of us studying so hard? She sighed, leaning on her shoulder. I originally wanted to find a job at a multinational company. Forget multinational companies, these days, we don't even know if there are any foreigners left alive. Maybe I should just find a capable local man and marry him first. Tian Tian put on her headphones, recalling Chen Shu, his image appearing before her eyes. Chen Shu, a 5-star awakened, possesses extraordinary power and controls fire. His name is very famous online, even more so than some top celebrities. There are thousands of comments about him on major social forums. But the more followers he gains, the more doubts arise. That classmate turned around curiously. Oh, right. How are things with you and your super boyfriend? Her best friend's expression turned sly. Have you two already slept together? Tian Tian blushed crimson. What nonsense are you talking about? Tian Tian averted her gaze, thinking to herself, imagining the scenes between them. He's incredibly strong, astonishingly talented, and handsome. Perfectly flawless. Chen Shu is nominally my boyfriend at Ning University. Tian Tian's expression suddenly became downcast. But in reality, do I truly have feelings for him? Chen Shu suddenly called her. She excused herself. I'll just take this call first. Her best friend smiled and waved. Go on, go on. She walked outside to answer his call. Senior, are you looking for me? He invited her. There's a restaurant. I wonder if you have time to come over. She happily agreed. Yes, I have time. That's great. At Shania Imperial Court, Zi Yan returned home. Fu Tai immediately asked curiously, did you see him? Yes, I did. Zi Yan placed her helmet under the chair. What kind of person is he? Zi Yan tied her hair up high and recounted the morning's events. He knows I'm investigating Ivina. That serious expression of his was very imposing. Like someone with the aura of an emperor. Fu Tai poured tea and then said with a laugh, it seems your dad's investment was right. He's very strong. Zi Yan felt her dad's method was useless. But if dad wants to use tens of millions, or hundreds of millions to tempt him, I'm afraid it's impossible. He picked up his teacup. After all, Chen Shu is just a young man in his early 20s. How could an experienced businessman like dad not be able to outplay him? She placed her hand on the table in front of her dad. The world now is very different from before. Dad, your money can't solve all problems, but strength can. His expression darkened. You only went once, are you serious? What did you say to him? Zi Yan crossed her arms and said with certainty, I'm pursuing him not for you, nor do I ask anything of him. He was surprised. Oh? She looked a little embarrassed. I just took a liking to him. He immediately stated, you're serious, Yenner? Zi Yan recalled his appearance and covered her mouth with a smile. Of course I'm serious. After all these years, he's the first man who has ever moved me. He slammed the table heavily, admonishing seriously, now, let alone in city. Even the top families from H city and S city have their eyes on him. Dad knows very well the methods those people use to win others over. Money, beauty, and power. As long as he still possesses human greed, desire, and a need for control, those people can completely break him. Then force him to kneel and beg to join them. My daughter, you're so naive, how can you compete with them? Zian was still very serious. Auntie said, to capture a man's heart. First, you must capture his stomach. He asked, puzzled, that's true, but wait, are you planning to learn how to cook? He crossed his arms, deep in thought. His daughter used to be a notorious wild girl. He never expected that this time, she would be attracted to a man. And even decided to become a homebody, suggesting. Thinking of this, he smiled, especially with his daughter's outstanding looks and figure. Perhaps she really could win over Chen Shu. Zian shyly looked away. I'm not learning to cook, because the old mansion's kitchen has been ruined several times already. So I've decided not to touch those things anymore. He chuckled, teasing her, then what are you planning to do? She turned around, showing off the words on her jacket. I'll be the only one who delivers food to him. Speedy Eats, conquer your hunger. A while ago, I even registered a food delivery company in Grandma's name. He was stunned. What? You, the dignified young lady of the Fu family, delivering food? Cough cough, Zian had made up her mind. No matter where he rented before, whether it was a warehouse dock or a villa in the mountains, as long as he didn't go into the city, he would order takeout for his meals. Even for breakfast, he'd order takeout. She had prepared everything. I've already had someone install the food delivery app on his phone. As soon as he places an order, I'll know immediately and personally deliver it to him. He panicked, feeling a heart attack coming on. Asterisk cough cough asterisk, deliver, cough cough, take out? You unfilial daughter. Xian stated confidently, it won't be long before he's moved by this young lady's sincerity. He drove to pick up Tian Tian. People around Ningda's West Gate saw him and started discussing that Senior Chen's car, it really is his. Many girls looked on with envy. Oh, how wonderful it would be if Senior Chen were picking me up. Tian Tian appeared and walked to his car. Get in. She happily got into the car. Okay. The leader looked at him with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Compared to that guy, we're practically useless. His friend next to him disagreed. Leader, saying that is boosting others' morale and diminishing our own prestige. We are all evolvers, so why can't our hero squad catch up to him? He just happened to be the first to break through to 5-star. According to the director, the three of us were selected as elites from tens of thousands of people in Huacheng. And that Chen Shu is just an amateur. He's just an extremely lucky guy, how can he compare to us? Lunzi was blushing, looking at those pretty girls. His friend next to him looked at Lunzi. Right, Lunzi? Lunzi agreed with this view. Yes, exactly. Our talent is not inferior to his at all. Not inferior at all, he said, but Lunzi's eyes were only fixed on the pretty female students. Oh, that female student just now was really pretty. His friend slapped Lunzi's head hard. Lunzi, stop being so distracted by girls, snap out of it. He was very annoyed with Chen Shu. As long as Chen Shu continued to be arrogant for another day, those girls would only notice him. Our primary task is to become stronger quickly. We must become more powerful than him. Lunzi hesitated. What do you guys say, should we tell Lin Ruoya what we just saw? It seems Chen Shu was with another girl again. His friend put a hand on Lunzi's shoulder. I know you like Lin Ruoya. But Lin Ruoya also likes Chun Shu now. You can compete with him fairly. Even if you fail to win her over, you'll still be a true man. His face darkened. But if it's about speaking ill of someone behind their back like this, that's not the conduct of a hero. Tian Tian sat in the car and looked at Chen Shu next to her. Senior, in half a month. It will be the second impact of the apocalypse. What if many monsters appear, and those people? If the Special Operations Bureau can't stop them, will you take action then? You wonder why Chen Qian would say such things? Why ask that so suddenly? She lowered her head. Recently, there's been a lot of slander about you online, saying you're a coward who fears death. He was surprised. Why? Is it because you haven't joined the Special Bureau? She picked up her phone and looked at what they were saying about him. That's pretty much it. Those people say you haven't joined the Special Operations Bureau. It's because you're afraid to face the monsters that will appear in the second wave of monster attacks half a month later. He explained softly, after I gained the honor of being the top new generation evolver in the country, I anticipated this kind of slander. He who wishes to wear the crown must bear its weight. She looked at him. If a monster capable of moving mountains and filling seas appears, and the Special Operations Bureau is short-staffed, what would you do, Senior? He smiled, and the two walked towards the restaurant together. Then I will stand on the front lines without hesitation. I haven't joined the Special Operations Bureau because I don't want to be constrained by government rules. For example, having to submit reports before taking action that doesn't suit me. She smiled at him, blushing. That's right, how could the man she likes be a coward who fears death? The two had arrived at the Supreme Hotel. Hello everyone, I am Chun Shu. She followed behind, thinking to herself, here are all wealthy people, with listed companies and personal assets exceeding 1 billion. Li Chenghong quickly greeted him, it's an honor to meet you, young Master Chen. Before I came, my son already told me about young Master Chen. He didn't want to hear more. Just get straight to the point. He went straight to the topic. Then I won't elaborate. To increase safety before the impending apocalypse, we've decided to establish a Security Council and invite young Master Chen to serve as its chairman. He repeated, Security Council. He was still happy. Of course, it's just to protect the safety of us old folks. And to protect the mountains and forests around the villa area from being polluted and destroyed by demonic creatures. Of course, as protected individuals, each of us, young Master Chen will be paid 100 million per month. Hearing this, she was startled. What? Can he earn at least 100 million a month? Hearing this amount of money, he started to find it appealing. 100 million. At first glance, this proposal sounds very attractive. He put his hands in his pockets, standing before everyone. However, this 100 million is for protecting those living in the mountaintop villa area. The price for all the wealthy individuals is the membership fee to join the Security Council. And you use it to charge the approximately 30 wealthy families living in the mountaintop villa area? He smiled, looking at them. If it's divided equally, each household only pays 1 million. He walked over to Chung Hong and patted his shoulder. I also don't know how much membership fee you plan to charge them. 10 million, or 100 million. Cheng Hong was a bit worried. No matter how you look at it, this is a surefire profitable business, isn't it? Fu Tai looked at him seriously, arms crossed. So, young Master Chen, what do you think the amount should be? He naturally spread his arms. In peaceful times, you are wealthy, driving luxury cars, with many subordinates. Even if something happens, you can easily solve it with money. So you always act superior. He put his hands in his pockets and looked up. The result is, when the apocalypse arrives, in just an instant, you will revert to your true selves. You are all threatened by those corrupted demonic creatures, with no difference. He looked directly at Fu Tai. Humanity will no longer distinguish between rich and poor. This will make those of you who have spent your lives making money feel very unwilling. He smiled. And I understand these little thoughts of yours best. Chung Hong interjected, raising his hand and smiling at him. Oh, isn't this because of the spatial rift that appeared the night before? The government had to use tactical nuclear weapons to repel those monsters. As long as young Master Chen agrees, then it's 200 million. Even 200 million, we can afford it. He looked at Fu Tai and smiled. All we old folks want is a good night's sleep. Wouldn't you agree, Elder Kai? Elder Kai, with his eyes closed, softly replied to Elderly. Elderly, isn't your son Li Zongwen in the Special Operations Bureau? You know best how inefficient those good-for-nothings are. I propose that the Security Council chairman's salary be 300 million per month. As long as young Master Chen agrees, I can personally add another 100 million. Brother Chen held up the banknotes, a small flame igniting at his fingertips, its light flickering as if to burn away all their value. Money will become worthless paper. I'm afraid after a few more attacks, your cash will only be good for starting fires. Situ Tianqian was stunned, her eyes wide. The surrounding billionaires were also shocked, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy. Li Qinghong's forehead beaded with sweat, and he stammered, What? Mr. Chen, do you mean money will be useless after the second attack in 2 weeks? He shook his head, trying to remain calm. Impossible. The officials said the upcoming disaster is only of an ordinary level. Brother Chen smiled faintly, his gaze sharp, as if it could pierce through the mist. Haven't you seen the truth yet? According to media reports, only ordinary awakened ones were sent to deal with the attacks. Li Chenghong lowered his head, his voice trembling, if you say so, then. Brother Chen walked to the window, his gaze sweeping over the brightly lit city. Guess why even the Special Operations Bureau can't find your 5-star awakened ones? He turned around, his profound gaze seemingly hiding unspoken secrets. They are busy suppressing 5 gates of disaster. This isn't the real battlefield, the officials can barely protect themselves. What makes you think they can help you? Huang Fu Tai slammed his hand on the table, his angry voice erupting. Then what do you want us to provide? Brother Chen spread his arms, his voice calm yet firm. I don't want money. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone. A special soil produced in Jiulong. A billionaire suddenly stood up, his face filled with shock. Chen Gu continued, his voice calm yet captivating. Bai Tai's special medicine, a unique kind of gold exported from Lantian. Another billionaire also stood up abruptly, looking bewildered. Finally, Chen Gu made his last request, his voice low like a command. I want to see the blueprints for the mountaintop fortress within 3 days. Within a month, I want to see the defense system completed. Li Chenghong stammered, too shocked to speak coherently. What? The blueprints for the mountaintop fortress? When did the villas here turn into fortifications? He shouted, full of doubt. Chen Gu calmly explained, his voice as if guiding them towards a vision of the future. The villas around the mountaintop will become the center, utilizing the natural terrain to form an impregnable area. Even if the world faces an apocalypse, the people there will be able to survive for years with air, electricity, spacious areas, clean water, food, and medicine. He looked them directly in the eyes, his gaze burning with resolve. Once you fulfill my request, I will become the chairman of your security committee and vow to protect you with my life. Huang Fu Tai slowly clapped, the sound echoing as if confirming his expertise. No wonder you are the strongest person in this country. Both your strength and your plans are formidable. The others also applauded, the sound reverberating through the room. Huang Fu Tai added, his tone filled with admiration and foresight. Chen Gu simply stood there quietly, his gaze as calm as an undisturbed lake. Situ Tianqian stood behind him, still a bit dazed, her thoughts not yet catching up. As they left the hotel, Li Tianrui caught up, admiration shining in his eyes. That was amazing, you've got them all on board, and everyone benefits. He held up a gleaming gold card. Ahem, about that, my father has shares in this hotel. He handed the VIP card to Chen Gu, a mischievous smile on his face. So enjoy yourselves, I'll be leaving now, I won't disturb you too. Chen Gu took the card and turned to Situ Tianxian, a warm smile like the morning sun on his face. Dear sister, I'd like to have a good chat with you. We can't disappoint Brother Li's kindness, can we? Situ Tianxian's cheeks flushed, and she shyly replied, Senior, I'll follow your lead. The scene shifts to a modern building, where? In the internet cafe on the death floor, neon lights flickered. In a luxurious room, the space was designed to block all sound, signals, and outside prying eyes. Brother Chen was still using his power, his eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Situ Tianxi looked around, her voice trembling with worry. Senior, isn't this progressing a bit too quickly? Brother Chen gently pulled her into his embrace, his voice as firm as a rock. Be my girlfriend. He looked at the scorching red energy at his fingertips, thinking, Tianxi is an ordinary person, so I must be extra careful when controlling the energy within her. After all, I am an extraordinary person whose physique far exceeds 4 or 5,000 newtons. Brother Chen gently placed his glowing hand on Situ Tianxi's chest. She let out a slight gasp as powerful energy surged into her body, as if tearing apart every inch of her muscles. He stood by the bed, his gaze sweeping over the girl lying motionless under the thin white blanket. Perfect, he thought, her body is merging with that energy, little by little, gradually changing. He watched her, his gaze as gentle as moonlight. There are no signs of corruption or mutation, we'll have to wait until tomorrow morning to know the results. He walked to the corner of the room, poured a glass of deep red wine, his eyes thoughtful. Memories of the dragon sealing seal flashed in his mind. This skill allowed him to extract a portion of energy from eliminated monsters and condense it into power seeds. When implanted into ordinary people, they can activate evolution. He sat down, took a sip of wine, and its rich aroma filled the air. Even with the danger, I must help Tianxi evolve. An hour ago, on the comfortable bed, Brother Chen lay beside her, his voice low and warm. Each apocalypse becomes increasingly cruel. In this situation, you won't be able to finish college. Situ Tianxi looked up, her clear eyes sparkling with innocence. Senior, if I don't study, what can I do? Run from monsters? He looked deeply into her eyes, his gaze seemingly able to penetrate her soul. Go find the answer yourself. Tianxi, do you want to become an evolver? She froze, then suddenly knelt before him, her face filled with excitement. Ah, Senior, do you mean I can evolve too? That is, of course, my dream. Brother Chen smiled faintly, explaining in a calm yet persuasive tone. I can use the dragon seal to crystallize a portion of the monster's power. Once your body absorbs the energy from that crystal, you will become powerful. As if you've evolved. His expression was serious, his gaze sharp like a warning. But if you can't control this power, not only will you fail to evolve, but you'll also risk turning into a monster yourself. Are you willing to take this risk? Situ Tianxi remained silent, her eyes lost in thought. The image of her tightly embracing her mother surfaced in her mind, longing to become a protector for both her mother and herself. She looked up, her eyes burning with determination. If you do this, I won't be scared at all. I want to be independent too. Her voice was firm, like an unquenchable flame. That way, I can always fight alongside you. Never, ever be a burden to you. Brother Chen smiled contentedly, his eyes gleaming with approval. Very good, he whispered, his tone warm and reassuring. Don't move, he hesitated, a hint of worry flashing across his face. This is my first time doing this, so it might be a bit imprecise. Situ Tianxi's cheeks flushed, and she stammered. This is my first time too. When the dust settles, a superhero will take the stage. He is the embodiment of unparalleled power. The city's indestructible and mighty guardian. Tianlong, a 4-star evolver. Clad in shining metallic armor, he will tear through darkness and crush all threats. Every step he takes leads to the dawn of freedom. Every appearance of his strikes fear into the hearts of demons. A true man never looks back at the roaring explosions behind him, because he knows that the real battle still awaits ahead. Cheer for him. Applaud for him. Every shot from you will be the source of his strength to move forward. Let us witness the legend of Tianlong together. A middle-aged woman, Ms. Wang, was holding her phone and showing a video to Brother Chen. Mr. Chen, this is a short video we filmed for the Shinshui City Special Operations Bureau. They have hundreds of thousands of followers on our app. She swiped to another video. This is the star captain from the Shanghai City Bureau. Looks pretty cool, right? She said confidently. These viral videos can earn millions in the blink of an eye. And they're very simple to produce, Mr. Chen. Chen Gu asked doubtfully. These things are all made with special effects, aren't they? Ms. Wang smiled incompletely. Mr. Chen, our app allows you to activate filters with a single tap. It will automatically make your movements appear more powerful. She explained that after all such apps need to help evolvers promote themselves to gain public trust. So, we've recently signed contracts with many special operations bureaus and evolvers. She leaned closer, her voice sweet. Mr. Chen, you are a celebrity we particularly want to sign. After all, the government has recognized you as the foremost evolver of the new generation. She suggested, we just need you to demonstrate your power, and we will promote you with our package. Your popularity will soar, and you'll have no trouble finding sponsors. Look at these sponsored videos. A strange advertisement popped up. Once you eat Superman instant noodles, you will become our hope against the apocalypse. Go from 996 to 007 in 3 minutes. Our noodles contain gene enhancers, with 5 nucleotides, calcium phosphate, and 58 other high-quality food additives. So, even under the dual pressures of the apocalypse and capitalism, you will be full of energy. Remember, you are not just Superman. You are a worker held captive by instant noodles. Eat noodles to become stronger, and taste the flavor of money. Another advertisement, amazing price, super savings. Wear these popular sneakers, and you'll run faster than the soaring rents of the apocalypse. They contain energy beads made from recycled materials, allowing you to overcome the monotony of daily life and your boss's KPIs. Please remember, though our souls might detach under excessive pressure, your dreams will not. The last advertisement appeared, shining brightly. Running faster isn't hard. Apocalypse survival plan, no refunds. Absolute defense, designed for the apocalypse. We use impeccable nanomaterials to help you remain resilient under the dual pressures of emotions and illness. Whether for dating or daily work, this product will fulfill your desires before the apocalypse, safety first. Madame Wang smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling like stage lights. Mr. Chen, as long as you are willing to start live streaming on our app and become a well-known streamer with millions of fans, we will meet any conditions you propose. Brother Chen stood up, his face cold and unmoving. I am not a celebrity. What fans are you referring to? Madame Wang immediately replied, her tone full of excitement. Mr. Chen, don't you know how famous you are right now? She continued, her voice as captivated as if telling a legend. Why? With just your perfectly handsome face, millions of female fans will be screaming to become your followers. She held up her phone, the screen blaring brightly. As long as you make an appearance in the fan group chat, won't you be able to get any girl you want? Brother Chen turned around, silent, his gaze sharp. He said decisively, his voice like splitting iron. Sorry, I'm not interested. He called his secretary, his tone calm but unquestionable. Secretary, please escort her out. Madame Wang continued to plead desperately, her voice hurried as she was led away. 100 million a year just to film one commercial video. Brother Chen repeated, his voice as firm as a rock. Escort her out. Madame Wang suddenly shrieked, her tone dramatic. We need a true hero, and only you can do it. Chen Gu paused, his eyes shifting slightly. She quickly handed him her phone, which displayed a photo. The vampire Superman of M-City could instantly transform into a 5-meter-tall giant green ape. Once he transformed, he was unstoppable and immune to all weapons. He could run 100 meters in 1 second and easily destroy tanks. To the residents of M-City, he was their god. She continued, her voice filled with passion. And in Country Y, there was the Iyalith Sana Superman. His left hand could transform into a king's sword, like a legendary divine staff. One of his videos garnered 500 million views. They called him the Blade of Humanity, the legendary general of Y City. She continued her narration, as if guiding an epic story. In F City, there were those who could turn into scorching flames. In D City, there were those who could instantly freeze the air. In G City, there were people like Gao Su, agile and leaping between buildings, and others who could turn invisible. She concluded, her eyes sparkling with a desire to inspire. In the face of the apocalypse, it's natural for ordinary people to be filled with fear and unease. They need a true hero. She looked directly at Chen Gu, her tone full of expectation. A hero who can bring a sense of security and hope. She placed her hand on her chest, her voice trembling as if speaking of a great symbol. The vampire Superman of M-City, Iyalith Sana of Y-City, they have all become symbols of their respective nations. We also need such a symbol. Chen Gu stood by the window, his gaze sweeping over the brightly lit city, thinking, expanding my influence isn't a bad thing, especially now when there's so much criticism of me online. He turned around, his tone calm and firm. Live streaming is out, but I can consider filming a video. Ms. Wang cried out joyfully, her voice echoing like a victory bell. Really? In the promotional video, Chen Gu transformed into an immortal savior. In the suffocating darkness, he was the light piercing through the night. In endless despair, he was the blazing torch of hope. His blade swung with precision and lethal grace, elegant and sharp. His figure darted through the air, like a captivating dance of death. A giant demon suddenly appeared behind him, but he still stood firm. Unwavering, like an unyielding mountain in a storm. A true hero, fighting not for fleeting glory, but for every single life remaining on this planet. The video concluded with a scene of him confronting the giant demon head-on. Chen Gu, the first evolved individual of the new generation. A fearless and powerful guardian, a living legend, an immortal existence. Someone scrolling through videos on their phone couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, is this an apocalypse game made for revolvers?" At the In-City Special Operations Bureau, a group of people gathered to watch the video, their eyes fixed on the screen. One person spoke, their tone full of doubt, "Too many special effects, it looks unreal." Their captain responded, his tone calm and firm, "No, there are no special effects. It just seems exaggerated." "Damn it. Gwanda, you've seen Chen Shu before," he said seriously. "This Chen Shu is definitely stronger than a 5-star. He has evolved beyond awakening. It seems he's getting further and further away from us." Somewhere in an ancient temple, a group of monks stood solemnly before a torii gate, a strange spatial vortex swirling in the center. The false monk smiled, his voice echoing like ancient scriptures. "We pay our respects to Diu." From the spatial vortex, a creature with black wings and a scarlet mask emerged, its figure majestic, like a phantom from hell. Behind the Tengu was a beautiful woman with flowing white hair. The Tengu, his voice as cold as a blade, "Are you certain you found the ancient monster's cub?" The Tengu replied respectfully and firmly, "Madam, this giant monster appeared in the waters off El City, near our city. But M City was the first to discover it." The false monk sighed, his tone heavy as if bearing destiny. "According to international law, the monster's resources should belong to all humanity, but the discoverer has priority. We will ultimately only obtain 30% of the resources." Izzanami sneered disdainfully, a hint of cunning in her eyes. "What international law? If we kill it first and control all its resources, we will still have the right to control the allocation of their resources." Note that resources refer to high-quality materials that can be extracted from the corpses of these giant monsters. At the bottom of the pitch-black deep sea, a submarine glided silently, its engines whisper like the ocean's breath. Two divers left the submarine, venturing into the dark waters, where light was only a distant memory. They were the Poseidon Commando unit from the Misty Nation. One of them nervously spoke into the intercom, "There are footprints here, very large ones." The other person shouted in terror through the intercom, "Captain, that whale monster's skull is 20 meters long." They stared in horror at a massive sea monster skeleton, its broken outline looming faintly in the murky water. One of them checked his meter, his voice trembling, "The radiation level is 46 sieverts." He tried to remain calm, confirming, "That's right, this is the radiation source." Suddenly, a massive dark shadow swept past them in the murky water, like an ancient ghost awakening from a 1,000-year slumber. A soldier nervously spoke, his voice trembling, "Did you hear that?" His teammate responded in confusion, "Hear what?" He looked down at his meter, his face pale with panic. "Wait, something's not right with this thing." The numbers on the screen jumped wildly, 88, 125 sieverts, 459 sieverts. It's still increasing. He shrieked, 1,000 sieverts. It can't be this high, unless we're near a nuclear waste zone. From the profound darkness, a colossal whale monster emerged, its deep blue eyes flickering like will-o'-the-wisps, staring at them. The meter vibrated violently, displaying an astonishing number, 1,500 sieverts. The soldier stammered, his voice trembling with fear, What is this thing?" In the haunted house of Haifan City, a police officer stood rigidly, interrogating the manager with sharp eyes. "Someone went missing here yesterday. Why didn't you report it to the police immediately?" Sweat beaded on the manager's forehead as he anxiously explained, "I thought it was just a tourist who got lost. It hadn't even been 24 hours, so I sent people to look nearby. I didn't expect." The officer cut him off, his voice as sharp as a blade. 3 more people went missing tonight. Including the one from yesterday and the day before, his haunted house has already consumed about 5 people. This could be a sign of the apocalypse approaching. The Special Operations Bureau will handle this. He led his team, including the captain who appeared earlier, into the haunted house. The captain frowned, his voice low. "Strange, the sensors detected contamination just a moment ago. Why did the contamination disappear the moment we entered?" The bespectacled person on the team replied with certainty, "We are likely dealing with a mutated monster. Of course, it absorbs all contaminated energy within its range." The captain raised his staff, his gaze scrutinizing. "Is this the fiend room the director marked on our map?" Everyone stood in the center of the dilapidated room, a heavy atmosphere enveloping them. Talisman papers hovered around them, swirling in strange currents of air. Suddenly, a mannequin with long hair and red eyes lunged down from the ceiling, startling the captain. He quickly swung his spear, pushing it away with a roar. The mannequin's head fell to the ground, rolling away, while its body, made of old puppets, shattered into pieces. He snorted with disdain, "It's just a prop." Was this act really necessary? The bespectacled boy, Li Zongwen, glanced at the watch on his wrist. His face suddenly tense. The source of contamination is approaching. Instantly, the ground around them exploded, debris scattering like a storm. Lunzi shouted, raising his massive shield to protect the silver-haired girl from the falling wreckage. Oh no, a huge muscular monster wielding a glowing purple chainsaw charged at them with insane speed, attacking like a deadly whirlwind. Lunzi gritted his teeth, pushing the monster away with all his might. Li Zongwen screamed in panic, a 3-star mutated monster. Both its attack and defense are enhanced, and it possesses extremely strong regenerative abilities. Another member of the team rushed forward, their weapon flashing, their tone full of confidence. I don't care if it's tougher after consuming 5 people, it still can't defeat my extraordinary weapon. But his attack seemed ineffective, leaving only a few faint scratches. Li Zongwen muttered, his voice strained, that scoundrel, its weakness is its head. The captain turned, his gaze doubtful, huh? Li Zongwen yelled in panic, his voice distorted, its weakness is its head. Did you hit its head? Fool! The girl with the gun raised it without hesitation, pulling the trigger with deadly precision. The bullet whistled, striking the monster directly in the head, causing it to stiffen as its massive body tilted and fell. She casually blew away the wisps of smoke rising from the gun's muzzle, her movements graceful. She glanced at the monster's damaged head, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Truly disappointing. For a 3-star mutated monster, it was taken down with a single shot. The captain's face flushed with annoyance. Humph, he scoffed, with a touch of arrogance, that's because my spear restricted its movements. Otherwise, how would you have had a chance to shoot? Li Zongwen quickly intervened, saying gently, oh, come on, we're a team, let's work together, alright? Pang Luan turned to the silver-haired girl, his voice low and cautious, check the surroundings. If there are no other sources of contamination, report to the captain. He looked at the captain and said respectfully, Captain. Suddenly, a stern voice came from behind them, cutting through the air like a blade, your method of collaboration has a critical flaw. Guanda, who had been silently observing from a distance, walked over, arms crossed. His gaze so sharp it seemed to pierce through people's thoughts. Panhao, why did you act without waiting for the captain's instructions? Do you think you're smarter than Li Zongwen? The captain, Panhao, stammered in response, Li. I didn't. Guandi immediately turned to Li Zongwen, his tone like a whip. Li Zongwen, you can handle scheduling and reconnaissance, but when danger arises, do you just stand by? He pointed at him, his eyes blazing, remember, before you are the team's brain, you are first a member of the team. Li Zongwen lowered his head, his voice trembling, I'm sorry. I should have provided support. Guanda concluded, his voice as harsh as a hammer strike, if you can only stand by, you will jeopardize the lives of the entire team. He turned to Pang Luan, his tone unforgiving. Pang Luan, who is your shield meant to protect? Answer me, Pang Luan stammered, his voice as soft as a breeze. My teammates. Guanda pointed at the silver-haired girl, his gaze sharp. And is Lin Ruoya your only teammate? He scanned the entire team, his voice like thunder, in a battle. In battle, no one will care about your personal opinions. You must protect every one of your teammates. He cleared his throat, his voice low yet still authoritative. Humph, those two. He pointed at the silver-haired girl, one is too careless, lacking even basic awareness of danger. Then he pointed at the girl with the gun, and the other one shoots without thinking while her teammates are in close combat with monsters. Where did that courage come from at that moment? His gaze sharpened like a cold blade. This isn't a game. A small mistake can cost you your lives. He looked directly into everyone's eyes, his gaze seemingly engraving every word. Everyone must be responsible for their teammates. Only then can all of you leave here alive. Understand? The entire team responded in unison, their voices like a vow, yes, Captain. Guanda's voice softened slightly. A cigarette, wisps of white smoke curling in the air. With your current strength, you are capable of handling ordinary 4-star monsters. He took a drag from his cigarette, his voice low and mysterious, what I'm about to tell you is a military secret. No one is allowed to leak it. He looked at the entire team, his expression serious, I believe all of you are strong enough to face a 4-star monster. He paused, his voice low, like a final warning, what I'm about to tell you is top-secret military information. You cannot tell anyone about this. The entire team stood at attention, the air seemingly frozen by Guanda's declaration. Someone stammered, their voice trembling, apocalyptic level. I've never heard of such a thing. Guanda stood amidst the ruins, the blurred cityscape behind him like a somber warning. Misty City lost over 17,000 evolvers overnight. The government was forced to use nuclear weapons, and even then, it only barely managed to drive that monster away. He took a drag from his cigarette, white smoke swirling in the heavy air. As far as I know, no monster corpses were found in the ruins. The government report only stated that it seemed to have retreated. Luan Zi's eyes widened in astonishment, they used a nuclear bomb, and it still couldn't kill it? Guanda nodded, his voice as deep as an abyss, 17 gates of apocalypse opened in varying in degree, accompanied by shifts in spatial and temporal fluctuations. The apocalypse in the next 10-odd days will be much worse than we anticipated. It will be difficult for you to fight against those enhanced monsters. Lin Ruoya, the silver-haired girl, spoke, her voice filled with worry and determination. Captain, how can we become stronger? Will there be special training? Wanda sat down, holding up a brilliant blue crystal that shimmered as if it contained the entire universe. There's not much time left. The Special Operations Bureau is urgently distributing soul crystals. He looked directly into their eyes, his tone meaningful. You should know what this means. Manhwa exclaimed excitedly, his eyes gleaming with hope. They can awaken a person's potential abilities and allow them to develop their powers faster. Gwanda nodded, his tone as firm as a command. You have been chosen to use these crystals to become stronger. He commanded, his gaze unwavering. Everyone in this team must break through to 4-star within the next 10 days. This is for the future of humanity. The team members responded in unison, their voices like an iron oath. Captain, for the future of humanity, we will not let you down. Meanwhile, on a cliff overlooking a vast plain, Shingo stood silently, his gaze fixed on the floating status panel before him. Shingo, level, minor deity, individual, extraordinary, physique, 9535. Spirit, 1298, abilities, armed 3 chi, sensory 3 chi, 3 kings 3 chi. Talents, flying fist fighting leg, moonwalk, passive talents, thunder god, flowing fire. Weapons, heavenly sword, demon king armor, replica of a sword embryo that has evolved 3 times. He mused to himself, his gaze sharp. Given the predation speed of the divine scale sword in the Beihai fishery, it will complete its 4th evolution in a few days. After that, I only need to focus on the heavenly sword's evolution progress. In a red consciousness space like a sea of fire, Situ Tianxian suddenly awoke, her heart pounding. Where am I? She found herself in a strange, blurry scene, as if she had fallen into a ghostly dream. A gigantic shadow dragon, its eyes crimson like 2 hellfire orbs, appeared before her. She panicked, fleeing from the terrifying shadow. Screaming in extreme fear, go away. Stay away from me. She abruptly sat up in bed, breathing heavily, drenched in sweat. Brother Chen sat opposite, his voice as calm as an unrippled lake. How do you feel? She looked at him in astonishment, still shaken after waking from a nightmare. Senior, what do you mean? He tossed her a cup, she quickly caught it, but the new power within her inadvertently crushed the cup into pieces. He stood up and walked towards her, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. How does evolution feel? She looked at the fragments in her hand and blurted out in shock, huh? What happened? He explained, his voice low and clear, a 1-star evolver can strike with 200 kilograms of force and move at 15 meters per second. He smiled slightly. Congratulations. You feel much stronger now. She looked up, her eyes sparkling with surprise and excitement. Did I really evolve? Becoming an evolver has become the fervent wish of countless people worldwide. On the black market, a low-grade evolution potion has become a coveted treasure, with prices soaring to an astronomical sum exceeding $50 million. But the cost of power is not just money. Even the slightest mistake when using those inferior potions could transform the user into a terrifying mutated creature, body and mind utterly ruined. Many ordinary people, yearning to reach the pinnacle of evolution, find themselves bound by cold shackles, facing severe trials. In a sealed room, family members stand by, clutching firearms, ready to act if their loved one's body loses control. Should the artificial evolution process fail, the consequences would be an unspeakable tragedy. Even so, thousands still risk their lives, embracing the potential for mutation without hesitation, embarking on the path of evolution. As the apocalypse approaches, an era of widespread evolution has begun. Like a flame ignited in the darkness. On the vast sea near Izzanami Island, Inami stood tall, her gaze sharply observing the churning waters below. She commanded, her voice resounding like an oracle. Ebisu, clear a path. Beside her stood a group of powerful evolvers, each exuding an imposing aura. Ebisu bowed respectfully. Yes, Grandmaster. Like a dazzling golden orb, he plunged into the sea, his blinding light tearing through the water curtain. A massive energy bubble formed, pushing the seawater aside. Formed a passage directly to the seabed. The golden orb struck the ground, causing the entire space to tremble. Izzanami and her team landed on the seabed, which was covered with human skeletons and weapon fragments, like the ruins of an ancient battlefield. The group entered an underwater cave, where the air was heavy and oppressive. At the end of the cave, a colossal dark shadow appeared, emitting energy fluctuations that made the space itself seem to tremble. Among the team, a woman wearing a fox mask. Inari cried out in alarm. Even in its juvenile form, its presence is comparable to a 9-star demonic beast. It's terrifying, an emperor-level creature. A man beside her, wearing an Oni mask, his eyes gleaming with caution, silently observed the colossal dark shadow. Susa spoke, his sharp gaze fixed on Inari, the woman with the fox mask. Are you certain your perception is correct? Inari responded with cold confidence. This monster is even stronger than the emperor-level monster that attacked our base last month. My perception cannot be wrong. Izzanami gazed intently at the monster, her eyes gleaming with undisguised desire. Such a pure, primal monster. It will surely bring us a vast amount of essence, she commanded, her voice cutting through the air like a blade. Benton, control it with your illusionary arts. The rest of you, extract its core essence, then destroy the body. Leave no trace behind. Her followers chanted in unison, their praises rising like prayers offered to the gods. The monster roared, and a dazzling blue energy burst forth, enveloping it like an indestructible armor. Benton gritted her teeth, fully unleashing her illusionary arts, attempting to suppress the beast's formidable will. It let out a fierce roar, its massive body struggling violently, resisting the binds. Izzanami watched, fascinated by the monster's power. Look! Its strength, how beautiful! We shall devour it, absorb it, become it. She spread her arms, her wild laughter echoing like a dark elegy. Darkness will consume all, chaos will rule everything. Praise the endless void. Her smile was like a crack in a perfect painting, filled with madness, it was. Light and darkness, the cycle of life and death, all will return to nothingness. We shall be eternally immortal, we shall become gods. She repeated, her voice like a curse, praising darkness, praising chaos, praising the endless void. In a secret laboratory, a scientist stood silently before an embryo developing in a test tube, the faint light illuminating his weathered face. Our pursuit of transcendent power has never ceased, he whispered. In the sky, a fighter jet roared, dropping a nuclear bomb. Flames of destruction tore through the sky, and a massive mushroom cloud bloomed. Like a symbol of the end shrouded in death. A deep and distant voice echoed, as if recalling the distant past, as violent shockwaves swept across the earth, like an arc of destruction. Civilization and order were torn apart. The world reverted to the primal chaos of creation. 30 days and nights passed before the dust gradually settled. Once towering mountains were now barren lands. Once surging rivers were now nothing but stagnant puddles. In the cracked fissures of the earth, survivors stood silently. Their terrified gazes fixed on the remains of a colossal monster, as large as a mountain. Its bones shimmered with a strange metallic luster, and even in ruin, it maintained a battle stance, as if telling a tragic tale of a lost era. Within its crystals, scientists discovered a mysterious substance, shimmering like stars. When light shone upon it, the substance vibrated like a living thing, refracting colors beyond the human visual spectrum. After 700 days and nights of arduous research, an old scientist wept with joy, his voice trembling. It can reconstruct the molecular structure of organisms, allowing carbon-based life to break free from the shackles of evolution. This is Prometheus's flame, the forbidden fruit of wisdom. At a sensational press conference, the Prime Minister held up a petri dish, the blue substance glowing brilliantly like a sacred flame. Today, we shall declare ourselves gods. He announced, his voice echoing like a prophecy. We name it Divine Source. Fate, cold and ruthless, soon revealed its terrifying fangs. The first volunteers, bathed in the blue light. Divine, transforming into shimmering crystal statues. Their final expressions were frozen forever. A mix of extreme agony and strange ecstasy. Their mortal bodies, fragile as paper, could not bear the divine flames. Ultimately, humanity realized that it wasn't the origin that lacked power, but human bodies, forged from common clay, were utterly unworthy and incompatible with the gods' divine gifts. Fate, like a mysterious guide, always has its own plans. When the apocalypse arrived, monsters began to roam the earth, spreading terror. The survivors who had once touched the origin were astonished to discover they could evolve by absorbing the monster's corruption. Only then did humanity realize that myths had never abandoned them. It was sweeping in with unstoppable force, like a storm. In this era, we are the inheritors of myth. Izzanami spread her arms, her smile as captivating as a prophecy. We continue to evolve, growing stronger. Until one day, we will reach the realm of the gods. Her followers cheered in unison, their voices like a tsunami, we will become gods. Praise the gods, praise the gods. Suddenly, Izzanami paused, a flicker of surprise and wariness crossing her beautiful face. She whirled around, shouting, her voice sharp as a blade, who is there? Who is there? Above the giant monster, a figure appeared, majestic as a descending deity. A calm yet authoritative voice resonated, praise me, for my name is Chen Shu. Izzanami froze, but then, fury blazed in her eyes. She commanded her confidant, her voice cold as ice. Izzanami, analyze his information immediately. Izzanami, wearing a fox mask, bowed respectfully, yes, Grandmaster. She immediately unleashed her ability. Her eyes of God, a pink light burst forth, enveloping her like a halo. Chen Shu gently leaped from above, his feet touching the water's surface with only the slightest ripple, as if he were a ghost traversing space. He curled his lip, an interesting thought flashing through his mind. Oh, a perception ability similar to observation hockey? His eyes glowed with a blazing red light, like hellfire burning fiercely. No, its power is still far from enough, he commented disdainfully. Crack. A sharp cracking sound echoed as Inari's fox mask shattered into pieces. She was thrown back by an invisible force. Screaming in pain, her body crashing heavily to the ground. Izzanami watched the scene in horror, her eyes filled with unease. She turned to Inari, roaring, "Where's the intel?" Still trembling from shock and pain, Inari stammered. "My divine, I suffered a backlash." Izzanami was completely stunned, her lips trembling as she managed, "What?" She abruptly turned to Susanoo, her gaze seemingly burning through him. Susanoo. Susanoo, wearing a demon mask, roared and rushed forward to stand in front of Izzanami, his aura erupting like a volcano. "Grandmaster, no matter what magic that was, I will crush him with one punch." He let out a furious roar and charged at Chen Gu like a whirlwind. "Die, you scoundrel!" Chen Ji's expression was calm and cold. He merely tilted his head, mocking sharply, "You dare to make the first move?" Susanoo's fist tore through the air, but only struck empty space. He stared in astonishment. Chen Gu had vanished right before his eyes. Whoosh! With a slight movement, Chen Gu dodged the attack and, with lightning speed, delivered a blow that sent Susanoo off balance, flying backward towards the sharp spikes below. Suddenly, another figure appeared, their palm radiating shimmering emerald energy. "Counterforce, stop," the person commanded coldly, their voice seemingly from an unseen realm. An invisible force immediately gripped Susanoo, suspending his body in midair, mere inches from the deadly spikes. Controlling gravity? That ability is quite flashy. Susanoo roared, struggling against the binding energy, his voice filled with fury. "Don't interfere with my business, Dahishan." Dahishan casually released his grip, lifting the gravitational hold, allowing Susanoo to crash heavily to the ground with a thud. Dahishan hovered above, expressionless, his angry gaze fixed on Chen Gu. A massive energy palm appeared in the air, ready to strike at any moment. "It's your turn. Taste what it's like to be crushed." The giant hand slammed down, the ground shook violently, heading straight for Chen Gu. Chen Gu simply spread his legs, and an energy explosion erupted from beneath his feet, shattering Dahishan's attack like hellfire. He was stunned, cold sweat trickling down his temples, unable to believe his eyes. "What? Even gravity can't suppress him?" Chen Gu stood firmly at the epicenter, a scorching red light enveloping his body, emitting a suffocating, terrifying pressure. In the distance, Daohua watched, crying out in terror. "He's completely neutralizing the gravity." Dahishan gritted his teeth, veins bulging, roaring in doubt and anger. What in the world is going on? He actually surpassed divine power? Susanoo rose from the rubble, his clenched fists burning with fire, roaring madly, "How dare you humiliate me? Then you shall pay with your blood." He concentrated all his strength into his fist, charging at Chen Gu, shouting, "Niratepo." Chen Gu merely glanced at the incoming attack, muttering indifferently, "Another physical skill?" Bang! A deafening crash. Chen Gu easily blocked Susanoo's earth-shattering punch with just one hand. The ground beneath them cracked, and the immense pressure made space tremble. Susanoo's eyes widened, sweating profusely, trembling as he said, "This monster." Chen Gu looked up, his crimson eyes fixed on Susanoo, a cold smile like a blade. Snap! With a slight twist of his hand, he broke Susanoo's wrist, the crisp sound of bone shattering echoing. Chen Gu slammed him to the ground, his voice thundering, "Ah!" Susanoo let out a miserable howl, the piercing pain sending him to the ground, his body trembling. "Am I going to die? I must block this attack." Dahishan's face turned pale with terror, and he hurriedly raised his hands, attempting to create an invisible force field to protect his teammate. But it was too late, a massive torrent of energy poured from Chen Gu, sweeping Susanoo away like a ragdoll in a storm. Boom, boom, boom. Susanoo was sent flying dozens of meters, his body plowing a long, deep trench in the ground, leaving a deep crack amidst the rubble. Chen Gu appeared amidst the ruins, the red lightning around him growing more violent, as if it would incinerate the entire space. Blood seeped from the corners of his eyes and his palms, staining the cold lines crimson. His hair gradually turned silver-white, like moonlight in the dark night. He let out a furious roar, his voice deafening like thunder, releasing his full power, blood burst crimson flame. Izzanami sensed the critical situation and flew into the air with her subordinates, her gaze sharp as a blade. She commanded, her voice as firm as steel, like a divine decree from the heavens, "Gods of Takamagara, unite your powers and defeat our enemy." Her subordinates responded in unison, their voices echoing like waves. "As you command, great venerable." Ebisu immediately unleashed his power, pressing his hands down forcefully. Such cunning! From deep within the earth, colossal stone hands emerged, accompanied by an infuriating sound, like falling hail. They stretched out, attempting to seize Chen Gu, but he merely stood still, expressionless and unmoving. Ebisu grinned triumphantly, muttering to himself, "Heh." He slammed his hands to the ground, roaring, divine-forged magma shackles. The ground shook violently, and massive rock formations rose, swiftly encircling Chen Gu to form an impenetrable stone prison, like an unyielding fortress. Crack, 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 the stone blocks fully closed, plummeting to the ground and raising a thick cloud of dust. Ebisu stood with his arms crossed, proudly admiring his creation. These divine reinforced rocks are harder than refined steel. No matter how extraordinary your abilities, once the air runs out, you'll perish in my stone prison. Suddenly, Inari shrieked in terror, pointing at the stone blocks. He's melting those rocks with extreme heat. The interior of the stone prison began to glow intensely, with red-orange magma patterns spreading like the veins of an erupting volcano. Boom! Chen Shu burst through the stone prison, emerging from a vortex of magma. His figure like a war god stepping out of a hellish forge. Susanoo turned to Ebisu, his gaze filled with disdain and mockery. Hey, look at your stone shell, soft as udon noodles. Are you really that formidable? An enraged Ebisu gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and he roared furiously, one layer isn't enough? Then add another layer. He slammed the ground, unleashing an even more powerful technique, body forging. Refined silver mass. Crackling and snapping, countless sharp silver pillars erupted from the ground, gleaming like deadly blades. 2 layers aren't enough? Then add a third. Ebisu roared, pouring all his strength into it, his eyes burning with determination. Body forging. Celestial Golden Palace. The ground split open, and massive golden walls rose, forming a magnificent yet inescapable prison, shimmering with an indestructible metallic luster. Thud, Ebisu collapsed to the ground, panting, his voice weak. These 3 layers of seals have exhausted my divine power. Susanoo patted his shoulder, his tone half comforting, half mocking. What I mean is, you really didn't need to go all out and use your strongest technique right from the start. I was just kidding. Another member of the team, with fiery red hair, confidently declared, no one can survive Ebisu's celestial golden palace. This battle is over. Susanoo folded his arms, looking disdainfully at the golden prison. I thought he was someone important. Didn't he still get crushed by our Takamagara shrine in the end? Izzanami smiled with satisfaction, a cruel glint in her eyes. The obstacle has been removed. Now, kill that divine lizard and seize its essence. She commanded, and her subordinates immediately surged towards the monster like a tide. Suddenly, Izzanami noticed Inari standing motionless, her eyes blank. She asked worriedly, what's wrong? What did your divine eye see? Inari stared intently at the golden palace, her voice trembling with fear. This seal, no, it can't hold him. Cold sweat ran down her cheeks as she turned, her face terribly pale. He can control metal structures. Ebisu's 3 layers of seals are completely useless against him. Crackle, crackle, crackle. A blue beam of light erupted, breaking through the golden palace from within, making it shake violently, as if on the verge of collapse. A majestic voice echoed from within the prison, like the roar of an ancient beast. If you wish to hunt the offspring of that ancient monster, you'll have to get past me first. Boom! The golden hall shattered into countless fragments, scattering like sharp projectiles, forcing the team members to scramble for cover. The voice rang out again, filled with defiance and arrogance. Otherwise, don't blame me for overpowering you. Ebisu's eyes widened, his mouth agape in shock, and he stammered. I clearly had him completely sealed. At the center of the explosion, Jingu stood proudly, his blood-red markings glowing, and his white hair standing on end as if in a fierce wind. His eyes were cold as he clearly declared, come on, I will crush each of you into dust. His eyes glowed with dazzling white light, emitting an overwhelming killing intent. The red-haired deity roared in anger, the flames around him burning fiercely, as if to incinerate the entire space. He eliminated our companion, so there's nothing more to say. Anyone who obstructs us from attaining divinity will only find their end. He pointed at Jingu, his tone filled with disdain. My flames are different from your magic. My divine power can create purgatorial karma flames that burn for 7 days without extinguishing. Your kind of warm flame is only suitable for brewing tea. He roared, swinging his arm, and the flames condensed into a huge, scorching spear. Perish! He roared, hurling the spear fiercely at Jingu. Whoosh! The spear shot through the air like an arrow. Jingu remained standing there, his expression arrogant, a slight smirk playing on his lips, revealing a defiant smile. He took a deep breath, then gently blew out a faint stream of air. That stream of air, like a magical breeze, instantly extinguished the powerful karma flames, astonishing everyone. The red-haired deity let out a wild laugh, the flames around him burning fiercely again. Ha? He stopped abruptly, his eyes wide, unable to believe that his ultimate attack had been so easily neutralized. Susanoo remained unwavering, roaring his command, enough, more talk is useless. I'll attack from below, and you apply pressure from above. Daikoku, who controlled gravity, nodded decisively. Susanoo swooped down like an arrow, while the red-haired deity and Daikoku began. Their heads moved, forming a perfect pincer attack. In the distance, Izzanami gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with fury. I don't believe you can fight all 3 of us at once. Benton's face showed tension. She turned to Izzanami and shouted, who else? Is there anyone else who can help me subdue that demon? Susanoo charged with astonishing speed, his fists blazing like lightning. He roared, furious wolf cannon. Boom! However, Brother Chen skillfully dodged the attack. With a flick of his hand, he slammed Susanoo heavily to the ground, shattering it instantly. Just then, the red-haired deity descended from high above with a devastating strike, the 10,000 paths of the underworld burning and destroying everything. A massive sea of fire engulfed Brother Chen's location. Suddenly, Inari cried out in alarm, warning her teammates, "Watch out, that's the soul-sealing seal." From beneath the ground, a golden magic array shone, enveloping Dahei. Whoosh! Giant golden chains suddenly appeared, tightly binding Dahei, who was utterly shocked. Bang! He was yanked by the chains, slamming directly into a rock, pinned firmly and unable to move. Inari was stunned, her voice trembling. This is a higher-level magic than Ebisu's seal. Izzanami turned to Benton, her eyes resolute. "So, what are you going to do?" Benton responded, a determined pink glow flickering in her eyes. "It's time for our mind force to act." Benton collapsed, letting out a fierce roar, her face twisted into a horrifying distortion. Her eyes were white, fangs sprouted, and her long tongue extended, a repulsive sight. Her pink hair billowed in the turbulent air. She arrogantly declared, "Even if that demon's body is strong, he cannot resist my mental attack." She began to chant, eerie sounds echoing as if tearing through space. This sound comes from the underworld. Listen and fall. This was the underworld spirit word. Brother Chen froze, seemingly bound by an invisible attack. He released the red-haired man, his face contorted, breathing with difficulty, and coughed painfully a few times. In her eerie form, Benton let out a malicious laugh, her voice filled with corruption. "I will bind your soul. Listen, I am the law of death, like a mother's embrace. And a child's collar. Fall, fall, descend into the path of the underworld. A place where even gods will decay." She shrieked, dragging her enemy into a dark, oppressive mental space. Seeing Shinga fall for it, the red-haired man smiled triumphantly. "Ha, Bond's word spirit is truly effective. That demon can no longer move. He must have fallen into a nightmare." In the mental space, Shinga raised a hand to his forehead, feeling dizzy and swaying. A giant, grotesque Bond appeared before him, its pale eyes flickering with disdain. The word spirit mocked, "The power you wield in the real world is meaningless here. This is my mental domain. Crushing you is as easy as turning my hand. Your physical enhancements are useless, and you can no longer use your magic." A layer of cold blue frost slowly covered Shinji's body, as if to freeze him in despair. "This is an arena that belongs only to mental power." The word spirit roared, continuing its invisible attacks, throwing Shinji's mind into chaos. Chenga spat out a mouthful of black blood, a sign of severe mental damage. The giant Bond leaned down, its eerie face close to him, the word spirit's breath like a cold wind from death itself. She whispered with a pleased expression, "Does it hurt? In my domain, pain is amplified 100-fold. Didn't you know? The best part is, you won't pass out here. In fact, you'll become even more lucid." Her laughter rang out madly, as if to tear space apart. Countless sharp pink energy spikes pierced Shinji's body, bringing unbearable agony. He lowered his head, looking at the wounds oozing black blood, his voice unusually calm. "Because this is a mental domain, such imagined injuries." Shenga looked up, his gaze piercing through space like a blade, muttering in a low voice, "Can't cause fatal damage, right?" Bot roared, her tone filled with malicious pleasure, "It's enough to make you wish for death. I will make you beg on your knees, pleading for me to end your life. For example, don't you feel right now? Is suicide the only way out?" Shenga wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a cold, indifferent smile suddenly bloomed on his lips. He straightened his body, no longer trembling, his voice annoyingly calm. "If I can't even feel pain, then your Miss Sodom is nothing more than noise." Benting's eerie face cracked with shock, and she screamed, her voice breaking with disbelief, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Bang! Benting lunged forward, punching Shenga directly in the abdomen. She was stunned, stammering, "You really don't feel any pain at all?" Shenga leaned close to her ear, his whisper full of magic, as if etched into her heart. "If this pain were 100 points, then when I activate the bloodburst crimson flame, the pain of my blood boiling within me is probably..." He looked directly into her terrified eyes, finishing the sentence with absolute coldness. 1,000,000 points. A majestic blue light flashed in Shinji's eyes, as if piercing Benting's soul. His voice echoed, deeply etched into her mind, "Your imagination is certainly interesting. From this moment on, your soul will forever remember one thing." He paused, then declared, "You have been defeated." Benting was sent flying, her body swaying. She mumbled unconsciously, like a soulless puppet, repeating, "I'm defeated. I'm defeated, I'm defeated, I'm defeated." The two returned to the real world, Benting lying unconscious on the ground. Izzanami stood there, dumbfounded, her eyes wide at everything that had just happened. Chen Gu took off his tattered clothes and calmly ordered Benting, who was lying on the ground, get up. Immediately, Benting sprang up and flew towards Chen Gu, acting like a soulless puppet. Izzanami was stunned, her voice trembling. You really turned Benting into your puppet? Did her Miss Sodom backfire on herself? Chen Gu glanced around, then commanded his new puppet, let's go. This place is truly inauspicious. Benting immediately obeyed, flying away with him. Izzanami gritted her teeth, her beautiful face contorted with anger. Betrayal. It actually learned to kill its own master. Chen Gu turned around and gave Izzanami a faint smile. Today's training match ends here. You can take her away. When the Overlord's aura, mine will automatically be lifted in 3 days. He stopped, his voice low. No matter what, don't ever think about my sword sheath again. Izzanami roared, do you think things will end this simply? Those who dare disrespect the gods shall pay a heavy price. Benton, now you can perish. Whoosh. Izzanami's wings flapped, and a blade-sharp slash shot towards Benton. Brother Chen remained terrifyingly calm, muttering, damn it, this is the first time I've seen someone so malicious, even willing to harm their own. Inari was terrified, her voice trembling. Grandmaster, why? Benton is one of us. She held her head high, her eyes burning with conviction, her voice echoing like a prophecy. The intertwining of light and shadow, the cycle of life and death. All shall return to nothingness. We shall be eternal, we shall become gods. The intertwining of light and shadow, the cycle of life and death. This is precisely the dance of Taka Manohara's demise. Izzanami and her remaining subordinates simultaneously unleashed a destructive energy. It swept towards Brother Chen like a divine storm. Brother Chen's lips curled into a faint smile as he whispered, bloodfall crimson flame. His body ignited with blazing crimson lotus flames, and thunder rumbled. His silver hair lengthened, 2 sharp horns sprouted from his forehead, and his presence became like that of a demonic deity. Izzanami suddenly paused, a sense of unease rising within her. She exclaimed, your fundamental essence is very similar to that sword lizard's behind you. What exactly is your connection to it? Brother Chen did not reply, only charging forward with unimaginable speed, like a phantom streaking through space. Izzanami's face turned pale with fright, her beautiful features contorted in terror. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion erupted as Brother Chen, moving too fast for the eye to see, punched directly at the winged figure. He hastily spread his wings to block. Bang, 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 bang. Brother Chen continued his assault, like a furious phantom, unleashing a barrage of devastating attacks that shook the air. The winged figure roared in anger and engaged in battle. Izzanami and her companions quickly coordinated their techniques. Yada Mirror, Divine Azure Hunter Lin. This divine mirror, a treasure symbolizing truth among Japan's 3 sacred treasures, emitted an overwhelming sacred light. Chen Gu was engulfed by the dazzling light, and the ground beneath his feet cracked and began to split. His tough scales began to shatter under the terrifying force of this attack. Izzanami smiled triumphantly. This was Shin Okari, capable of penetrating even the defenses of demonic beasts. It was like a microwave, destroying a person's body from within. But Chen Gu merely gritted his teeth, a deadly glint in his crimson eyes. He roared, and a massive light sword surrounded by lightning appeared in his hand. He raised a deep crimson energy shield, blocking the attack. From the darkness, one of Izzanami's subordinates emerged, shouting, Shadow Eater, scattered bitter evil death. This skill name hinted at a demon that devours darkness, a powerful demonic attack. Chen Gu, sword in hand, charged directly at his opponent. Clang! From behind him, one of Izzanami's subordinates stabbed him in the back. Han Susha gasped, this is. Chen Gu was enveloped in a set of majestic demonic emperor armor. Get lost! Chen Gu roared, his voice like thunder, resonating with absolute power. Boom! Chen Gu swung his long sword, and a slash of fiery red light intertwined with darkness sent his opponent flying. Izzanami observed, a smug smile playing on her lips, it's useless. Where there is light, there is darkness. As long as darkness exists, I, Suyeme, am immortal. She raised her hand, signaling, Shadow Mist Slash. Suyeme's shadow emerged, silent as the Grim Reaper, preparing a sneak attack. This skill name evokes a shadow slash under the misty moonlight, combining stealthy movement with an elegant yet deadly attack. Ishu Ling, Reverse Feather. Suyeme appeared from the darkness, launching a surprise attack. Clang! The Night Sparrow's blade was lightning fast, but Chen Gu blocked it. The demonic emperor armor covering his body was unharmed. Suyeme murmured in shock, what astonishing defense! Chen Gu merely cast a cold glance at the enemies circling in the air. Whoosh! That deity roared, diving down at an astonishing speed, unleashing a massive strike. So sharp it seemed to tear through the air, aimed directly at Chen Gu. Crack! Crack! The armor on Chen Ji's shoulder cracked under the terrible force. Izzanami laughed arrogantly, explaining that the deity's attack could destroy all defenses. Even the sturdiest shield would shatter with a single blow. The two opponents stood facing each other, the air as tense as a taut bowstring. Chen Ji's lips curled into a smirk, his crimson eyes gleaming. This effort isn't bad. The greatsword in his hand blazed fiercely, unleashing crescent-shaped energy streams that repelled the deity. Hal Feng. Tsukuyomi didn't miss the chance, charging forward with a deadly strike. The Hellfang technique was as sharp as snake venom. Immediately after, Yuzutsu Manhwa. He unleashed a series of phantom-like attacks, as relentless as the cicada's song amidst blooming flowers. Finally, infinite wind binding. A binding technique from the deepest hell, trapping the opponent tightly in endless darkness. Crack, Shengu said coldly, swinging his sword to shatter all attacks in Tsukuyomi's body. He looked at the dissipating shadow and mocked, it seems you can't be killed as long as darkness exists, can you? Then, I'll evaporate all darkness along with you. Chengu roared, releasing a massive burst of light energy. Boom! Tsukuyomi was engulfed by the dazzling light explosion, smoke billowing from his body. Chengu flew up, preparing to deliver the final blow. The enemy had completely lost the ability to fight. He plunged his greatsword into the ground, a decisive strike that ended everything. Tsukuyomi lay motionless in the ruins, empty eyes staring at the sky. Black blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Chengu stood atop the ruins, greatsword resting on his shoulder, his sharp gaze sweeping over the remaining people. Who else, he challenged. Who else dares to take a step forward? A red-haired woman cried out in despair, brother. She was about to rush forward, but the priest held her back tightly. He shook his head, his eyes indicating that it was all too late. Izzanami's face twisted in rage as she roared, commanding her hesitant subordinates, what are you still standing there for? Go! All of you, attack together. But the red-haired priest in Inari just stood there, trembling, completely overwhelmed by Shinji's might, daring not to move. The red-haired woman knelt on the ground, tears streaming from her eyes. She pounded her fist against the stone slab, crying out in agony, why? Why this sacrifice? To obtain the essence, must all my brothers die here? Izzanami stepped forward, looking coldly at the weeping girl. You are candidates for godhood. She pointed at Shengu, her voice devoid of emotion, kill him. Kill that demon, and we can obtain enough essence to become even stronger. The girl looked up, tears still flowing, and choked out, but I don't want to become stronger. I just want to be an ordinary person, someone who can heal properly. Slap. Izzanami slapped the girl hard, grabbing her by the neck and roaring, coward. You have betrayed the oath of the underworld. This is a grave offense. Her gaze sharpened as she declared, we are the inheritors of myths. We constantly evolve, constantly grow stronger. Until one day we reach the divine realm. The girl's eyes were tearful, yet filled with defiance. She whispered, go on, go ahead and kill him. Izzanami turned to the priest, commanding cruelly, fool, kill this traitor. Her heart has wavered, she is unworthy to be a divine vessel. The priest remained silent, his eyes showing hesitation at this malicious command. Izzanami roared impatiently, damn it. But her subordinates still didn't move. Chen Ji's greatsword struck the ground with a clear clang. He looked at them, his voice calm yet full of authority, I have no intention of fighting you to the death. Lower your hostility, and you may leave now. Izzanami laughed maniacally, her eyes bloodshot, you want me to surrender? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She shrieked, her body beginning to undergo a terrifying transformation. Gigantification. Her hair transformed into giant white snakes, one of which lunged and bit the red-haired woman. She cackled wildly, her savage laughter echoing as she declared that every drop of primordial essence would be her nourishment. Izzanami laughed arrogantly, and the other snakes began to attack the remaining subordinates. All your power will belong to me. The terrifying white snakes tightly coiled around the members of Ijiang Gang, holding them in a deadly grip, ready to devour them at any moment. One by one, they were consumed by the snakes, falling into extreme fear and despair. The red-haired deity murmured in shock, her voice trembling, she's absorbing the abilities of our Ijiang Gang. Does this mean she only saw us as? Izzanami, now completely transformed, looked down at her former subordinates with disdain and coldly stated, Ijiang Gang? How laughable. You are merely vessels to nourish my primordial essence. She raised her head, her crimson eyes gleaming with a mad ambition. Here, only I am worthy of becoming a deity. Brother Chen stood with his arms crossed, watching the scene of internal conflict with a cold, mocking smile. Ha, this is truly an unexpected turn of events. It seems you have some trouble in your own backyard. Susanoo, covered in blood, gritted his teeth and stood up, blocking Brother Chen. He roared, although I don't like you, this is Ijiang Gang's private matter. If you don't want to perish, then get out of my way. This battle is for our survival. He roared, lifting a massive boulder and hurling it directly at Izzanami. One of the snakes on her head shot out a searing red energy, effortlessly turning the boulder into dust. Izzanami looked at him with contempt, as if he were a dog betraying its master. So, you too are a dog daring to defy its master? She floated in midair, countless massive rocks swirling around her, emitting an absolutely overwhelming power. Okunanushi, his face shining with resolve, shouted, "We were orphans, test subjects, survivors of disaster." Painful memories surged, images of frail children trembling in fear, beside bodies strewn across cold floors. By becoming deities, we escaped mortal suffering. But this path has come at too great a cost. Another memory surfaced. In pain, the little boy screamed in blue light. His body was torn apart in a dying struggle. Amidst the chaotic waves, Izzanami stood like a savior, gathering the surviving children. Her voice echoed, sowing a faint glimmer of hope in their hearts. From today onwards, you are idols. Back in reality, Okunanushi clasped his hands, gathering all his strength, roaring with unshakable resolve. We gathered here and became idols for only one reason from the very beginning: to continue living. He faced his former leader, his eyes sharp, ready for the final battle. Boom! A massive energy burst from Izzanami, sending Okunanushi flying back. He cried out in pain, "Aha!" A dark phantom emerged behind him, engulfing him. With a confident smile, Izzanami declared, "I have obtained the power of both light and darkness. Don't think you have the right to defy me." Dark tentacles suddenly rose, tightly coiling around Okunanushi. He gasped for air, yet still gritted his teeth and roared, "I will never surrender." The tentacles tightened further, forming a dark sphere, crushing him from within. Izzanami sneered, a dark serpent slithering from her side, opening its maw to devour the remaining crystal fragments of Okunanushi. Her maniacal laughter echoed, "Ha ha ha ha." Having absorbed the power of her subordinates, she raised her hands and roared, "Rise." The other members of the idol group were lifted by an invisible force, suspended helplessly in the air. Izzanami looked at them with the gaze of a conqueror, commanding, "Surrender your power." Suddenly, a hand grabbed Inari's foot, pulling her free from the restraints. Inari looked back in surprise, recognizing Shingo, and stammered, "You, why?" The fearless red-haired warrior roared as he charged at Izzanami, "I will fight you to the death." In despair, Susanoo gathered all his strength into one final punch, shouting, "Even if it means mutual destruction, I will not let you succeed today." Izzanami merely sneered, her eyes terrifying, completely disregarding his attack. A chaotic battle erupted. Susanoo and Kagetsuchi attacked Izzanami with full force from both sides, triggering a terrifying explosion. But Izzanami was too powerful. One of her snakes could tear Susanoo's body in half. Kagetsuchi burned fiercely in the final flames, shouting with a resolute expression, "Even if I can't resist, I'll drag you down with me." Burning the underworld, the sun's fury erupted, and its light shot directly into the snake's mouth. An earth-shattering explosion erupted from within. Terrifying heat waves seemed to incinerate the entire world. Izzanami stood at the center of the storm, looking at the pile of ashes, a hint of regret in her voice. "You'd rather self-destruct than be devoured by me?" A snake licked the remaining scorching energy crystals. She scoffed, her voice full of mockery, "You're too naive, Kagetsuchi. Your body is merely a vessel for the essence. Even if you take your own life, the essence within you won't dissipate." She revealed the cruel truth, devouring Kagetsuchi's final essence. Izzanami tilted her head back, reveling in the surging new power within her. Her snakes devoured the colorful energy clusters, absorbing them greedily. She smiled with satisfaction, a cruel glint in her crimson eyes. "I've already absorbed 7 individuals. Now, only Shingo, Inari, and the dying Tengu god remained on the battlefield." Inari witnessed this horrifying sight, whispering in despair, "Even self-destruction is useless. Is there truly no way out?" Though exhausted, the Tengu god gritted his teeth and stood up, shielding Inari with a determined gaze. Izzanami scanned the last 2, her voice as cold as ice, "Only the 2 of you are left." The Tengu god clenched his fists, seemingly having made a final decision. In an instant, his body dissolved into scattered dark feathers, leaving only emptiness. Izzanami pouted, a hint of surprise in her smile. Did they escape? A clever choice, cowardly yet realistic. She murmured, then turned her sharp gaze towards Chengu and Inari. Inari knelt before Chengu, her voice trembling, full of pleading. "You, I beg you, with your power, you must be able to destroy the essence crystal within me." She tightly grasped his hand, tears streaming down her face. "Please, end my life, then destroy it. I don't want to become a part of Izzanami's power. Only you can do this." Chengu remained silent, his crimson eyes sweeping over the desperate girl before him. Izzanami floated in the air and sneered, "Do you intend to destroy the primordial essence with demonic power? You have already betrayed the will of the gods of Takamagara. You are also a traitor." Inari screamed, her voice hoarse with fear and despair. "Hurry, kill me now. Quickly, destroy the crystal inside me. Otherwise it will be too late." She grabbed Shenji's clothes and shook him vigorously. Izzanami burst into laughter, which echoed like thunder. "Oh ho ho ho, do you wish to die? One of her snakes lunged from behind, its mouth wide open. I shall devour both this demonic primordial essence and that lizard god simultaneously, she declared, her voice filled with ambition, her crimson eyes gleaming with a mad light. As if to ascend to godhood. He turned and looked at her indifferently. You don't need to die. Both of you shall become sacrifices for the new god. Izzanami roared, and the swarm of snakes charged directly at Chen Gu and Inari. Chen Gu gripped his sword, and blue lightning erupted, enveloping the blade in fierce electric light. He thrust his sword directly into Izanami's head, and the powerful force knocked her head back. After landing, he looked at Izanami coldly. I have decided not to get involved in your mess. Izanami pulled Chun Ji's sword from her head, completely unharmed. She sneered, this level of power is not enough to kill me. Bang! Chen Gu suddenly appeared before her, landing a devastating punch that distorted Izanami's face. Today, you must perish, he roared, stomping his foot. A massive wave of icy energy spread out, freezing everything in its path. The terrifying shockwave sent Izanami and Inari flying. Inari fell to the ground, clutching her broken mask, tears streaming from fear and helplessness. Chen Ji's arm erupted with dazzling golden yellow energy. He looked at the staggering Izanami, his voice full of authority. How does that feel? Izanami floated in the smoke and dust, her figure blurred, trying to regain her composure after the attack. She slowly stood up, brushed off the dust, and sneered contemptuously. That wasn't even a scratch. Heh, Chen Gu sneered, deadly blue lightning flashing in his eyes. He roared, unleashing even more terrifying power. Lightning refines the body. Fire forges the bones, blood ignites the crimson flames. Fourth layer. Izanami's crimson eyes widened abruptly, reflecting Chen Ji's transforming figure amidst the destructive energy. He hovered in the air, surrounded by flames and lightning, like a demon god descended. The pressure emanating from him seemed to freeze space itself. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a stream of energy, a mix of fire and lightning, that shot forth with astonishing speed. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion terrified Izanami, and the ground trembled violently. Chen Gu, in his new form, with long black hair and clad in dragon scale armor, looked down. Muttering to himself, I can't believe he dodged that. One of Izanami's snakes had been completely incinerated. He looked at her with a challenging gaze, the snake now reduced to ashes. If you have any other tricks, bring them on. Izanami clasped her hands together, performing a complex incantation, emitting strange sounds. A gigantic dark serpent emerged from the ground, lunging directly at Chen Gu. Bang! He simply clenched his fist, and a scorching red energy burst forth, effortlessly destroying the serpents. Izanami gritted her teeth, unable to believe her attacks were so easily nullified. Impossible. How could Oku be so useless? Chen Gu stepped forward, each stride causing the ground to crack. The orange aura around him intensifying. Izanami watched Chen Gu, her eyes flickering with wariness and dread, thinking, this demon's presence, the pressure he emits, is even more terrifying than a god's. She began to chant, summoning the power of her absorbed subordinates. Copper corrodes their bodies, silver seals their souls, gold defiles their status. Boom! A massive green serpent swooped down, violently crashing into Chen Ji's position. He merely clicked his tongue, a look of displeasure on his face, and with a wave of his hand, unleashed a brilliant orange lightning bolt that tore through the serpent as easily as paper. Immediately after, another huge blue serpent charged from the side. Phantom Ember. Chen Gu roared, conjuring a giant flaming arm that tightly gripped the blue serpent. The ground trembled violently. Boom! A shimmering golden giant serpent suddenly appeared, opening its massive maw as if to devour him. Izanami stood there, a triumphant smile on her face, hands clasped, and coldly commanded, extinguish. The serpent emitted a dazzling golden energy. From within the serpent's belly, Chen Ji's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. How amusing. The golden serpent turned into metal, standing rigidly on the ground. Izanami was stunned, not understanding what had happened. Ah! Swoosh! The metal snake was suddenly split in half from the inside, black blood splattering everywhere. Chen Gu appeared behind Izanami, his tone filled with disappointment, even after she had punished her own companion. Is that all your power? He raised his hand, and a golden energy streak sliced across her neck. Izanami had no time to react, screaming in panic. No, no, no. Her beautiful face twisted, her eyes filled with terror. I am a god, I cannot die. Covered in blood, she stumbled backward, muttering frantically. I was meant to be a god, superior to all. I was meant to ascend to the divine hall. She collapsed, and the snake on her head gradually weakened. I was meant to look down on all beings like a god. Chen Gu looked down at her, his voice like a final judgment, your transgressions end here. Izanami shrieked, no, it's impossible. Her eyes lost their light, leaving only hollow blackness. She fell, her last breath dissipating in a faint groan. Inari hid behind a rock, crying with a mix of relief and sorrow. Chen Gu walked over, his figure casting a shadow over the weeping girl. He reached out his hand, his tone gentler, let's go. He picked up the unconscious Inari and swam to the surface, fish swirling around them. Bang, he landed heavily on the warship's deck, water splashing everywhere. Two sailors were startled, utterly terrified. One stammered, where did these two come from? Chen Gu looked at them, thinking, foreigners? He pointed to the distant land and said, please take her to shore. He raised his hand in a friendly gesture and asked, can you? The two sailors exchanged glances, confused, unsure of what was happening. Chen Gu thought, I wonder if they understood. A moment later, Inari woke up in a soft bed. A narration began, humans are a species adept at internal strife and selfishness. Chen Gu stood by the bed, quietly watching the sleeping girl. Throughout history, the number of fellow humans who have died at the hands of other humans far exceeds those lost to disasters or monsters. The brutal memories of Izzanami flashed like cold flames, scorching the mind. After gaining power, few humans think of extending a hand to protect the weak or uphold justice. Instead, they wielded cold blades, pointing them directly at those weaker than themselves. Chen Gu watched quietly through the window, his gaze fixed on where the two sailors waved goodbye, their figures appearing so small under the gloomy sky. I don't deny that there will always be good people who stand up in this world. However, that is the evil nature of humanity. Chen Gu whispered, his voice low like wind passing through rock crevices. Suddenly, he transformed into a blazing red light, soaring into the sky, leaving the two sailors dumbfounded, gazing up as the streak of light vanished beyond the horizon. They stood motionless, stunned by the surreal sight they had just witnessed. Therefore, I have no doubt that anyone who threatens my life is the worst. He muttered to himself, his scorching aura erupting violently, like flames devouring darkness. I am not good, I do not bring peace to weeping souls, nor am I evil. I do not consume bitter resentment, I am not chaos, I do not stir the mortal world. I am disorder, I do not bind the foundations of the world. I am not light, I do not guide the cities of the lost. I am not darkness, I do not obscure the curious lights. I am not matter, I do not forge eternal forms. I am not nothingness, I do not leave behind fading shadows. I am the blade suspended between good and evil, and I alone shall sever the twilight and dawn of chaos. His voice echoed, as if merging with the roar of the storm. At the agency, a man stood before the entire class, his voice clear and strong, pointing at the projection screen. This is a video of Chen Ji's battle. He announced, his eyes cold. According to the latest data, Chen Ji's strength has already surpassed the 5-star level. What? The entire classroom erupted in an uproar, discussions rising like a tide. A blonde girl, her eyes wide, murmured, surpassed the 5-star level. The instructor continued, pointing his finger at the spot on the screen where a massive concrete pillar had shattered. A high-grade concrete pillar, 100 centimeters in diameter, was destroyed with a single blow. Preliminary calculations show that the impact force of that punch exceeded 1,500 tons. A cadet spat out the water in his mouth, his face pale with shock. 1,500 tons? Is he even human? He shrieked, his voice distorted. Another cadet, with a glint of self-doubt in his eyes, clenched his fists, trembling. My maximum punch force is 1.5 tons, and his strength is thousands of times greater than mine. The instructor calmly explained, his voice low but sharp. According to the global Awaken rating standards, a 5-star Awaken space punch force is 100 tons. 1,500 tons, that should be classified as 6-star or 7-star, right? A student wearing glasses spoke hesitantly, his eyes filled with worry. Once an Awaken breaks through the 5-star limit, strength metrics are no longer the sole measure of power. The student from earlier, his eyes shining, excitedly interjected, supernatural power. What is supernatural power? Do I have it too? The instructor smiled faintly, a hint of mockery in his tone. It is said that Awakened from each country have their own unique evolution systems. The ultimate goal of evolution is to awaken supernatural power, such as controlling gravity, releasing hellfire from within, or controlling thoughts, and so on. Everyone will do whatever it takes to break through 5-star as soon as possible. He paused, his gaze sweeping contemptuously across the classroom. To my knowledge, a neighboring country once tried to use technology to accelerate an Awaken's evolution process. He looked down at the class, his voice icy. You rookies haven't even reached 4-star yet, so stop daydreaming. Yes, Captain. The entire class replied in unison, their comical rooster crest hats gently swaying with the rhythm. The instructor held up a shimmering crystal, its light reflecting on his face. They call it the Source Essence, but it's just a more advanced sonic energy crystal. In the silent mansion, Brother Chen leaned back on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the shimmering crystal in his hand. Izzanami surely didn't expect this thing to fall into my hands. He pursed his lips, then clenched his hand, crushing the crystal into dust of light. An invisible message flashed in his mind, physique enhanced. He looked up, his brows slightly furrowed, his voice full of surprise. It stuck at 9,999 stars. My physique points have reached their limit. Does this mean the fourth evolution is about to begin? Suddenly, a petite figure appeared, her golden hair shining like morning sunlight. Xiao Tai sat worriedly on the edge of the sofa, calling out, "Brother, are you all right?" Brother Chen smiled, his gentle gaze reassuring her. "Xiao Tai, I'm fine." He sat up, a hint of playfulness in his voice. "Xiao Shi, I'm so hungry. I have some energy crystals here. Would you like some?" The little girl bloomed into a brilliant smile, her cheeks flushed like blossoming flowers. "Okay," she said, opening her mouth, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chen Gu gently placed a crystal into the little girl's mouth, his voice soft. "Eat up. Once you can restore the portal, we'll go fight monsters together." "Okay," the little girl replied happily. She playfully licked his finger, her eyes twinkling like stars. Suddenly, in a distant laboratory, an alarm tore through the air. "Warning! Abnormal contamination levels detected globally." The voice on the broadcast was cold and urgent. "I repeat, all nearby bases immediately activate Level 1 defense protocol. Alert! Contamination energy has exceeded the critical threshold by 20 times. Energy fluctuations are still accelerating. All personnel are to enter a state of high alert immediately. Effective at once." A massive purple energy sphere enveloped the city, as if the sky had been stained black with the color of death. "Attention! All evolvers below 4-star are forbidden from leaving the purification zone. I repeat, contact with contaminated areas will result in irreversible mutation." A new crisis erupted with a rumbling sound, as soldiers in high-tech armor and gas masks marched rapidly. Through the broadcast, a stern voice gave orders, "All combat personnel, take your positions. The first wave of contamination is expected to reach the defense line within 72 hours. A powerful army was preparing for a battle for survival. In the hillside villa, Chen Ji's eyes flashed with a strange light. He leaped from his bed, his eyes burning red like flames, sensing the unsettling currents permeating the space. He looked at his hands, muttering to himself, feeling as if a great catastrophe was about to unfold. The roar of a motorcycle engine in the distance broke the morning's tranquility. Chen Gu stood up and walked to the balcony, looking down lazily. A woman with pink hair, wearing a tight leather suit, dismounted from a shiny motorcycle. He let out a big yawn, his eyes still heavy with sleep, and said, "Can't you stop waking me up so early? Huangfu Zian?" The girl broke into a brilliant smile and waved at him. "Huangfu Zian, your delivery has arrived." Brother Chen scratched his head, a confused expression on his face. "I haven't ordered anything these past 2 days. Then where did all this takeout come from?" The girl looked at him, feigned concern sparkling in her eyes. "You haven't ordered takeout for 2 days. I was worried you'd starve to death in your room." She held up 2 bags of food and said excitedly, "Look, on the left is the braised chicken you order 3 times a week, and on the right is the super spicy malatang you love to order late at night." Brother Chen crossed his arms, his sharp gaze sweeping over the girl, suspicion clearly evident. "Hey, what's going on with you? Are you some kind of stalker?" The girl blinked, her smile charming, like sunlight shimmering on a lake. "Junior, I told you long ago that I would conquer you. So I'll be keeping a close eye on your every move." She leaned in and whispered, full of suggestion, her breath soft as a breeze. Brother Chen remained silent, taking the 2 bags of food, his eyes still wary. "Hurry and eat, it's still hot," the girl said from a distance, walking towards her motorcycle, not forgetting to wink again, accompanied by a sparkling pink heart. "I have to go, Junior." Brother Chen stood there, watching her figure gradually disappear into the morning light. He looked down at the 2 bags of food, then looked up in the direction she left, muttering irritably, "It's none of your business whether I eat or not." His stomach suddenly rumbled. He looked at the 2 bags of food with a complex expression, then smiled helplessly. This woman, she definitely came prepared. "Brother," Xiaoxi's voice came from behind him, clear as a bell. Brother Chen turned around to see the little girl standing at the doorway, her eyes deep. "That door, a new door, I can already feel it." Brother Chen smiled, his eyes sparkling. "Great, we'll leave after breakfast." In a dilapidated, abandoned building, like a ruin of time, a purplish-black spatial gate flickered open, emitting a chilling aura. Xiaoxi pointed ahead, her voice trembling, "Brother, we're here. The gate is opening, brother, be careful." As the two approached, the air grew heavy, as if pressing down on their chests. Brother Chen summoned the Demon Emperor battle armor, metal light flashing as it enveloped his body in impenetrable defense. He glanced at Xiaoxi, who was now hovering at the edge of the black hole, and said. His voice was firm. "All right, it's time to begin." He rushed straight into the gate, instantly swallowed by a sea of purple corrupted energy, as if darkness was devouring everything. The level of corruption is insane. Even with the resistance bonus from the Demon Emperor armor, it can't completely block it? He muttered to himself, struggling to resist the corrosive energy flow clinging to his body. Darkness consumed him, so dense it was suffocating. He couldn't see anything. His observation aura burst forth, his eyes glowing blue, piercing through the night. Suddenly, danger struck from above. Boom! A giant rock crashed down, but Chen Shu swung his sword, its blade shining as it split the boulder in two. Swish! The two shattered pieces of rock crumbled, falling heavily to the ground. Chen Shu landed on a rock, his gaze sharp as he stared into the darkness ahead, a slight, disdainful smile playing on his lips. A battle? Are we starting one the moment we meet? Heh, just as I like it. From the darkness, a massive figure emerged. A four-armed demonic ape, its muscles bulging, its eyes crimson like two infernal fires, roared ferociously. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. Chen Shu stood firm as a rock, his gaze sharp, completely unfazed by the newly appeared enemy. Boom! The demonic ape charged, swift as a whirlwind, and slammed a fist towards his position. A thought flashed through his mind: the corruption level is increasing. He murmured to himself, his voice a low whisper, if I push my power to the limit, can I defeat it in one blow? The corners of his mouth curved into a sharp smile. Countless small fireballs erupted around his body, dazzling like stars, ready to incinerate everything. The demonic ape froze, a flicker of terror in its crimson eyes, as if sensing a deadly danger. Boom! Flames violently erupted behind Chen Shu, like a waking volcano. He swung his greatsword, and a crimson arc of energy tore through space, sending the monster flying far away. He looked up, his eyes shining with determination. I must end this quickly. Without hesitation, he charged forward, the sword in his hand. His hand thrust into the demon ape's chest. A thunderous roar erupted, and its body burst apart, shredded by the terrifying force of the attack. Chen Shu curled his lips, a smug smile on his face. The impact of that punch was probably close to 500 tons. No body, no matter how tough, could withstand such explosive power. The demon ape dissipated, leaving behind a scorching red crystal floating in midair. Chen Shu crouched down, picked up the crystal, and felt the surging energy within it. The concentration of energy is truly astonishing. It's very similar to Izzanami's essence crystal, just much smaller. He clenched his fist, absorbing the crystal, feeling power surge into his body. This is a pure energy crystal, I only need to absorb one to gain evolution points. He glanced at his status panel and muttered, I still need 10,000 evolution points to evolve. I can't believe I stumbled upon such a quick way to evolve. Chen Shu walked through the dense forest, his vigilant gaze sweeping over every leaf. He stood on a steep cliff, looking out at a peculiar world unfolding before his eyes, land floating in the clouds, and giant trees of life stretching their verdant branches. Standing on the rock, he overlooked the pristine rainforest and murmured, I wonder how many evolution crystals are waiting for me to find in this undeveloped rainforest. A smile spread across his lips, and he chuckled excitedly, I can't wait. He began his journey, venturing deeper into the profound green forest. Closing his eyes, he concentrated his energy, and blue light erupted from his eyes, extending his observation aura to its limit. The surrounding world transformed into vibrant streams of energy. Suddenly, he discovered a group of giant ants on the move. A notification chimed, Demon Ant, Level 3 Nature-type Demonic Beast. Chen Shu observed a demon ant gnawing on a blue crystal. He pondered and commented, the demonic crystal energy within these demon ants is much murkier than that of the demon ape. Do they eat these crude demonic crystals? How interesting. Suddenly, a sharp buzzing sound pierced the air. A swarm of insects buzzed in the canopy, and a notification sounded in his mind. Demon Mosquito, Level 4 Nature-type Demonic Beast. Chen Shu looked up, recognizing them as a swarm of giant demon mosquitoes, their bodies shimmering with a metallic luster. He followed their flight path with a sharp gaze. The demon mosquitoes had already discovered their prey, but their target was not him. Whoosh! A mosquito demon swooped down, its sharp proboscis piercing an ant demon, siphoning the crystal core from its body. Brother Chen froze, his eyes wide at the brutal scene. What is this? After absorbing the crystal core, the mosquito demon began to transform, its body igniting with scorching purple energy, like an eerie flame. He immediately realized, with a hint of surprise in his voice, it's evolving, right here, right now. A playful smile tugged at the corner of his lips. That level 4 mosquito demon can evolve into a level 5 elite by preying on other mosquito demons. This is truly fascinating. Suddenly, a loud bang came from behind him. Bang! An ape demon leaped into the air, appearing directly above his head. Boom! As the ape demon landed, Brother Chen dodged to the side, and the ground shook. The ape demon picked up the mosquito demon's corpse and devoured the remains without hesitation. A notification sounded, Ape Demon, Natural Type Level 6. Brother Chen stood at a distance, observing thoughtfully, as if he had just grasped the secret of this land. Every hunt, every evolution, was merely to refine this energy. The ape demon roared, its power seemingly increasing by another level. He looked towards the giant tree of life in the distance, murmuring, when these high-level demons reach the end of their lives, they all return to the base of the tree of life, resting in its sacred, intertwined roots. Their bodies decompose, and the essence of the magic crystals they refine throughout their lives becomes nourishment, sustaining the tree's eternal existence. The tree of life stood silently, its delicate roots gently caressing the remains of the loyal miners. Brother Chen walked forward, facing a four-armed ape demon, without a trace of fear in his eyes. New crystal demon eggs have hatched in the nest, and the next batch of crystal demon miners will soon emerge, continuing the endless cycle of energy. Born into servitude, consumed in death, an unending cycle. Suddenly, Brother Chen's body ignited with flames and purple lightning, a powerful aura threatening to tear through space. He declared with conviction, this perfect energy cycle will end today. The essence you've refined your entire lives, I shall claim it for myself. Buzzing. He charged into the battlefield, sword blades flashing, purple lightning spreading, tearing through the ghost ant swarm and fiend ghosts like a merciless storm. Monster after monster fell beneath his sharp sword. Chen Gu landed, looking back. The monsters exploded under his overwhelming power, his gaze burning like an unquenchable flame. The last fiend ghost fell, and a burning red crystal dropped from its shattered chest. Numerous notifications flashed around Chen Gu, defeated a level 3 ghost ant, obtained a low-grade ghost crystal. He sheathed his sword and stood, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. The burning red crystals flew towards him, as if drawn by an invisible force, and were absorbed into his palm. He commanded, his voice cold and decisive, fuse. A notification panel appeared in his mind, and a high-grade red crystal gradually formed in his hand, emitting a dazzling light. The notification continued, evolutionary power has condensed into a crystal. A high-grade red ghost crystal provides a large amount of evolution points and a 1% chance to activate a random domain super evolution. Successful activation will unlock power beyond all regular evolutions. Chen Gu looked at the crystal, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Random domain super evolution. Does such a thing really exist? He frowned and thought. A 1% chance is too slim. If this evolution fails to activate the super evolution, this precious ghost crystal will be wasted. He turned, his eyes burning with determination. I must obtain something even higher grade than a red ghost crystal. He delved deeper into the forest, where the monsters grew stronger, and the aura of death hung heavy. With a roar, he plunged into a new battle, an excited smile spreading across his lips. His sword blades flashed, mercilessly slaughtering every monster in his path. After a fierce struggle, he paused, his gaze sweeping over the mountain of red crystals before him, muttering, this should be enough. A notification sounded, collecting 8 high-grade red ghost crystals can fuse them into 1 mid-grade deep blue ghost crystal. The red crystals flew up, swirling like a vortex of light in his hand. He commanded, his voice resonant, red ghost crystals, evolve into deep blue ghost crystal. Fuse. He clenched his fist, the crystal shattered, merging into a brilliant light. Confirmation notification, a common deep blue demon crystal has been obtained. Super evolution chance increased by 10%. He muttered to himself, his gaze still sharp, 10% isn't enough. I want 100%. With unwavering determination, he walked towards the tree of life, where the most powerful demon beasts lurked. Sweat poured down, and he gasped for breath, but his eyes still burned with fervor. Looking at the blue energy orb in his hand, he mused, what if I fused the essence of all the demon beasts in this forest? Fusion. He roared, a confident smile playing on his lips. He waved his hand, creating an energy vortex that absorbed the essence of the entire forest. Notification, advanced deep blue demon crystal successfully synthesized. An advanced deep blue demon crystal ensures a 100% chance of activating super evolution. Chen Gu looked at the brilliant blue crystal in his hand and said in a low voice, I slaughtered all the demon beasts in the entire death forest, and only then did I refine this. As long as I use this, I can get a random super evolution effect with 100% certainty. Suddenly, a winged monster descended from the sky, its sharp claws striking directly at the crystal. Bang! Chen Gu dodged, and the winged lion crashed violently into the ground, making the earth tremble. He stood up, his sword gleaming, his eyes filled with astonishment. Such a powerful aura. I've never faced anything like it. The monster roared, purple energy enveloping its arms, and the surrounding space withered as if drained of life. That chimera, flapping its massive wings, its eyes burning with hostility, hovered in the air, looking down at him as if to devour him. He immediately noticed, whispering in surprise, its domain aura can directly warp the environment? No ordinary demon beast possesses this kind of power. A cold smile played on his lips. Heh, I killed everything in this forest to refine this demon crystal. Do you think you can just rush in and steal it? Notification, level 9 demon beast, king of chimeras. The monster let out a deafening roar, preparing for a battle to the death. Chen Gu remained silent, a bold idea flashing through his mind. Wait, a mysterious smile appeared on his lips. What if I let it eat this magic crystal? He looked at the roaring chimera, his eyes gleaming. The law of the forest of death is to evolve through consumption. Then, you will complete the final refinement for me. He threw the blue crystal at the monster without hesitation. The chimera roared excitedly, pouncing to devour the crystal. I will make its super evolution probability over 100%. Evolve. Chen Shu murmured, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. A prompt sounded, and the chimera's ultimate form evolution was complete, a level 10 beast king. The monster's body mutated violently, its aura erupting like a storm. Chen Shu observed, a low voice sounding, evolve. I'll let you eat it now, but you must spit it out for me later. Suddenly, one of the chimera's snake heads reared up, spraying a stream of strong acid from its mouth. Hiss. Chen Shu took a step back, a hint of shock at the terrifying power flashing in his eyes. He swung his sword, cutting through the acid, which dripped down, corroding everything it touched. He pursed his lips, then smiled excitedly, hey, what powerful acid! As expected of a fully evolved snaketail. If even a single drop grazed someone, the level of contamination could mean instant death. He observed the monster, analyzing, this massive body lacks human agility, but its strength cannot be underestimated. It's almost like a sword lizard. Its enormous size brings potential beyond human limits. Furthermore, as a creature at the top of the food chain, it must have hunted in this forest of death for decades. The magic crystal energy accumulated within it is now undoubtedly immeasurable. The current chimera is fiercer than ever, with sharp horns covering its head, exuding a terrifying aura. No, a few decades probably aren't enough to create such a beast. This monster must be a king-level beast that has existed for over a century. Flames burned in Chen Ji's eyes as he roared and charged forward. Let's see how hard your scales are compared to the twin blades in my hands. Clang! His sword struck the chimera's scales, emitting a piercing metallic sound that echoed throughout the space. Bang! He clicked his tongue, a displeased expression on his face. Roar! The chimera roared, and the terrifying power contained within its roar sent Chen Shu flying. Stumbling back a few steps, he muttered, his eyes still fixed on his opponent. This pressure is truly terrifying. Despite being injured, the wounds on the chimera's body were healing at an astonishing speed. Chen Shu was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. The wounds regenerated in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the chimera roared, its wings spread open, covered in blood-red eyes that flickered with hellish flames. It began to gather energy, and the surrounding air vibrated violently. Chen Shu exclaimed, lightning magic. Boom, boom, boom. Massive lightning bolts descended from the sky, tearing through space. Chen Shu swung his sword to block, and a terrifying explosion shook the ground. The chimera roared furiously, its eyes flashing with astonishment at its opponent's power. Chen Shu charged forward without hesitation, his sword ablaze with crimson lotus flames, enveloped in dazzling lightning. He roared, unleashing his full power, deep crimson flames and a lightning shield. Boom! He collided head-on with the chimera, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. However, he exclaimed, what? His powerful attack was only enough to push the monster back. Bang! The chimera's fierce blow sent him flying. Chen Shu landed, his arm trembling from the aftershock. He muttered, his tone bitter, the recoil has numbed my entire arm. This thing's flesh is harder than steel. The chimera gnashed its teeth, purple blood oozing from its dog-like head, clearly injured as well. Chen Ji's lips curled into a cruel smile. However, if I can make it bleed, then your time is almost up. The chimera let out a violent roar, its wings glowing brightly, emitting an eerie blue light. Chen Shu looked up, sensing the approaching danger. This thing. Thousands of blue energy orbs rained down from the sky, leaving no room for escape. He gritted his teeth. This time, it won't even give me space to dodge? Then I'll just have to face it head-on. He roared and charged straight forward. Suddenly, an alarm blared in his mind. Alert! Royal magic armored durability at 0. Chen Shu shouted, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Enough. He smirked, a confident smile playing on his lips as if victory was assured. A beast with the intelligence of a chimera will surely abandon its lightning magic in close combat. After all, in a melee, a wide-range destructive spell would also harm itself. As the energy orbs gradually dissipated, Chen Shu pushed off the ground, charging straight at the monster. The chimera roared, its wings tightly folding together in defense. Chen Shu laughed heartily, his eyes sharp. Good, I knew you'd do that. He swiftly moved behind it. He gave a cunning smile, brandishing his sword, its sharp blade pointing directly at a weak spot. But this attack isn't aimed at your head. With a single slash, the chimera's serpent tail was completely severed. The serpent tail hissed in agony, and the chimera roared furiously, unable to believe it had been defeated so easily. Chen Shu stood there, holding the severed tail, his tone full of mockery. Surprised? This is your own tail. He held the tail aloft, venomous acid still dripping from its mouth. Your acid is also your greatest weakness. Chen Shu forcefully hurled the severed tail at the chimera, ending the opening with a brilliant preemptive strike. Upon contact, the opponent immediately recoiled in surprise, its face contorted by the terrifying heat emanating from his body. The temperature had now reached its peak. Chen Shu remained expressionless, gripping the neck of the tail, forcing the remaining venom glands to continue working. A deadly digestive fluid instantly spurted out, transforming into a strong acid, emitting a sickening hiss from its mouth. Cyan-toxic smoke wafted up from the festering wound. A piercing crackling sound echoed as the corrosive power of the acid destroyed the last defensive scales on the monster's body. Stripped of its protection, the chimera completely lost its balance. Its massive body tumbled and stumbled, finally falling helplessly to the ground. Chen Shu calmly walked forward, tossing the useless tail aside with a heavy thud, then coldly declared, "This ends now." He gathered his strength and leaped high, like a war god descending, his heavy sword radiating light, ready to deliver the decisive blow. The blade plunged deep into the monster's skull, the sound of metal tearing through bone ringing out angrily. The system immediately displayed a crimson notification: a level 10 ultimate chimera monarch has been killed. The monster's corpse shattered into countless dazzling purple petals, leaving behind a rare item. Obtained the supreme dark gold demonic crystal. Chen Shu, holding the brilliantly glowing gem in his hand, a look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. It is done. The moment he touched the crystal, he clenched his fists, feeling golden energy surge through every muscle and vein. A terrifying pressure erupted from within him, forming a pillar of light that shook the heavens and earth, rocking the entire world. Within his chest, a golden heart glowed brilliantly, beating powerfully. Chen Shu was enveloped in a magnificent golden aura. At the same time, the system displayed a prompt: Haki has super-evolved, Haki has broken through to its peak. He extended his hand, feeling the peculiar vibrations of the surrounding atmosphere, and wondered in surprise, is space responding to my will? In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished, then suddenly reappeared in a distant location. He realized this wasn't high-speed movement, but space directly displacing his position. To test his new power, Chen Shu coldly reached out to the massive rocks and commanded, "Rise." Immediately, a huge stone was lifted into mid-air, then shattered under an invisible pressure. He focused his sharp gaze on the center point and softly commanded, "Collapse." Everything around him seemed to be sucked towards a single point. Looking at the sphere of black matter condensed before him, Chen Shu couldn't help but marvel. Its density is incredibly high. He pointed a finger at the dark sphere, a confident smile playing on his lips. Its power must be quite astonishing as well. Immediately after, he released energy, triggering an earth-shattering explosion, blasting everything around him and causing a violent earthquake. In the billowing smoke and dust at the explosion's center, residual power continued to sweep across every inch of the land. Chen Shu floated in midair, purple lightning dancing around his body like guardians. Overlooking the desolate scene, he remarked indifferently, "This world is truly uninteresting now." Standing amidst the still-burning ruins, he looked towards the distant sky with firm intent. It's time to leave. He decisively swung his heavy sword, tearing open the veil of space, carving a dazzling streak of light in the void. A spatial gate opened, a brilliant, dreamlike galaxy, guiding him on a journey through dimensions. The scene abruptly shifted, bringing him back to reality. He lay on his familiar bedroom bed, dressed in red pajamas, his breathing still a little rapid after the long journey. Seeing his unusual expression, the girl beside him leaned closer, her face filled with worry that something might be wrong with him. He looked at the girl and explained his condition. "My body has begun to enter an evolutionary phase, and I'll probably be unconscious for the next 2 days." The girl listened, her eyes unable to hide her unease. She leaned in and carefully instructed him, "For these 2 days, you absolutely must not run around. If you get hungry and want to eat, then..." Chen Shu closed his eyes, feeling himself about to fall into a coma. He thought to himself, if it really came down to it, he would just wait for Huangfu Xian's mother to bring food. After all, she delivered meals punctually every day. Just as his consciousness sank into a state of hibernation, a system prompt light flashed, confirming the evolution. Chen Shu's soul seemed to detach from reality, suspended in endless space, his body radiating a brilliant golden light, undergoing a sacred transformation. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, the phone on the bed kept flashing. "Situ Tian Tian is calling." In another place, Situ Tian Tian, dressed in a magnificent black gown, was waiting. She looked at her phone screen, and a hint of disappointment flashed across her face when she heard the busy signal. "The subscriber you dialed is temporarily unavailable, please try again later." Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her eyes showed anticipation mixed with a hint of playful reproach. "I really wanted to share the joy of officially becoming an evolver with you. But Chun Shu, why aren't you answering your phone?" The next day at school, a boy, happily gnawing on a chicken drumstick, curiously turned to his friends and asked, "Hey, do you guys know about the famous Situ Tian Tian?" In Ning University's first cafeteria, the crowd began to buzz with discussion, and the atmosphere grew noisy. I heard she's officially Chen Shu's girlfriend, is that true? The boy with glasses hastily covered the mouth of the boy who was talking nonsense. Angrily, you'd better chew a few more bites and stop spouting nonsense. The boy sitting next to him quickly stuffed a chicken drumstick into his mouth to prevent him from causing trouble. Here's another drumstick for you, I don't believe that won't shut you up. At this moment, the long-haired girl sitting opposite clearly showed an expression of displeasure. She commented coldly, Chen Shu definitely doesn't have a girlfriend yet. How could an ordinary woman be worthy of him? Her gaze was sharp, and she continued to emphasize her point with arrogance. If you ask me, Chen Shu would definitely prefer someone more capable. These provocative words plunged the entire dining table into silence. And the atmosphere became unusually tense. The boy with glasses leaned closer to the person next to him and whispered mysteriously. The dress she's wearing is worth 80,000 yuan. And the bag she's carrying was also bought by Chen Shu, worth over 100,000 yuan. He continued to reveal, ever since Chen Shu brought Situ Tian home that day, she started calling herself Chen Shu's girlfriend to everyone. Upon hearing this, the long-haired girl suddenly stood up, slammed her hand on the table, and then walked away coldly. I'm full, you all can take your time. The boy next to him turned pale with fright, quickly grabbed the informant's collar, and cursed, damn it, Lunzi, why did you suddenly bring that up? You almost scared me to death just now. The boy named Lunzi, however, looked indifferent and responded with confusion. Who in Ningda doesn't know about this? It's not a secret, why can't I talk about it? The other boy warned anxiously, although everyone knows about it, adding fuel to the fire in front of Lin Ruoya is extremely dangerous. I'm afraid her anger will be directed straight at him during the upcoming practical training. In the midst of the tension, a girl in pink approached the table and asked curiously, have you seen a highly talented evolver come to register? The two boys impatiently replied that they hadn't heard of any impressive new arrivals. Immediately, the girl narrowed her eyes and looked at her two friends with doubt. Pressing, what were these two idiots secretly discussing just now? Watching the arrogant figure in the corner walk away, the boy with glasses murmured thoughtfully, perhaps the highly talented evolver she mentioned is none other than her. Everyone looked towards the center of the restaurant, where the atmosphere had become solemn and quiet. Someone excitedly shouted, seeing the two most popular girls in school about to fight. At this moment, a dignified lady wearing glasses walked over, breaking the tense atmosphere. She pleasantly greeted Lin Ruoya and offered to introduce the two, hoping to dispel the animosity between them. Senior Lin Ruoya was not only an upperclassman but now also an elite evolver working at the Special Agent branch. In turn, she also introduced Situ Tian to Lin Ruoya. She emphasized that this junior had immense potential, as she had just awakened a power in class this afternoon, with her entire body covered in flames. Facing this newly awakened junior, Lin Ruoya showed a meaningful smile. She congratulated Situ Tian, as she had also officially joined the ranks of evolvers. Situ Tian didn't back down, she pursed her lips slightly, revealing a clear arrogance, and coldly replied that it was nothing more than good luck. With a provocative look in her eyes, she sarcastically added, compared to a senior like Lin, who was officially recognized and directly became an evolver. My bit of luck is truly insignificant. Observing the fiery confrontation from a distance, the friend clutched his head, his face twisted, and despairingly cried out, oh no, this is bad. Just as the atmosphere began to grow heavy, an authoritative voice spoke up, Student Situ. Before you officially complete your evolver registration, we need to measure your actual data to determine your precise level. The authoritative leader with a goatee scrutinized the young girl, then decisively ordered, if you're free now, go take the test. Lin Ruoya nodded gently, a strange glint in her eyes, and obediently replied, no problem, Director. Immediately after, she proactively walked up to the leader and made a meaningful suggestion. Director, we are both Ning University students. How about I take Junior Situ for the test? The director nodded in agreement, entrusting her with the task. That works. You know the test procedures best. I'll leave this to you. Witnessing this scene, the two boys nearby turned pale and whispered. It seems Lin Ruoya's anger finally has an outlet. Situ Tian is definitely going to be in big trouble. Everyone arrived at the area marked Evolver Detection Room. Here, Lin Ruoya pointed at the equipment and instructed coldly, strength testing is simple. You just need to strike the force-bearing area of this measuring device with all your might. And the machine will automatically calculate and provide the precise value of your strength. Situ Tian stood before the measuring device, clenching her fists, eyes tightly shut, highly focused. She secretly told herself, just concentrate all my strength into this one punch. Just hit it hard. She swung her fiery fist with all her might, striking the measuring equipment forcefully, and white smoke billowed, enveloping the entire area. Lin Ruoya narrowed her eyes, observing the 4,700 kilograms displayed on the screen, her expression filled with awe. This girl was definitely not simple. Lin Ruoya walked over to the still-warm equipment, arms crossed, scrutinizing the junior student. 4,700 kilograms. Your strength has already reached the limit of a 3-star evolver. Very impressive, Junior. Outside the window, 2 boys stared intently through the glass, their faces distorted with shock. Damn it, how did she do that? Another boy trembled, sweat running down his cheeks. He calculated silently. When she first evolved, her punch strength was just over 1,000 kilograms. But in her first test, she reached nearly 5,000 kilograms. This is practically breaking through to 4-star. Next, C2 Tian proceeded to the speed test. Her body moved swiftly, leaving long after images on the training room floor. Lin Ruoya silently observed the maximum speed parameter displayed on the electronic screen, 68 meters per second, which also reached the limit of a 3-star evolver. A strong tremor erupted from inside the room, startling the 2 peeping boys and causing them to fall to the ground. At the same time, the energy trade bulletin board appeared, extraordinary power, fire element, possessing extremely high temperature and the characteristic of condensed explosions. Amidst the smoke and dust of the experimental explosion, the final attack capability assessment data was confirmed, power manifested as an extensible explosive fireball, maximum throwing distance 20 meters, destructive power equivalent to a high explosive grenade. Lin Ruoya, arms crossed, gave her authoritative final summary. Overall assessment, peak 3-star extraordinary evolver. Through the glass, the boys witnessed this exceptional talent, feeling nothing but shock. Did she really reach the 3-star limit right after evolving? C2 Tian's initial talent is just too high, isn't it? Another person nodded in agreement. That's right, we've encountered another genius. At this moment, a girl named Wu Yimei approached the boys with a mocking expression. Hey, you 2 just broke through to 3-star today, right? And it was all thanks to the spirit crystals Captain Guan gave you. The boy retorted, clearly displeased. Wu Yimei, don't talk about us. Didn't you just break through to 3-star yourself? The boy in the black hoodie stroked his chin, a look of confusion in his eyes. That's not right. Didn't the higher-ups say that our evolution talents were the highest in Hushan? Cold sweat poured down him, his face contorted as he realized the immense power gap. But now, Chen Shu was in front, and Situ Chanshan was behind. Is this even reasonable? The boy with glasses remained calm, and spoke up to steady the team's morale. Forget about others. Talent only determines the starting point. How far one can ultimately go still depends on personal effort. Besides, our evolution must also be a natural product. His gaze towards Situ Chanshan sharpened, carrying a hint of hidden doubt. Who is stronger and who is weaker is yet to be known. Captain Guan stood by, stroking his beard in thought, secretly marveling at the promotion speed of the new talents. 3-star evolvers, and about to break through to 4-star. Later in the office, Director Guan sat majestically behind his desk, looking directly at Situ Chanshan and asking, "What are your plans for the future?" Situ Chanshan lowered her head slightly, a thoughtful expression on her face. For now, I haven't decided what I want to do. Director Guan looked at her with expectation. Situ, your talent is in no way inferior to that genius Lin Ruoya. I believe it won't be long before you break through to 4-star, 5-star, or even become an awakener. He gently placed his hand on the confidentiality agreement document and began to suggest, I see you as a promising talent. Have you considered joining the special agent branch? His gaze grew more serious as he continued to invite the young girl. Situ, have you considered joining the special agent branch and contributing to the country? More importantly, resources from the government can help you avoid detours, making your progress twice as effective with half the effort. He narrowed his eyes, carefully observing her reaction, waiting. What do you say? Situ Chanshan lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushed, with a hint of hesitation and confusion. Thank you for your kindness, Director, but I'd like to discuss this with Chen Shu first. Director Guan's body stiffened, surprised by her reliance on the boy named Chen for his opinion. Why do you need to discuss joining the Special Agent Bureau with Chen Shu? She clasped her hands tightly to her chest, her eyes welling up as she bravely confessed, because Chen Shu is my boyfriend. The director's face broke into a meaningful and interested smile. Connecting it to Chen Shu's power, he mused, so you're that person's girlfriend? How interesting. Situ Chanshan sighed softly, a hint of worry flashing through her heart. Chen Shu probably doesn't want me to join the Special Agent Bureau. The director nodded understandingly. He pulled out a blue card with 3 black stars from his pocket and calmly said, Understood. It's all right. The clerical department has already prepared your evolution certificate. Situ Chanshan took the important item with both hands, her face filled with gratitude. Now that I have it, I can leave. Thank you. Just as she took the card, the director suddenly remembered something important and added, Oh, please tell Chen Shu that the matter with the City Bank Chamber of Commerce has been resolved. He stood proudly, further explaining the results of the recent cleanup operation. All 3 implicated groups have been completely dismantled. This was all thanks to the intelligence he provided. Situ Chanshan smiled slightly, her eyes showing pride for her beloved. I will definitely tell him, Director. Watching the girl's figure disappear behind the door, the director pondered thoughtfully, with a hint of regret. It seems Situ Chanshan won't be joining the Special Agents Sub-Bureau after all. In Chun Shu's luxurious villa, a blonde girl stood on an upper floor, thoughtfully looking down at the sleeping hero. She gently leaned down, bringing her face close to his, but then her expression changed, showing surprise as she noticed unusual physiological signs. She murmured in confusion, how strange, why is his body temperature rising? Out of curiosity, she reached out a finger, wanting to gently touch Chun Shu's forehead, where a scorching red glow was beginning to condense and emit intense heat. However, upon contact, she was startled and quickly pulled her hand back, her face paling from the terrifying heat emanating from him. She exclaimed, so hot. In his unconscious state, Chen Shu's soul seemed to float in a void. His naked body emitted a brilliant golden yellow light, surrounded by swirling pure energy masses. The blonde girl looked worriedly at the hero, who was currently in. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Was Chun Shu dreaming? Chen Shu had been asleep for 3 days, which meant only 6 days remained until the doomsday strike. On TV, the announcer continuously updated the emergency plans provided for the public. To better protect public safety, the government will organize an orderly evacuation plan over the next 6 days in preparation for the disaster. In various residential areas, the atmosphere grew tense. Rescue workers, holding megaphones, announced immediate evacuation orders. All cities and villages within a 10-kilometer radius of the Doomsday Gate must evacuate to neighboring cities for shelter and return after the strike. A staff member shouted loudly into a handheld megaphone, trying to overpower the chaos of the panicking crowd with the loudest possible volume. To better coordinate all forces in the upcoming attack, we will implement unified management of essential supplies such as food. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to grow angry. They surrounded the security personnel, protesting loudly. Things were clearly not that simple. There are so many of us, where will we go? What will we eat? Who will manage our farmlands at home? The coordinator, sweating profusely, tried to appease the crowd with firm promises. Everyone is free to choose which city they wish to go to. We will absolutely not force anyone. He continued to make minimal promises to ease the tension. But as long as everyone agrees to gather in the shelter cities, we will make proper arrangements, guaranteeing at least tents and clean water. We will also do our best to ensure a sufficient food supply. In a dimly lit office, a short-haired girl sat cross-legged on a chair. Her eyes fixed on the television screen. The news report promised that rescue workers would be dispatched and no one would be given up easily. She subtly curled her lip, full of sarcasm. Only a fool would believe that. The government's power is no longer sufficient. Now they are forced to manage the population centrally. In this somber atmosphere, Long Yu, with her red hair, entered the room, holding a small box, trying to comfort the young girl. With the boss here, you have nothing to worry about. The boss already made all the arrangements. He collaborated with the top magnates of N City to build a doomsday shelter, saying we could all take refuge there. She gently placed the box on the table, revealing the blue glowing crystals inside. Lun Yu explained that the boss had sent this over by express delivery early this morning. He said everyone in our company should take one. The short-haired girl looked at the strange stones with curiosity she couldn't hide. What are these? Did the boss send them? What are they for? Lun Yu picked up a crystal and examined it closely, guessing, perhaps it's some kind of gem? However, the moment she touched it, a surge of fiery energy suddenly erupted, enveloping her body and causing the short-haired girl to fall to the ground in a panic. Long Yu, what's wrong with you? A torrent of fiery air surged, lifting Long Yu's body into midair, astonishing even herself. She exclaimed in surprise. Is this the power of an evolver? Her gaze became sharp and full of confidence. To test her new abilities, she used telekinesis to retrieve an object. The knife on the table automatically flew into her hand. The short-haired girl stared at the crystal box, then looked at her sister. Filled with shock, she asked, Long Yu, how did you do that? Is it because of those crystals just now? Long Yu abruptly waved her hand towards the ceiling, and a fiery crescent-shaped energy shot out, splitting the hard concrete surface and causing severe cracks. She pointed at the shining blue crystal box, explaining this special gift to the still-stunned short-haired girl. This is a gift from the boss. Just one crystal can make you evolve instantly. Her eyes burned with determination, and her clenched fists were full of power. To face this doomsday attack, we are now able to protect ourselves. Meanwhile, in another place, a boy ran over, panting. Pulled out his phone to show his friends the explosive news spreading. Look. There's a lot of bad news regarding the Wine app. An internet celebrity is live streaming, exposing the truth about a certain celebrity. On the phone screen, a blond man in warrior attire stood proudly, loudly announcing to the camera, "Alright, brothers, the whole world, look here. I'm about to reveal some extremely shocking news." People around them watched the video of this rising internet hero, starting to buzz with discussions. The blond man, with contempt and self-satisfaction in his eyes, continued, "You all know about that so-called hero Chen Shu, who's been incredibly popular online recently, right?" A mocking smile played on his lips as he provocatively declared, "Today, I'm going to expose this ridiculous lie." With that, he swung his sword, creating a small explosion at his feet to grab attention. At the same time, a blurred image of Chun Shu appeared behind him as a background. He shouted, "What kind of transcendent hero? In reality, it's all just fake special effects." In the office, director Guan watched the livestream thoughtfully, the bullet comments filled with negative remarks such as "support exposing the fake sword saint" and "this kind of trash hero should get off social media," and so on. He tried to contact Chen Shu to resolve the current situation, but only heard a cold automated voice message on the other end of the phone. "The subscriber you dialed is currently powered off and cannot be reached temporarily. Please try again later." Director Guan angrily slammed his hand on the table, his face flushed. "Damn it! That Alexander from Country Y actually dared to come to our doorstep to provoke us. Chen Shu, you just wait." In the towering Chen Shu Company headquarters building in the city center, the receptionist gently touched her chin, a clear look of embarrassment on her face as she faced the senior official. "I'm sorry, the boss hasn't been in the office these past few days. He said he needed to deal with the apocalypse, so he's in secluded meditation." Director Guan stood in the center of the hall with his arms crossed, his eyebrows raised in surprise. He blurted out, "Secluded meditation?" His face suddenly darkened, and he slammed his palm on the wooden table, startling the receptionist. "Are you kidding me? At a time like this, he's still meditating?" The receptionist trembled, sweat trickling down her cheeks, her eyes filled with pleading. "Director Guan, our boss has always been like this. He acts directly in everything he does, never giving advance notice. We really can't get in touch with him either." The director turned to leave, his eyes burning with fury as he looked at his colleague. "Alexander is currently live streaming, exposing those show-off evolvers, having already defeated no less than 100 people." His eyes narrowed with worry, and he hurried towards the door. Chen Shu was now the nation's face. "If he doesn't dare to show up and fight, we will completely lose our international standing." The director gritted his teeth, his expression exceptionally grim. "In this apocalyptic disaster, if we lose the people's trust, the consequences will be unimaginable." Just then, a familiar voice came from behind him, "If you want to fight, then fight. Name a time." The director spun around abruptly, staring at the young man in front of him. "Chen Shu, is that you? I almost didn't recognize you." With a few days left before the apocalypse, Chen Shu walked leisurely, his intention clear. It was time to update his online image. 10 minutes earlier, Chun Shu's luxurious villa was still quiet under the sun. Dressed in a tight black outfit, she looked inquiringly at the maid carrying a food bag. "Little sister, is Chen Shu's seclusion not over yet?" The blonde little girl nodded in confirmation. "Not yet, but soon." She quickly walked past, leaving a brief farewell. "Sister, see you when I deliver the meal." The red-haired girl stood frozen, her face full of confusion. She frowned slightly and thought, a strange comparison forming in her mind. What kind of evolver seclusion? Doesn't that sound exactly like the cultivation methods in novels? Never mind, as long as the person I like can become stronger, any way he cultivates is fine. Just then, a male voice came from behind her, startling her into turning around. "Little sister Xian." Xian crossed her arms, her posture arrogant, and looked at the acquaintance with sharp eyes. "What is it? Young Master Li, are you also here to see Chun Shu?" The pink-haired man named Young Master Li showed a surprised expression. "How could that be? You haven't seen little brother Chun Shu either?" Xian turned and walked away, not forgetting to leave a warning. "Chun Shu is still in seclusion, don't disturb him again." Immediately after, a dazzling burst of energy erupted from the direction of the villa, startling both of them into covering their faces. "What in the world is that? What exactly happened?" On the street in the distance, a child pointed blankly at a bright light shooting into the sky. Cheered in the air, "Mom, look, there's an immortal." Li Gongzi looked up at the massive pillar of light piercing through the clouds, his eyes wide with terror. "Oh my god, it's Chen Shouty. Is he ascending to heaven?" Xian pursed her lips slightly, gazing at the sky, a hint of mockery on her face, yet unable to hide her pride. "Ascending to heaven? Nonsense. He's just evolved." The brilliant blue energy stream continued to shoot straight into the sky, tearing through the atmosphere and generating shockwaves that spread throughout space. In the vast starry sky, Chen Shu slowly tilted his head back, closing his eyes to feel the miraculous changes occurring in every cell of his body, this feeling of rebirth. He cast his gaze from tens of thousands of miles high down to the blue planet, a slight smile of satisfaction on his face. "This is truly excellent." A dazzling prompt suddenly appeared from the system, next to a colossal black dragon emanating an ancient aura. The prompt indicated the evolution stage was Ancient Grand Black Annihilation Dragon. He gained the Emperor's gene, allowing him to acquire gene fragments from defeated demonic creatures and learn their abilities. Chen Shu stared at his palms, his purple eyes gleaming with excitement. Oh, this is very good. Next, I need to properly test this new, transformed body. Back in reality, in Chen Shu's office, Director Guan stood with his arms crossed, looking sternly at the young man who had just returned from seclusion. I must remind you, Sword Saint Alexander is a superstar in the International Evolver Alliance. The director's expression became unusually tense, his gaze direct and warning. If you lose to him, our special agent branch will be utterly disgraced internationally. Chen Shu rose calmly from the sofa, his demeanor confident and relaxed. Don't worry, these are just minor matters. Director Guan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Ha. He gave a thumbs up in approval and began to deploy the plan. Since you are so confident, then there's no problem. I will issue a formal challenge to Country Y in the name of the Special Agent Bureau. However, his expression suddenly turned exceptionally serious, with a heavy warning. But I still need to remind you of one thing. In the face of apocalyptic disaster, international relations are already as fragile as paper. He pointed at Chun Shu, placing high hopes on him. You must not only win this battle, but win it spectacularly. Don't make the victory look bad. Do you understand what I mean? Chen Shu raised a hand to scratch his head, a troubled expression on his face, and began to complain about this complicated request. Damn it, do I really have to consider international relations? This is much harder than simply defeating him. The boy pursed his lips slightly, his purple eyes glinting, as if he had already found a solution that satisfied both parties. I understand. So, you mean I should go a little easy on him, right? In Country-Y's Evolver Arena, the cheers and enthusiasm of the crowd made the atmosphere boil. Sword Saint is invincible. Fraud, kneel in 3 seconds. The Sword Saint is unbeatable. Alexander stood majestically in the center of the wide arena, a massive greatsword clutched in his hand, a sneer on his face. Poof. Before the cameras of numerous international media outlets, he arrogantly grinned. Country-Y's hero technician, today I will personally expose your true colors and let the whole world see you for who you are. Alexander stared directly at the overwhelming praise on the screen, confidently declaring, just watch, the Sword Saint will expose this clown. He stared intently at the arena entrance, which remained empty, his face filled with anticipation, but when he saw the space still vacant, it turned to disappointment. He laughed mockingly, standing tall in the center of the arena, provoking his absent opponent. What's wrong? Too cowardly to face me? I didn't expect Country-Y's strongest evolver to be so incompetent. Hours earlier, in the office, Chen Shu pondered as the director reported the harsh conditions of the match. Hours ago, the agreed battle location was within Country-Y, and the time is tomorrow morning. You calmly calculated that you only had a full 6 hours. The director narrowed his eyes, explaining the geographical distance and the opponent's scheme. Country-Y's capital is at least 10,000 kilometers from here. For acknowledging an evolver's strength, speed is an important factor. I think he definitely wants to use this extreme speed challenge to expose your speed and endurance. Chen Shu grinned, his purple eyes glinting, as if he had already seen through the entire game. As expected, he's very cunning. If I can't make it in time, then he'll have successfully exposed me. The director pointed at the design blueprints. Modern equipment was displayed on the screen, ready to provide support solutions. That's right, the agency will arrange a private jet to pick you up. The jet transport can reach speeds of Mach 2. Including aerial refueling time, we can get you to your destination within 5 hours. He looked directly into his eyes, full of absolute confidence in the organization's logistical capabilities. You must trust our ability to mobilize. However, Chen Shu merely waved goodbye casually, then turned and left. Without any hesitation, no need. 5 hours is still too slow. The director hastily chased after him, his face changing drastically as he realized the young man's crazy intention. This is an agent branch office, don't cause trouble here. A brilliant burst of energy erupted, shattering the office windows as Chun Shu soared into the sky, leaving the director helplessly gritting his teeth as he watched him depart. Indeed, the stronger one's power, the harder it is to control. Meanwhile, that rascal, Chun Shu, hovered in midair, purple lightning crackling around his body as he gradually adjusted his altitude in the blue sky. His eyes, shining with purple light, narrowed sharply as he intently observed everything happening below. Overlooking the panoramic view of the ancient buildings in the hazy city, he felt an unusual tremor, a strong energy fluctuation, and couldn't help but frown slightly. In the city center's banking district, black smoke billowed upwards, shrouding the scene in chaos. At the eye of the storm, Chen Shu remained calm. He quietly used his ability to observe the situation. Through his clairvoyance, the images of the criminals frantically looting money clearly emerged. He slightly curled his lips, a hint of mockery in his smile. So, it's a bank robbery in another country. Chen Shu streaked through the air like a bolt of lightning, a trace of laziness barely concealed on his face, showing no interest in meddling. TSK, what a waste of time. It's better not to meddle. Inside the bank, a robber wearing a black mask pressed against the window, his wary gaze sweeping outside. He excitedly clenched his fist, triumphantly reassuring his accomplices. Don't worry, all the evolvers have been dispatched to guard the gate of apocalypse. No one has time to bother us about robbing money. As his accomplices frantically grabbed large bags of money, the scene descended into chaos. They desperately fled amidst the stray bullets from the security forces. An agent was drenched in cold sweat, his face contorted with fear. Shouted loudly into the walkie-talkie. Our pistols are completely useless against these evolved ones. Immediately request heavy weapon reinforcements from headquarters. The robbers rushed out the door, clutching heavy money bags, with arrogant smiles on their faces. But before their smiles could fade, one of them suddenly froze, eyes wide, staring at the sky, sweating profusely, trembling and unable to speak. Everyone stood frozen, watching in terror as a purple lightning bolt tore through the clouds, heading straight for them. The robber's face contorted in fear, pointing desperately upwards. He's back again. That evolved one is back again. A powerful purple energy blast struck the ground, creating a massive impact that sent the criminals and their money bags flying in all directions. From the swirling dust, Chun Shu emerged, scratching his head in annoyance. I didn't want to get involved, but fine, consider it a warm-up. Seeing him appear, the criminals frantically raised their guns, and their leader yelled, "Fire!" His face was contorted with malice. As a hail of bullets poured down, Chen Shu stood firm like a mountain. Bullets deflecting off his energy field, his eyes filled with defiance. He calmly put his hands in his pockets, scanning the trembling robbers with contempt. Is that all you've got? Too weak. Chen Shu parted his lips slightly, his purple eyes glinting with a sharp, cold light. The blue energy trails plunged the criminals into extreme fear. One robber fell to his knees, hands on the ground, vomiting uncontrollably from the immense pressure. The burly leader stepped out of the car, clenching his fists, roaring in fury. To take down my men with just a look. You truly are an evolved one with some power. But you've chosen the wrong opponent, I am also an evolved one. I possess the ability to control metal, turning all metal into sharp blades. Without giving the opponent a chance to act, Chen Shu unleashed a lightning strike, blasting it directly into the ground, causing a huge explosion and leaving deep cracks. He stood behind the robber, looking down with cold, intimidating eyes. In your next life, use your abilities for good. Chen Shu followed with a lightning-fast kick, crushing the criminal's last resistance amidst the rubble. Under the shocked gaze of the media reporters, he calmly turned and walked away. Embedded the robber deep into the brick wall. In midair, shocking news quickly spread. A mysterious Esper resolved the hostage crisis in the blink of an eye. That speed, did he fly here himself? Wait, this person seems to be Chen Shu from Country L. Shouldn't he be fighting in Country Y? How is he in M City now? Can he really travel between cities? Below, in Country Y's arena, Alexander waited quietly. His eyes fixed on the countdown as it slowly reached 0. Han Jiang arrogantly spread his arms in front of the camera, laughing loudly. Ah, everyone, today's live broadcast has to unfortunately end. It turns out the Esper Chen Shu was a good-for-nothing, not even daring to accept the challenge. Suddenly, a purple lightning bolt struck directly into the arena, kicking up dust. Alexander quickly raised a hand to shield his face, his expression turning wary. Tui, what the heck is this? Doesn't he know how to use the main entrance? What an uncultured person. A hand holding a bag of chips emerged from the dust, and a casual voice spoke. Sorry for the detour. Since I'm on a business trip, I should at least experience the local specialties, right? Alexander stared at the newly arrived person, his eyebrows raised in confusion. You are Chen Shu? Chen Shu leisurely chewed, ignoring his opponent's surprise and disdain. That's me. Alexander curled his lip, scoffing. Are you coming to fight in your pajamas? You don't look like a top expert at all. Chen Shu looked directly into Alexander's eyes, his expression extremely relaxed despite still chewing. What's wrong? Do I not look like an expert now? Witnessing this scene through the screen, the director covered his face, utterly helpless. His face contorted with shame. Damn it, I forgot to remind him that it's a live broadcast. Now we've made a fool of ourselves internationally. He slammed his hand on the desk, his face flushed with anger. I must remind this guy to pay attention to our international image. In the center of the arena, Chen Shu calmly pulled out his phone. He answered the phone, completely ignoring the ready-to-strike Alexander. Director, please don't worry, let me just take this call, it'll only be 5 minutes. Alexander stood behind him, gritting his teeth in anger. His eyes wide, feeling utterly humiliated. This guy actually dared to openly answer a call in front of him and the whole world. He truly had no regard for anyone. Chen Shu ignored the other party's fury, calmly turning around. and clearly spoke to the person on the other end of the line. Don't worry, I'll go easy on him. Alexander was stunned, trembling with rage, his face contorted in indignation. Go easy on him? Ending the call, Chen Shu calmly turned around, a lazy purple glow shimmering in his eyes. Sorry to keep you waiting. Alexander channeled his energy, blue lightning erupting around his sword. He roared, his voice laced with coldness. It's fine, you'll lose this match miserably anyway. No matter how dazzling you look now, you'll be covered in dust in a minute. He pointed at Chen Shu, his eyes filled with firm resolve. Today, I, Alexander, will tear off your hypocritical mask, Chen Shu. The stands almost collapsed from the frenzied cheers. Sword Saint. Sword Saint. Go, Sword Saint. Alexander charged forward after gathering his strength, slicing through the air. Sword Saint, take this strike. Chen Shu suddenly extended his palm, signaling him to stop, causing the opponent to halt mid-air. Wait a moment, emergency pause. Alexander's attack was interrupted. He panted, his face flushed with anger. What are you doing? Chen Shu remained composed, eating half a bag of potato chips. He pointed at his opponent's heavy sword, which was emitting blue lightning. Your sword is electric elemental, right? Alexander grinned proudly, gripping the hilt that glowed with energy. What? Are you scared? Chen Shu blinked, giving a sincere warning. Don't use electric elemental attacks, they'll backfire on you. Alexander gritted his teeth, a disdainful expression on his face, finding the warning baseless. There should be a limit to intimidation, right? Chen Shu leaped up, clearly explaining the rules of power. Even ordinary people know that to trigger an attribute backlash, the opposing attribute's strength must be at least 100 times greater than the attribute's wielder. Don't just stand there. Those purple eyes shimmered, seeing through all energy fluctuations. I don't know your theories, but my observation hockey is telling me. The young man tilted his head slightly, his expression turning utterly cold. If you strike down with that sword, I'll be fine, but you will perish. Alexander was stunned for a moment, then burst into arrogant laughter, his eyes filled with disdain. Ha, do you know what nonsense you're spouting? He leaped into the air, brandishing a heavy sword shimmering with electricity, his killing intent soaring. I won't give you another chance to talk nonsense. Perish, Chen Shu. Thunderous might. A massive pillar of light slammed into the ground from the strike, causing a world-shaking explosion as smoke and energy swept everything away. When the smoke cleared, Alexander lay sprawled in the ruins, his body charred and smoking, as the audience let out shocked screams. The rescue team rushed into the arena with stretchers. Urgent shouts rang out. Sword Saint, get up quickly. Emergency team, hurry. Suddenly, a charred hand powerfully emerged from the rubble. Alexander struggled to his feet, his face covered in dust and filled with unwillingness. Just now, it was merely a moment of carelessness on my part. He steadied himself and signaled to the logistics team, his eyes burning with fury. That sword broke, give me another one. A new weapon crate was thrown down. Alexander drew a burning sword, his confidence gradually returning. I admit I made a mistake just now and wasted a good sword. But as a sword saint, I have many fine swords. He raised the blazing fire sword high, a provocative smile appearing on his dust-covered face. Taste my fire attribute greatsword. Chen Shu hastily raised his hand to stop him, a worried expression on his face. Wait! Alexander roared wildly, charging forward with his greatsword. Damn it, I'll finish you off right now. With a loud bang, the flame sword shattered into 100 pieces. The immense pressure sent Alexander flying far away. He lay motionless in the deep crater, his body scorched black, eyes rolling back from the terrifying backlash. In the stands, a male spectator, sweating profusely, said in shock. Is the Sword Saint really just a clown? Chen Shu scratched his head nonchalantly, looking annoyed at the black smoke. I wanted to tell you earlier, fire attribute is useless too. Try something else. Alexander struggled to his feet amidst the dizziness, hand clutching his forehead, vision blurry. Damn it, my consciousness is starting to blur. What exactly did I just hit? It was incredibly hard. Rows of weapon crates were dropped down again. Alexander frantically grabbed two greatswords, his eyes bloodshot and filled with hatred. How dare you embarrass me in my own arena? Even if you have some strange elemental advantage, it won't help. This time I'll use a non-elemental greatsword, and I'll tear you to pieces. He leaped high, concentrating all his remaining strength into a double slash, aiming straight for the opponent's head. Die! Just at this critical moment, Chen Shu suddenly raised his phone in surprise. Hold on, another call. Alexander crashed heavily to the ground, gnashing his teeth and letting out a roar of extreme fury. Are you ever going to finish this? Chen Shu ignored his opponent, put the phone to his ear, and explained in his serious tone. Hello, Director Guan, I really didn't make the first move just now. You can't blame me. He turned around, observing his enemy while continuing to explain. I understand what you mean about international image, but he ran into a stone wall himself. I really couldn't stop him. Hearing these words, Alexander's eyes widened, and he roared furiously, "What do you mean ran into a stone wall? I don't care about international image anymore, just die." He charged forward, swinging his greatsword, but Chen Shu deftly dodged. Still talking to his superior without interruption. You see, he was the one who disregarded international image first, casually ambushing someone who had no intention of fighting back. The young man skillfully performed a somersault in the arena, holding his phone tightly as he sought advice. I've given him enough leeway, haven't I? Can I fight back now? As soon as he landed, Chen Shu pursed his lips slightly and replied confidently. Understood, I know my limits. Alexander gritted his teeth, glaring at Chen Shu with burning fury. What did you just say? What nonsense were you spouting on the phone? You're looking down on me. Chen Shu's purple eyes gleamed sharply, his tone firm. I am waiting for the right moment. Meanwhile, in his office, Director Guan was intently watching a trending news video. Chen Shu has resolved the terror crisis in M City. On the giant screen of the international arena, footage of Chen Shu's heroic battle was replayed for all spectators to witness. You are the commentator. It is reported that at the time, he was on his way to a duel with the whistleblower, Alexander. The audience began to stir, looking at the screen, then incredulously at the arena. Is this the person who was exposed by the Sword Saint? Alexander stood frozen, sweating profusely, his eyes unfocused. How could such a person be an imposter? Chen Shu walked calmly, holding his phone in one hand, and arrogantly gesturing with the other hand towards the camera. True heroes are striving against the tide of the apocalypse, against the chaos sweeping across the world. Yet, these false heroes are acting like clowns here, constantly creating conflict under the guise of exposure, trying to gain people's trust. He stopped, looking directly into the other's eyes, his sharp gaze full of pressure. Now I ask you, who truly deserves to be exposed? Public opinion immediately reversed, and boos erupted from the crowd, directed at Alexander. The Sword Saint has exposed so many evolvers. Could you be the one with the weakest abilities? The Sword Saint is a fake. The Sword Saint is a fake. Anger and humiliation drove Alexander to a frenzy. He swung his sword and charged recklessly. Chen Shu, you are the imposter. You're the one who should be the clown. Chen Shu merely waved his hand lightly, a seemingly gentle yet powerful strike, causing his opponent to collapse amidst the world's shock. Alexander lay on the ground, looking at his back. Chen Shu calmly brought the phone to his ear. Chen Shu, the matter is settled. I'll be back shortly. He stood ramrod straight beside the defeated, his expression serious as he stared directly into the live camera. The apocalypse shouldn't be a live broadcast. The apocalypse is a harsh reality. But ironically, some are exploiting the scenes of disaster to gain attention. His purple eyes shone brightly, as if looking directly into the audience's hearts, and his voice resonated with conviction. Today, I want to ask all of you, when the darkness of the apocalypse shrouds the entire world, who are the true heroes? Chen Shu spread his arms, looking into the distance, his voice impassioned and full of power. I see ordinary people silently transporting supplies in ruins overrun by monsters. I see some in shelters using their own bodies to shield the elderly and children. The audience was stunned, some even beginning to shed tears. Chen Shu continued, his tone low and full of emotion. They might not even receive a single like. But it is these unsung individuals who are striving to protect the last spark of civilization. Their qualification as heroes has never been defined by a power ranking. The young man gritted his teeth, a flame of righteousness burning in his eyes. And what stance should we take to expose their hypocrisy? The entire audience erupted, people standing up and cheering in unison. That's so true, that's so true. In a distant office, Director Guan smiled, his face filled with pride. It's just like you, Chen Shu. A brilliant victory. In another luxurious space, a man named Kong Sa sipped red wine, his brows furrowed in thought. Catherine, what does this mean? Are they really planning to let everyone evolve? Do they have the capability? Catherine took a sip of her drink, her gaze sharp as she looked into the void. If evolution were that easy, we wouldn't have needed to implement the ARC project. Both our ARC project and their Pure Land project have been in preparation for over a decade. Now, it's finally time to see whose approach is more correct. Kasha bowed slightly, a sinister smile playing on her lips. The inferior evolution crystals produced by the Sanctuary plan will only turn ordinary people into cannon fodder, using them to alleviate pressure on the apocalypse battlefield. After all, the more living people willing to go to battle, the greater the attraction for the monsters. This is entirely beneficial to our strategy. Catherine pursed her lips, her smile revealing a mad ambition and chilling cruelty. While the spatial tremors erupt and the gate of apocalypse is unstable, we will work together to completely suppress that weakened apocalypse-level demon beast. Once successful, we will truly possess an arc to survive the end of days. Kasha raised her wineglass to eye level, her purple gaze fixed triumphantly on the swirling liquid within. No, soon, we will have 2 apocalypse arcs. Catherine spun around abruptly, her eyebrows raised in surprise. Chen Shu's image appeared in the arena, his voice low and calculating. We also detected a massive primordial energy signal within the boundary, estimated to be another apocalypse-level entity. He is currently at Alexander's revelation site. Kasha stared intently at the target on the screen, her face filled with interest and curiosity. Oh, Catherine observed the data charts with folded arms, her tone growing cold and sharp. The primordial power emanating from a demon beast, manifesting in a human evolutionist's body? According to the data, what appeared at Alexander's site might just be a clone. The main body is definitely lurking in the Atlantic region. She narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze turning ruthless, as if trying to see through her opponent's true nature. No wonder Alexander was defeated by him, he can no longer be considered human. Very well, since he is no longer human, an accidental elimination is inevitable. Kasha's face showed a resolute expression as she gave the order to eliminate the target using heavy weaponry. If the target is detected again, eliminate it at all costs. Even if it means deploying tactical nuclear missiles. A firm confirmation sounded as Chen Shu cut through the wind, soaring through the air, leaving behind a dazzling purple trail and a piercing shriek. Suddenly, the sea surged, and a colossal water monster surfaced, creating an enormous splash that exploded towards him. Boom! He ignored the attack, still calmly looking at the incoming call from Su Lingyue displayed on his phone screen. While gliding high in the sky, he calmly replied to the notifications from his companions. Boss, we've arrived. You all go in first. We'll meet in the villa's backyard later. Then, Chen Shu swooped down like a purple lightning bolt, tearing through space and creating a powerful impact on the sea surface. In the courtyard outside the modern villa, a man stared blankly upwards, watching the energy trail that had just streaked across the sky. The purple light landed in the villa's backyard, and Chen Shu appeared before the waiting girls. The short-haired girl beamed with a bright smile, her eyes filled with joy at seeing him return safely. Boss, I heard you finished your cultivation. She covered her cheeks with both hands, looking a little shy, her infatuated gaze unable to move away from his charming new appearance. Oh, boss, why did your hair suddenly grow so long? It's so handsome, I love it so much, what should I do? Chen Shu reached out and gently stroked his dark, smooth long hair, smiling confidently as he looked at the girl who was mesmerized by him. My cultivation broke through, so my hair naturally grew longer. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, can cultivation make hair grow longer? Chen Shu turned to look at Lingyue, with an appreciative and calm smile in his eyes. Lingyue, I heard you became an evolver. Congratulations! The short-haired girl immediately widened her eyes in surprise at his words, then rushed to Lingyue's side to ask for details. Sister Lingyue, you became an evolver? When did this happen? What are your abilities? Lingyue gently raised her hand and examined it, recalling that accidental incident, a calm expression on her face. Actually, I'm not too sure either. The day before yesterday, I accidentally crushed the boss's red crystal at the company, and then I successfully evolved. To demonstrate, she pointed her hand towards the coffee table. Immediately, the fruit knife began to tremble violently, then floated in the air. Whoosh! Lingyue suddenly waved her hand, controlling the blade to cut a sharp trajectory, startling her younger sister, who quickly dodged. Thud! The blade deeply pierced the target, and Lingyue smiled faintly. Just like this. Chen Shu lightly touched the knife handle and nodded in approval. Weapon manipulation. The short-haired girl asked curiously. What kind of ability is weapon manipulation? The boy pursed his lips, an interested expression on his face, as he recalled an opponent he had once encountered. A manipulation-type ability. I just met someone yesterday. Memories of the bank robber who frantically controlled massive iron blocks flashed through his mind, while Chen Shu silently analyzed Long Yu's strength. But that guy picked the wrong opponent. I'm an evolver too. Anything Long Yu identifies as a weapon, she can freely manipulate. Chen Shu paced in the villa's courtyard, silently comparing the different levels of material manipulation abilities he had witnessed. He had the ability to manipulate metal, turning all metal into sharp spears. However, the manipulation-type gifted evolver I encountered, his target of manipulation was metal. His purple eyes gleamed with a sharp light, clearly revealing his affirmation of a deeper truth of power. More precisely, it should be iron atoms. Long Yu looked at the fruit knife in her hand, her eyes downcast, full of disappointment. No, it's still too weak. Chen Shu stood in the center of the garden, surveying everyone. He slowly analyzed the evolution of power. Although he already possessed abilities beyond ordinary people, it was still too far behind those extraordinary evolvers who controlled ice, fire, lightning, and electricity. Long Yu gripped the knife handle tightly, a lack of confidence in her combat ability showing on her face. Even on the battlefield, for revolvers who can launch long-range attacks at will, merely manipulating a small knife is too useless. Suddenly, images of enemies with green electrical currents, violently destroying everything around them, flashed through his mind. Chen Shu narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the object's trajectory, making a sharp judgment in his heart. That feeling just now, when the fruit knife flew, it wasn't controlled by mental or psychic power, nor was there any electronic fluctuation. It was completely suspended in the air. He stroked his chin in thought, his eyes gleaming with insight as he recognized the unique quality in her energy flow. And when Long Yu picked up the fruit knife, a power similar to the shape-shifting attribute of my overlord blade appeared, instantly increasing the knife's power 100-fold. Chun Shu looked directly at Long Yu, his tone becoming comforting and full of understanding. This ability isn't strong because you're manipulating the wrong object, but you can't really be blamed for that. The young man spread his arms, a calm smile on his face, as he pointed out the flaw in the current situation. Because, apart from this fruit knife, there's nothing here that can truly be called a weapon. His purple eyes shimmered with powerful electric light. He was about to bring about an astonishing change. But what if I were to bring out an indestructible long sword, or even a transcendent weapon? A massive greatsword, covered in dazzling blue lightning, appeared in his hand, accompanied by a heavy affirmation. Your ability to manipulate weapons would instantly skyrocket your strength. The massive greatsword, named Overlord Blade of the Heavens, crashed to the ground, triggering a brilliant explosion of purple energy. The young girl stood trembling, her eyes wide with terror as she witnessed the terrifying power contained within the weapon. Wow, it's so powerful. Is this the boss's weapon? Long Yu was drenched in sweat, her face contorted from the effort of resisting the invisible pressure enveloping her body. Such an intense oppressive feeling. Chen Shu stood calmly beside the blade, which burned with purple flames in a rain of energy. His eyes filled with expectation as he looked at Long Yu. Long Yu, if your weapon manipulation ability can control this Overlord Blade of the Heavens, then your strength will immediately soar. He clenched his fists, his purple eyes gleaming sharply, as he explained the essence of the evolving power. That's right, your ability is tied to the grade of the weapon. The stronger the weapon you manipulate, the more powerful your ability will become. The short-haired girl looked up at Chun Shu's tall figure, her eyes filled with both admiration and extreme awe. Boss. The young girl swallowed hard, her face pale and drenched in sweat, as the blade's killing intent made the air suffocating. Your blade is truly terrifying. Chen Shu narrowed his eyes coldly, a domineering aura rising around him, acknowledging the formidable reputation of this divine weapon. Of course, countless souls have fallen beneath the tyrant blade. Even just sitting here, the malevolent aura it emits is a king-level domineering presence. Long Yu gazed at the blade, which emanated a brilliant purple light, secretly marveling at its latent power. To possess such might even when still, it truly lives up to its reputation as the boss's weapon. Long Yu stepped forward without hesitation and decisively grasped the hilt. A crisp sound rang out, confirming the connection of power. Long Yu gritted her teeth, her face flushed red with pain, as she struggled to hold the divine weapon that radiated a sky-piercing purple aura. Boom! Sweat streamed down her forehead as she looked at him with a mix of doubt and awe, astonished by the weapon's incredible weight. Boss, how can you wield this great blade so casually to slay enemies? She continued to exert all her strength, roaring, as the ground beneath her feet violently cracked amidst the surging purple energy. Chen Shu watched with arms crossed, perfectly composed, his breathing steady, while the girls behind him clutched their heads in terror from the immense pressure. The moment the blade was lifted, Long Yu was shocked to feel a new power surge through her body, and the purple light gradually dissipated. Just by drawing the blade, my strength seems to have reached a new level. The fatigue is disappearing. Secretary Su, would you like to try a swing? The young girl beside her looked on blankly. Can I? He squinted with a triumphant smile, his expression confident and bold in response to the request. Of course you can. Long Yu decisively swung the sky tyrant blade, creating a blazing vortex of purple energy that tore through the surrounding air. Swoosh, swoosh. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Her entire body darted forward, unleashing an earth-shattering strike that shattered all obstacles. Swish. Chen Shu stood firm, a mysterious smile on his face, while the other two girls trembled and hid behind him. After a single strike, Long Yu knelt to the ground, her hands falling to her sides. Covered in dirt, drenched in sweat, her face etched with helplessness. Yes, I'm sorry, boss, I can't do it. This weapon is truly too powerful. Chen Shu knelt, gently lifted her chin, his eyes filled with encouragement and tenderness. You've already done exceptionally well, Long Yu. Even with just one strike, it's enough to cause world-shattering destruction. Chen Shu looked up at the torn roof, his expression twisted with distress. Damn it, which scoundrel dared to tear down my roof in broad daylight? Long Yu stared blankly at the ruins above, her face smudged with dust, her eyes wide with shock. Could my one strike just now really have done this much? Chen Shu stood up, watching the divine weapon gradually withdraw, his usual composure returning to his face. Yes, you're just a little short on skill. You need an extraordinary weapon that's more suitable for you. He spread his arms, a brilliant smile appearing to dispel the girl's nervous atmosphere. Alright, let's not talk about that for now. The boss will treat you to a sumptuous feast this afternoon. The two girls cheered excitedly. That's great. As everyone prepared to leave, Chun Shu looked meaningfully at Long Yu. After lunch, Secretary Su, come with me alone. He confidently curved his lips into a smile, seeing the clear curiosity on his female colleague's face. Boss, what do you mean by come alone? Chen Shu replied concisely, to the Special Agent Bureau. I will secure an extraordinary weapon for you. On the command center's radar screen, giant monster claws tore through space, appearing amidst the operator's panic. Reports came in one after another. Energy source reaction detected. Doomsday Gate Rift 2 has expanded to its limit. Target entity has broken through, visible to the naked eye. In Doomsday Gate Area 2, rows of tanks were arrayed, standing ready under the scorching red sky. Doomsday Gate 2 is expected to fully break through in 120 seconds. The tank muzzles fired in unison, fiercely spewing flames towards the spatial rift, forming a dense curtain of fire that enveloped the city sky. Then, a series of sky-high explosions erupted from the ground. Smoke and heat waves swept through everything in the combat zone. In the operations command center, staff held their breath, staring intently. Emergency data flickered continuously on the large screen. The demon's body was subjected to fierce artillery fire, but it still couldn't be stopped from continuing to pass through the Gate of Doom. The estimated time for complete passage is 90 seconds. The green behemoth, covered in black pustules, let out a deafening roar, desperately squeezing its massive head through the eerie purple halo. It hovered in midair like a malevolent entity, making the surrounding fighter jet formations appear incredibly small and fragile. Suddenly, the demon brandished its sharp claws, pointing directly at a helicopter. Its crimson eyes gleamed with intense killing intent, shattering the last line of defense. A technician turned back to report in a panic, his face contorted in fear as he saw the aircraft simultaneously failing on the radar. Our armed helicopters lost power for unknown reasons. It seems some kind of energy field is expanding, causing the engines to fail. Catherine's lips curved into an ambitious smile, her crimson eyes gleaming with excitement at encountering a worthy opponent. Truly powerful. This time, it's an ancient beast of monarch level. She moved through the office with determined steps, giving a harsh order without blinking. Abandon conventional tactical weapons. Immediately launch tactical nuclear warheads. The young soldier beside her stared in horror, his face drenched in sweat, desperately shouting to try and stop his superior's drastic decision. But Colonel Catherine, our soldiers are still on the front line. Catherine leaned close to the communications officer's face, her crimson eyes filled with an oppressive, resolute, and unwavering gaze. Do as I say. The soldier replied, trembling. Yes, sir. From a distance, a massive warhead tore through the clouds, heading straight for the purple halo where the behemoth was manifesting. The demon bared its jagged teeth, its crimson eyes flashing with malevolence as it sensed the approaching threat. The technician stared intently at the radar screen. Emergency notifications flashed continuously on it. The tactical nuclear missile lost power, beginning to freefall towards the target earlier than expected. At the critical moment, a figure broke through the air with astonishing speed, heading directly for the massive metal object. The person abruptly stepped onto the warhead, concentrating all their strength into 1 foot, width. It was forced to change its flight path in midair. Simultaneously, the green monster was struck head-on by the weapon's scorching red energy stream, its massive body trembling violently. An earth-shattering explosion erupted beneath the spatial rift, and the shockwave sent the mysterious figure flying, causing it to vanish amidst the swirling smoke and dust. Catherine turned her face, her profound gaze filled with calculation. How could ordinary people ever know that behind those gates of apocalypse, various nations had employed all sorts of super weapons to suppress monarch-level monsters? This was the sole reason humanity had managed to withstand endless waves of monsters over the past years. Facing large-scale attacks from king-level and dual monarch-level monsters, nuclear bombs, hydrogen bombs, and tri-state bombs were activated without pause. Catherine stood with her arms crossed, watching the scorching nuclear explosion displayed on the screen, her expression thoughtful. Whether for widespread destruction or precise strikes, humanity's most powerful weapons remain the only means to delay the apocalypse. She parted her lips slightly, her crimson eyes glinting with coldness, mixed with a hint of doubt about reality. But how much longer can this prolong humanity's fate? 3 months, 3 years, or will it vanish in the next 30 years? Fragments of the monster's corpse gradually dissipated into the void, leaving behind a series of unanswered questions. Catherine narrowed her eyes, a clear disdain showing on her face as she thought of others' futile efforts. Humph, how foolish. From her elevated position, she spread her arms, clearly declaring the price required for the survival of their race. Now, exert every effort to recover the essence from the monster's corpse. Even in the face of radiation, we must create a new future for humanity. Your deaths will ultimately become the most glorious sacrifice for all of humanity. Catherine's face became resolute and ambitious as she firmly stated the ultimate goal. Because we must board this great vessel, cross this gate of apocalypse together, and forge a new home for all humanity. This is the magnificent ARC project. Chen Shu brought Leng Yu to the majestic Special Agent Bureau building to look for new equipment. The secretary looked up at the grand building and asked softly, "Boss, is this the Special Agent branch office that manages evolvers?" "Yes, Director Guande and I have a very good relationship. You'll definitely find the most suitable weapon for you here." As the two were walking forward, a golden supercar suddenly sped up and screeched to a halt in front of them. A blonde, attractive woman in a black dress stepped out of the car. Her eyes brightened as she playfully looked at Chun Shu. Chen Shu looked at the unfamiliar woman with a puzzled expression, while Su Lengyue also showed curiosity. "This is?" Standing between the two ladies, Chen Shu proudly raised his hand to introduce his subordinate. "My company's secretary, Su Lengyue, is also a newly advanced evolver. Lengyue, this is Situ Qianqian." Su Lengyue bowed slightly, a polite expression on her face, and greeted her proactively. "Hello, Miss Situ Qianqian." Situ Qianqian smiled and waved, but her eyes held a scrutinizing gaze as she secretly compared the other's appearance. "Hello. Her figure isn't as good as mine, but it's decent enough." Chen Shu walked calmly towards the building. He turned his head, his tone warning the two girls. "Perhaps there will be opportunities to fight together in the future. Don't let your relationship get tense now." In the office, Wanda leaned against his desk. When he saw Chun Shu, a look of appreciation appeared on his face. "I have to say, your battle with the Sword Saint directly boosted our international image. Everyone says our evolvers have the demeanor of a great nation. This is entirely your credit." Chen Shu raised his hand to interrupt the pleasantries, his expression resolute. "Let's skip the flattery. I'm here for something else." Wanda raised an eyebrow. "Go on. What is it?" Chen Shu smiled slightly. He mysteriously snapped his fingers, signaling his companions to enter. The door opened. The two girls peeked in one after another. "Director Guan, we meet again." "Hello, Director Guan." Wanda had someone keep an eye on those girls. He pointed at Situ Qianqian, then turned to Leng Yu, his eyes filled with doubt. "Situ Qianqian. And this person's face looks a bit familiar. Have I seen her somewhere before? Was it at your transportation company?" Leng Yu held her head high, with a professional smile. Confidence sparkled in her eyes as she officially revealed her new identity. "My name is Su Lengyue. I am our boss's private secretary." Wanda narrowed his eyes, looking meaningfully at Chen Shu. "Chen Shu, you certainly play things in a flashy way." Chen Shu maintained his indifferent attitude. "Don't say useless things. I'm here to register as an evolver." Wanda leaned back leisurely in his chair. He pointed to Situ Qianqian, who was standing behind him. "You didn't need to come specifically for this. I've already processed Miss Situ Qianqian's evolver certificate for her." Chen Shu's lips curved slightly. He gestured to Leng Yu. "No. There's also someone else. My secretary also needs to register as an evolver." Wanda's eyes widened in surprise. His face showed shock at this sudden news. "What's going on? Your secretary has also become an evolver?" In the laboratory on the third floor, Leng Yu underwent testing, while Wanda intently stared at the constantly fluctuating parameters on the computer. Strength, 3,300 kilograms. Speed, 51 meters per second. Her physical fitness is close to that of a lower-tier 3-star evolver. But her extraordinary power is quite special. It doesn't act on herself, but rather enhances the cold weapon she holds. Guande nodded approvingly. He continued to explain her actual combat potential to Chun Shu. In other words, her strength will increase by 1 star due to the weapon's resonance. Theoretically, they can reach the standard of a 4-star evolver. Situ Tiantian was pressed against the observation window. Her eyes narrowed slightly, feeling the pressure from her opponent, filled with a competitive spirit. Their overall strength was surprisingly not inferior to her own. Back in the office, Wande sat opposite Chen Shu. His face became extremely serious, filled with suspicion. If it were just Situ Tiantian, that would be one thing. But two evolvers, both reaching 4-star strength, suddenly appeared by your side. "Chen Shu, are you hiding something from me?" Chen Shu leaned back leisurely on the sofa. His purple eyes shimmered, and he looked directly at the director with sincerity. "Since we're already here, I'll be frank with you. There is indeed a method that can promote the evolution of ordinary people, similar to the psychic crystals distributed by your agent branch." Wanda's expression changed dramatically, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he asked in shock. "How do you know the secret of the agent branch? Psychic crystals. Chen Shu's eyes shimmered with mysterious blue-purple light as he activated his observation haki, seeing through the other party's thoughts. Nothing can be hidden from me. The young man raised his hands, appearing very calm in the face of the director's confusion. Director Guan, please rest assured. I don't even care about things like psychic crystals. What I want to say is... Chen Shu extended a finger, controlling a fiery red stone that suddenly floated up, startling Wanda, who quickly leaned forward to observe it. Director Guan, do you recognize this item? A contaminated energy. This is a demonic crystal. He crossed his arms, a confident smile playing on his lips. That's right. Wanda was stunned, then slammed his hand on the table. He stared wide-eyed at the stone emitting a strong red light. Where did you get this thing? Chen Shu gently closed his eyes, a hint of calmness and slight impatience on his face. I picked it up. What's wrong? Don't believe me? Director Guan broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning. So, upon analysis, it's quite serious. You should know how powerful a demonic creature's essence needs to be to crystallize a demon crystal the size of a grain of rice, right? This demon crystal looks to be at least the size of an egg. Chen Shu looked down at the table and asked back expressionlessly. Do you think this kind of stone is very precious? Guan Di affirmed decisively. More than precious, it's simply priceless. Guan Di narrowed his eyes, lost in thought, his expression becoming sincere as he revealed the core secret. To be honest, the psionic essence stones distributed by our special agent branch are actually refined from this kind of demon crystal. He lowered his head, gazing at the fiery red stone on the table, his eyes filled with reverence and longing. In the worlds beyond the 5 existing gates of apocalypse, the most precious resource is demon crystal. But this is the first time I've ever seen such a high-purity demon crystal. It's just that its contamination level is too high, merely being in close proximity is already very dangerous. Chen Shu calmly reached for more, but Guan De hastily stopped him. I have a lot more of this stuff. No, don't take out any more. This item is considered dangerous in our branch. I wouldn't want to see it destroyed. Guan De pondered and analyzed, this precious mineral can not only accelerate the cultivation of our extraordinary powers but also has many other tactical uses. It's one of the materials for creating forbidden weapons against powerful demonic creatures. The director looked directly at him, his expression serious. I'm seriously asking you this time, where did you get so many demon crystals? Chen Shu pouted, turning away with a hint of mockery. I picked them up behind a small gate of apocalypse. Believe it or not. Guan De froze, lost in thought, as he realized the source of the other party's power. No wonder this kid's strength grew as fast as a rocket. It turns out it was thanks to demon crystals. Chen Shu strolled leisurely, however, that small apocalyptic world has been destroyed, and the gate of apocalypse has been permanently closed. He turned his head, a confident smile on his face. Fortunately, I brought back many red demon crystals from there. Guan Di opened his arms in invitation, ready to negotiate. Tell me, how much money do you want? I'm willing to offer a good price. Chen Shu narrowed his eyes, a hint of mockery in them, his purple gaze shimmering. You and I both know that under the shadow of this apocalypse, cash is worthless. Guan De stared intently at Chun Shu, his eyes full of scrutiny. Then what do you want? Chen Shu stood proudly, raising a hand to express his ambition. Your special agent branch's most powerful weapons. The hero squad formed by your special agent branch can combine evolvers with suitable weapons. And the team I'm about to form also needs to borrow from your armory. He looked directly at the other person, a determined expression on his face. I'm willing to use the magic crystals in my hand as an exchange, a fair trade. In the weapon display area, Lang Yu picked up a sharp sword and examined it carefully. Guan Di introduced, this soaring dragon tang blade was forged from a collapsed apocalyptic meteorite. Chen Shu observed the secretary, nodding with satisfaction. Compared to my Sky Overlord blade, this soaring dragon is perfectly sized for a girl. Lang Yu lightly swung the weapon, and Guan De stood beside her, asking, how does it feel? This equipment was just transferred from the Special Agent Headquarters Apocalyptic Base. It's very light. Chun Shu suddenly picked up another short blade, frowning as he asked, what's with this blade? It looks a bit like that soaring dragon. Guan De gestured with his hand, calmly explaining the item's origin, that one? It's called Hidden Scale. This blade was cast from the meteorite material left over after forging the soaring dragon. Due to limited material, the blade is shorter and not very practical in combat. Chen Shu narrowed his eyes, feeling the strange spiritual energy connecting the two blades. No, I faintly sense an energy connection between Hidden Scale and Soaring Dragon, perhaps because they originate from the same source. Chen Shu pursed his lips, his purple gaze observing the two weapons emitting strange spiritual light. Soaring Dragon and Hidden Scale, one bright, one dark. He raised the short blade, making a decisive choice before Guan De's bewildered expression. I'll take this submerged scale blade too. What? Isn't the Wandering Dragon blade enough for her? Chen Shu tossed the small weapon directly to Secretary Su, who was waiting. Secretary Su, catch. Lang Yu swiftly reached out and firmly grasped the hilt of the blade. He watched as the two weapons in her hands began to emit a brilliant azure light. Chen Shu explained, even your agent branch couldn't discern the true purpose of this weapon. The wandering dragon and submerged scale blades, they can only unleash their maximum potential when combined. Lang Yu smiled excitedly, clearly sensing the powerful energy connection. Boss, I truly feel the two blades resonating. Guandi nodded in concession, since you have such keen insight. Then our agent branch will consider it a buy one, get one free deal. Chen Shu maintained his fair trading attitude. No need. I will pay enough magic crystals based on its value. As long as the agent branch doesn't hesitate to provide the best weapons. He stepped forward, leaning in to carefully observe a peculiar item on display that emitted a purplish-red glow. A powerful aura of fire element, very strong, yet shrouded by a layer of corruption. Wanda stepped forward and introduced, this item is called Purple Flame Blazing Feathers. It's an auxiliary weapon. Wearing the Purple Flame Blazing Feathers itself cannot harm enemies, but it can enhance the wearer's fire attribute abilities, and can even generate a pair of blazing wings, granting temporary flight. Chen Shu's lips curled into a slight smile, making a decision that left the director astonished. I'll take this one too. He turned and placed a hand on Situ Qianxian's shoulder, making her a little flustered. Qianxian, your ability is fire-based, right? Yes. Guanda cried out in alarm, trying to stop him. No, this equipment is different from the others. Because it was taken from an apocalypse world, it still retains extremely strong corrupted energy. Before the corruption is removed, ordinary evolvers cannot wear it. Chen Shu simply closed his eyes, snapped his fingers, and called out a familiar name. Xiaoxi, an orange-haired little girl, suddenly appeared, acting playfully towards Guanda, who was utterly shocked. Chu, I'm hungry. Where did this come from? A little girl. Chen Shu calmly explained, as the little girl began to absorb the corrupt energy from the treasure. Don't be surprised, Xiaoxi is my daughter. She's immune to polluted energy, and she can even feed on it. After absorbing the corrupt energy, Xiaoxi patted her stomach, a very satisfied expression on her face. Xiaoxi is full. Guanda was drenched in sweat, his face contorted, unable to believe his eyes. What is this? Oh my god, our institute's 500 million yuan pollution clearing equipment is actually not as good as a child next to Chun Shu? How much more about Chun Shu do we not know? Chen Shu calmly handed the bracelet to Situ Qianxian. She cheered excitedly when she saw the accessory. This necklace suits you perfectly. It's so beautiful. As soon as she put it on, a fierce flame erupted, and Qianxian struggled in pain. Her face contorted. It hurts so much, it's so hot. Guanda rushed over in a panic, trying to help. No, this is bad. Her immortalization level is too low to control it, quickly take it off. Chen Shu narrowed his eyes slightly, his purple gaze showing absolute trust in the girl's potential. You can do it. Amidst the blazing flames, Qianxian stood proudly, her gaze firm, without the slightest waver. In her ear, Chen Shu's voice rang out powerfully, loudly urging her to push past her limits and master this new power. Use your strength to tame this ferocious beast. Qianxian gritted her teeth, enduring the terrible heat. Sweat poured down like rain, streaming over her face, which was gradually being covered by firelight. Just then, a group of agents rushed into the room in a hurry with fire extinguishers, intending to put out the fire and save her. But Guanda raised his hand in time to stop them, his face filled with determination. An agent shouted in panic, someone is getting burned. Let's save her first. Guanda calmly waved his hand, signaling them to retreat. It's fine here, you can go now. Chen Shu stood nearby, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. He calmly explained the true nature of Tian's special physique. She possesses a physique with an affinity for fire. Not only is she immune to burns, but she can even heal herself. The furious fiery vortex is gradually stabilized, beginning to resonate rhythmically and entwine around Tian's wrists. The scorching energy rapidly condensed, transforming into a pair of brilliant golden phoenix wings behind her. Tian felt the power integrate into every muscle, feeling this scorching power merge into my body. I think I've already adapted. Guanda stood by, witnessing the scene, his eyes wide with astonishment. He made no secret of his admiration for the miracle before him. So powerful, truly powerful. As expected, none of Chen Shu's followers are mediocre. I never imagined a 4-star evolutionist could control 6-star equipment. Chen Shu strode forward, leading the two girls, a smile of victory and absolute confidence on his lips. From now on, you two will be my capable assistants. In a corner, Ruaya quietly observed the group, her eyes filled with an inexpressible contemplation and a hint of jealousy. She murmured to herself, you two are the first members of the Transcendent Squad. Witnessing Chen Shu's closeness with other women, she lightly bit her lip, her hands unconsciously clenching. Transcendent Squad. Ugh, why do those two women get to be so close to him? Chen Shu walked straight over, noticing her unusual expression, and asked, Ruaya, what are you looking at? Ruaya angrily turned her face away, her eyes filled with extreme displeasure. She said sharply, Hero Squad, Hero Squad. I think we're just a bunch of useless people. The man beside Chen Shu broke into a sweat, completely bewildered by his teammates' sudden anger. Is Ruaya on fire today? The girl crossed her arms and turned her face away, a cold, slightly petulant expression on her face, even with his figure still behind her. Idiot. Chen Shu had just arrived at his destination, while in another location, a man stopped in a panic, looking up at the unusually changing purple sky, his face filled with worry. At the military base, the alarm system blared with dazzling red lights, and sirens wailed urgently under the eerie purple sky, signaling an alert for the apocalypse base. Warning, warning, the apocalypse tide has begun. The crowd panicked, trampling each other as they fled from the imminent danger. Loudspeakers blared everywhere, warning, warning, the apocalypse tide. Amidst this chaos, in the Hero Squad's lounge, a girl stared blankly, holding a remote control, because her favorite show had suddenly been interrupted. Where did my superhero cartoon go? She looked at the TV screen, which now only showed static, and complained with clear impatience. They said ordinary people must hide at home after the apocalypse tide begins, but now there's not even a TV signal. How can anyone stand this? A male member of the squad sternly reminded her of their mission, while the girl still gazed indifferently at the ceiling. Our hero squad must immediately enter the district to ensure the safety of the citizens. Stop thinking about your cartoons. The door suddenly burst open, and Director Guanda walked in with a solemn expression, urging, Are you all ready? The entire squad immediately assembled, their eyes focused on their leader, looking spirited and ready to depart at any moment. Guanda scanned his subordinates, his tone growing stern as he entrusted them with a grave responsibility. Now is the time for you to play your part. He stood before a map displaying a series of red alert points, beginning to analyze the scale of the unfolding disaster. During this apocalypse tide, in addition to the main apocalypse gate becoming active, many areas have also seen the emergence of secondary apocalypse gates. Therefore, the monsters are not only numerous and varied in form, but their locations are also unpredictable. The director glanced at the young evolvers, his eyes reflecting his expectations for their strength. All of you have just advanced to 4-star evolvers, so dealing with ordinary 2-star monster invasion should be more than enough for you. Guanda gazed thoughtfully at the battle map, his face clearly showing concern about the new threat. According to intelligence, a few 4-star demonic beasts have appeared in the district, causing destruction together, extremely dangerous. A male member confidently stepped forward, patting his chest to affirm the team's strength. Director, even Ban Luan, the lowest-ranking member of our hero squad, has already reached the early stage of 4-star level. Now, even facing 4-star demonic beasts is no problem. The captain beside him was sweating profusely, a bewildered expression on his face as he listened to his subordinate's excessive boasting. He quickly whispered, You shouldn't say things like that out loud. However, Director Guanda still proudly spread his arms, his gaze lovingly sweeping over these young evolutionaries. Your strength is definitely not a problem. After all, you are all excellent talents I personally nurtured. He clenched his fist and raised it high to boost the team's morale. In this apocalyptic torrent, you need to further hone your strength and strive to reach the 5-star level. The entire squad responded in unison, raising their fists, their faces filled with determination and spirit. Understood. We will not fail Director's trust. The long-haired woman beside him was deep in thought, her eyes clearly showing doubt. Will Chen Shu help later? Guanda stood with his arms crossed, thinking of the boy's strength, his face becoming resolute. Chen Shu, he should help, right? In the villa, Xiaoxi stood on tiptoes, stretching to press the doorbell. Muttering to herself, then her foot slipped, and she fell with a thud. Chen Shu's house, ouch, I fell. Inside, Chen Shu was relaxing on the sofa, smiling contentedly as he watched the two girls training in the backyard. It seems their equipment adjustments are going quite smoothly. As soon as Xiaoxi got up, she pointed to the door, indicating a visitor. Chen Shu asked back, puzzled, Is the guest a girl? The girl wearing a fox mask stood outside, excitedly calling out, her eyes lighting up when she saw the host. You are Lord Chen Shu. Oh, it really is Lord Chen Shu. Chen Shu narrowed his eyes, trying to recall a familiar figure he had met in the old organization. Which one of Bo Chi's are you? The girl smiled brightly, clearly introducing her identity and codename. Yes, I am Inaba Ayoko. In that organization, my codename was Inari. He raised a finger, seemingly recalling the special abilities of this petite girl. You're a fox spirit with intelligence analysis capabilities, aren't you? Yuzi clutched her backpack strapped shyly, her cheeks flushing as she recounted her search for her benefactor, mentioning that Lord Jinsua had saved her life before. After I went back, I tried every possible way to inquire about you. I didn't expect Lord Jinsua to be such a famous person here. She revealed a meaningful smile, proudly disclosing her formidable intelligence-gathering abilities. So Yuzi quickly found Lord Jinsua's address online. Jinsua scratched his head helplessly. He looked at the girl with a wry and resigned expression, realizing his identity could no longer be hidden. Why did you come all this way? Is something the matter? Yuzi winked mischievously and stated her intention directly. I've come to join Lord Jinsua. Jinsua placed a hand on Yuzi's head, turned around, and casually explained her background to the two stunned girls behind him. That's how it is. Inaba Yuzi is someone I saved when I was dealing with trouble on Okomachi Island. I heard she had no means of support back home, so she came here to seek refuge. Tian immediately broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this, while Longyu stroked her chin, pondering suspiciously, no means of support? Yuzi decisively placed her hand on her mask, activating a stream of purple spiritual energy that enveloped the figures of her two new teammates for information analysis. Divine Fox Illumination. Fire Element Manipulator, 4-star mid-tier, Weapon Manipulation Skill 3-star high. But with a weapon, her strength can reach 4-star high. Jinsua smiled with satisfaction at Yuzi's ability, while the little girl shyly removed her mask. Very accurate. Your information gathering ability is impressive. Our supernatural girl squad happens to be in need of an intelligence expert. Yuzi humbly replied, before Lord Jinsua. My Divine Fox Illumination is merely a childish technique. Tian eyed Yuzi with disdain, secretly making an unkind assessment, just a girl who knows how to flatter. And doesn't seem fully mature yet. She's no competition at all in front of a real woman. Jinsua led the team away, his face clearly showing trust in his new team. Next up is your 3-person team's first mission opportunity. With Yuzi as the intelligence officer, this time the end of the tide. This way, we will definitely get through this safely. Tian, chin in hand, pondered. She looked at him doubtfully, but Chen Shu, aren't you going to stay here and fight the invading demons? Chen Shu looked up resolutely at the purple sky. I have a more important mission. Xiaoxi rushed over to report, Brother Chu, the gate has opened. Lan Yu clutched her chest worriedly, and Tian, standing behind her, also seemed to lack confidence. The two of us have only just evolved. How can we handle such an important task? Chen Shu spread his arms encouragingly, his eyes full of trust for the 3-person team in front of him. Now there are 3 of you. 3 people are enough to save the world. Please believe in your own strength. Yao Gu smiled brightly and bowed respectfully to her 2 new teammates. Please guide me, elder sisters. A massive explosion erupted in the People's Commercial Center, sending people fleeing in terror. Screams rose and fell amidst the chaos. People's Commercial Center? What in the world is that? The crowd pushed and shoved, everyone's face pale with fright. A monster. Mom, run. Anxious eyes gazed at the swirling smoke and dust. Whatever comes out. We must stop it. From the ruins, a menacing purple humanoid entity emerged. A soldier cried out in alarm. What in the world is that? A feared demon. Official forces opened fire fiercely, but the commander's face quickly changed, reflecting helplessness. Full firepower. Protect the civilians. Bullets had no effect on it. The demon brandished its sharp claws, tearing through space, and began a brutal assault on the soldiers. It unleashed a barrage of deadly purple energy rays, targeting the panicked people. Just then, a member of the hero team descended from the sky like a flash of lightning, decisively activating a shimmering protective barrier, a spiritual shield. 2 orange shields appeared just in time, blocking all of the demon's attacks, protecting the people below. Another person from the team immediately charged forward, their face filled with confidence and determination, shouting, "You all retreat. Leave this to the hero team." The agents were first shocked, then erupted in joy upon recognizing their rescuers. My elite force is the hero squad of the agent branch. Excellent, I'll leave this place to you. The orange-haired captain adjusted his blue glasses, gravely analyzing the contamination parameters on the screen, then ordered, the system shows the contamination index here is extremely high. The sub-doomsday gate must be nearby. Report, the agent branch has discovered a terror demon in People's Square, approximate strength, 4-star. Hero squad, heed my command. Clear the contamination and close the sub-doomsday gate. The team members brandished their weapons, spiritual light dazzling, full of fierce determination, ready for battle. Upon hearing the command, a young man in the team revealed an arrogant smile, charging forward as the vanguard, initiating the confrontation. Let me test the methods of those who came before. As the terror demon roared, he had already leaped into mid-air. A long spear in his hand crackled with blue lightning, pointing directly at the enemy. The spear struck the target with astonishing force, but the blue-haired youth immediately gritted his teeth, looking helpless, as the blow hadn't even left a scratch. Its defense is truly strong, the spiritual power spear cannot penetrate it. He was immediately flung far away by the monster. The captain quickly moved to assist, crossing his hands to weave brilliant blue energy threads, using spiritual power weave. A giant spiritual power net was woven, catching the falling warrior in midair just in time. After escaping danger, he flashed a bright, grateful smile. "Thank you, Captain." The captain narrowed his eyes, looking down, his expression suddenly becoming incredibly serious, and he shouted, "Idiot, duck." From above, the black-haired female agent decisively turned, concentrating her psychic energy into a massive muzzle. The blue-haired youth felt a destructive energy graze past his head, turning pale with fright. The energy projectile struck head-on, erupting in a dazzling light on the terror demon's head, violently pushing it back. However, the monster still stood amidst the smoke. Its body smoking, yet completely unharmed. The young man was stunned, hastily pointing at the monster and urging his female teammate. "Your sniper rifle can penetrate its defense." The female agent curled her lips into an arrogant smile, decisively focusing her firepower on the enemy's weak point. "Then I'll pierce its weak point with one shot." The blue energy stream whistled, cutting through the air towards its target, but was suddenly twisted by an invisible force, causing it to completely deviate from its path. Shot directly into the building behind, causing a loud explosion. Wu Yimei froze, her eyes wide, staring in disbelief as the explosion occurred in a completely unexpected location. Before the smoke and dust could clear, the captain's angry roar echoed in her ears, scolding her for damaging public property. The girl, not to be outdone, immediately turned around angrily to defend herself. Carelessly damaging public property will lead to a salary deduction. Don't talk nonsense, I clearly aimed for the terror demon's weak point. Commander Li Zongwen squinted through his glasses, carefully observing and analyzing the monster's unique properties to adjust their tactics. Stop arguing. The terror demon definitely possesses some kind of spatial deflection ability. Weapons relying on precise trajectories seem to be ineffective against it now. Hearing this, Wu Yimei cunningly narrowed her eyes. Another bold attack idea seemed to have just popped into her head. Oh, really? Precise trajectories are ineffective? She stood tall, raising the glowing psionic gun in her hand, confidently explaining her plan to overwhelm with quantity over quality. If we create a large number of imprecise trajectories all at once, it definitely won't have time to deflect them one by one. The captain roared, interrupting her reckless thought. He demanded that this stubborn team member follow discipline and cooperate, stating, "You must follow my command." He squinted, gravely reiterating how the entire team had recently been reprimanded by their superiors for poor teamwork, while Wu Yimei still held her gun with a look of disdain. "Didn't the director scold us last time for our terrible coordination? Before we find the terror demon's true weakness, do not launch a full-scale attack casually." After some thought, Li Zongwen quickly proposed a new battle plan. Simple. Let Pangluan distract its attention, and I will try to ambush it at close range. Wu Yimei gazed at the enemy, her eyes revealing a cold and deadly determination. If one shot doesn't finish it, then fire two. The captain turned to the female swordswoman beside him, assigning the task with an extremely serious expression. "Ruaya, you assist Wu Yimei in getting behind it. The terror demon's weak point is the back of its neck. A close-range shot will definitely damage its main body." Lin Ruoya decisively raised her sword, shining with blue light, ready to execute the command. Understood. The commander continued to deploy two male members to set up a formation, to draw enemy fire. Pang Luan and Pan Hao, you two are responsible for containment. Draw the terror demon's attention from the front, then leave it to me. All right. Li Zongwen focused his mind, crossed his hands over his chest, and began to unleash his spiritual energy control. I will use spiritual power to bind the terror demon, limiting its movement. The entire squad, with high morale, held their weapons gleaming with spiritual light, piercing through the night sky as they charged into battle together. Hero Squad, operation commence. The monster opened its mouth and let out a threatening roar, but the team members quickly closed in, forming a siege from multiple directions. The captain spread his arms, injecting all his spiritual energy into a special binding technique. Weave. Several blue threads shot out, tightly coiling around the terror demon's legs, making it freeze as its movement was suddenly restricted. Li Zongwen, highly focused, skillfully manipulated the sharp spiritual energy threads to cover the target. Strangling vines. As the blue threads began to tighten around its skin, the monster thrashed wildly within the encirclement. As the commander continued to unleash his suppression skill, he thought, my spiritual energy threads can transform in countless ways. Strangling vines, bind. The terror demon let out a fierce roar, its body simultaneously struck and cut by countless attacks from multiple directions. Ruoya and the other team members worked together, using their spiritual weapons to deflect the scattering fragments. Seizing the moment while the monster was firmly restrained, Pan Hao descended like an angel of death. The spear in his hand glowed with spiritual energy, pointing directly at the enemy. The young man gripped his weapon tightly, pouring all his strength into a thunderous throw. Take this, my spiritual energy throwing spear. The spear shot out like an arrow, striking the terror demon head-on and erupting in a dazzling light at the center of its head. However, the monster's head suddenly opened up like a grotesque flesh flower, filled with sharp teeth, attempting to devour the rapidly approaching spear. The young man who had just launched the attack stumbled back in shock, his face filled with astonishment. Their astonishing reaction speed. Such a quick reaction. The troll stood amidst the dust, one hand tightly gripping the spirit spear, holding it right by its mouth, astonishing everyone. The commander hastily ordered Pang Luan to seize the opportunity, and his teammates immediately responded with determination. Pang Luan, now! Stab it with the spear. Okay. The young man gathered all his spiritual energy into a golden glow that enveloped his body, and charged forward with a look of absolute resolve. I've been waiting to use this move for a long time. Manifest. Using the momentum of his charge, he plunged the spear deep into the troll's body, and blue blood gushed out. Let me pierce it. Everyone held their breath, watching the outcome of the attack, silently praying for a turning point. Did it succeed? However, the monster stubbornly endured. It slowly reached out and gripped the spear shaft, then decisively pulled the deadly weapon from its head. It pulled it out. Li Zongwen realized with horror that they had made a fatal error in targeting, while Wu Yimei had already reloaded, ready with heavy firepower. Its head isn't its weakness after all. Take this spirit shotgun blast. Seeing his teammate about to waste their effort, the commander cried out in panic, his face filled with extreme worry. Don't aim for the head, it's not its weakness. Despite the warning, Wu Yimei decisively pulled the trigger, creating a dazzling explosion that blew off the enemy's head right in front of her teammates. Watching the precious spirit spear shatter into small pieces in the explosion, the young warrior stood frozen, his eyes wide with horror as if he had lost his soul. My spirit spear. It's over. In critical moments, it's still my gun that counts. But Li Zongwen was already drenched in sweat, frantically urging his teammates to quickly evacuate the dangerous area. Retreat! Get away from the troll! Wu Yimei turned around in horror, realizing the monster hadn't been destroyed at all, and was right behind her. Immediately, Lin Ruoya bravely rushed forward to shield her teammate from the attack, decisively raising her energy shield to meet it, taking a defensive stance. However, the monster's counterattack was too brutal. A single blow severely wounded Ruoya, and blood gushed from her mouth. The troll cruelly pierced her body with its sharp tail, right before Wu Yimei's terrified eyes. The girl stood frozen in pain, tears mixed with blood streaming down her trembling face. Ruoya! Watching his teammate being lifted into midair, Pang Luan's eyes widened, and he cried out his friend's name in grief and indignation. Lin Ruoya! He gritted his teeth, his face contorted with extreme rage, and punched the ground, cracking it. What have you done? How dare you harm Lin Ruoya? You'll pay for this. 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 With surging psychic energy, he charged forward like lightning, shield in hand, determined to exact revenge. Psychic impact. His eyes burning with fury, he poured all his strength into the attack, trying to save Ruoya. Suddenly, the monster threw Ruoya towards the charging youth. The commander watched in horror as his teammate fell, then concentrated his psychic energy to cast a rescue spell. Indeed, Ruoya fell freely and was caught by a timely woven blue psychic energy net. Li Zongwen successfully protected her in midair and breathed a sigh of relief. But the monster suddenly vanished, making the commander nervously scan his surroundings. It's gone! Wu Yimei cried uncontrollably, covering her face, her hands stained with blood, immersed in painful self-reproach. I harmed Ruoya. It was my fault. The girl remained slumped on the ground, as a terrifying monster silently appeared, standing behind her like a harbinger of doom. The captain's eyes widened, and he shouted, urging the girl to flee immediately. Wu Yimei, what are you doing just standing there? Get out of here now. He decisively ordered Pan Hao to take the teammates away, while he stayed behind to cover their retreat. Pan Hao, take Wu Yimei and leave. I'll handle the terrifying monster. Pan Hao trembled, clutching his chest, his face filled with helplessness and regret, for he no longer had a weapon to fight. Without my spirit energy spear, if I charge in now, I'll die instantly. Sorry, I can't do it. Captain Li Zongwen gnashed his teeth, watching his entire squad's morale completely collapse just because of an overpowered monster. Damn it, the hero squad just encountered this overpowered demon beast, and their morale instantly crumbled. He narrowed his eyes, a determined expression on his face as he looked at the enemy, knowing full well that fighting spirit was the crucial factor. If it were just a gap in strength, we could still make up for it with teamwork. But once the will to fight is lost, then it's truly beyond saving. Guanda's stern warning about a captain's true responsibilities echoed in his mind. Li Zongwen, although you're responsible for coordination and reconnaissance, will you just stand by during a crisis? Remember, you are not just the brain of the team, but also a warrior. If you keep seeing yourself as an observer, you'll only let your teammates sacrifice themselves in vain. The commander suddenly charged out, reflecting on how he always stayed in a safe spot while other team members risked charging forward. He always stood at the back of the team, giving orders from a safe distance, watching his teammates risk their lives on the front lines. His eyes, shining with a deep blue spiritual glow through his lenses, clearly showed contemplation and regret. This was indeed true. As Li Zongwen decisively acknowledged his mistake and began to join the fight, threads of spirit energy began to wrap around his body. This was indeed my negligence in my duties as captain. The fierce demon beast swung its arm, preparing to attack, while Wu Mei still cried out in pain, collapsed below. The captain activated the shining spirit energy ring on his arm, his gaze firm as he prepared to face the attack head-on. Don't think you're the only one who can use energy to draw aggro here. He lunged at the demon beast, clearly asserting his status as a warrior to protect his teammates. Now, as a warrior of the hero squad, Li Zongwen tightly bound the demon beast's arm with spirit energy, a heroic expression on his face, officially initiating the challenge. I challenge you. He charged forward with astonishing speed, attacking by entangling the enemy with sharp threads of spirit energy. Assault! Li Zongwen moved quickly and agilely around the monster, weaving dazzling psionic halos to bind the target. Bind! Seizing the moment the troll was restrained, the captain concentrated his power, forming a massive spiritual weapon from high above. Battle Axe Assault! A bolt of lightning struck down, sending the monster flying to the ground, kicking up a dusty explosion, accompanied by a terrifying impact. Amidst the swirling dust, Li Zongwen stood in the center of the battlefield, his gaze cautiously observing the outcome. The purple monstrous entity appeared in the ruins, its massive body seemingly completely buried under shattered concrete blocks. Sweat trickled down his forehead, the captain squinted, his expression tense as he stared at the center of the explosion. Was its armor broken? Suddenly, the monstrous entity began to rise from the smoke. The wounds on its body began to strangely heal automatically. Rising, healing. Through his mask, Li Zongwen's eyes widened in horror, realizing the enemy's terrifying regenerative ability was right before him. No, not only was its armor not broken, but the shell that was almost shattered just now began to heal. The troll immediately swung its sharp claws, tearing through space as it charged over. Li Zongwen gritted his teeth, his face filled with determination, as he concentrated dazzling spiritual power in his hands. A more ferocious attack must be launched. He decisively swung blue spiritual threads, tightly coiling around the monster's limbs, restricting its movement to the maximum extent. Restrain! Seizing the moment the enemy was controlled, the captain delivered a powerful kick, aiming directly for its chest. Assault! Then he turned and infused dazzling psionic energy into his fist, preparing for another strike. Bind! The direct blow caused a violent tremor that enveloped the entire purple monstrous entity. The terrifying impact repelled the troll, sending surrounding bricks and stones shattering and scattering. Li Zongwen immediately darted out like lightning, his gaze sharp and resolute, giving the enemy no chance to escape. Don't even think about escaping. Unexpectedly, the monster's body began to swell abnormally, emitting dangerous purple energy. As it swelled, Li Zongwen's eyes widened through the energy shield, seeing through and discovering the creature's core. He found its weakness, its heart. Facing the fierce attacks rushing towards him, he stood firm within the spiritual energy formation with an iron will. If he retreated now, he would forever miss the chance to defeat it. He couldn't retreat, absolutely couldn't retreat. Li Zongwen, with a resolute gaze, charged towards the monster's chest, taking the greatest risk. To retreat would be to fall into an abyss, success or failure depended on this one strike. Instantly, a green spiritual energy explosion erupted at its vital point, and the giant monster's blood gushed out. After the attack, Li Zongwen collapsed to the ground, blood trickling down his chin. I did it! Seeing their captain exhausted, team member Mei rushed behind her injured comrade. Captain! However, the girl suddenly stopped, her eyes wide with new fear. Li Zongwen also turned in shock, following his teammates' gaze into the distance. Before them, a massive army of giant monsters was approaching, a sight that made him clench his teeth in despair. You've got to be kidding! What kind of joke is this? Is this fate's mockery? At this moment, the squad members collapsed to the ground, their faces streaked with sweat and dust, utterly desperate. We're too weak. Captain, we're too weak. Meanwhile, advanced monster entities approached, completely overwhelming the young warrior's vision. Even with 4-star strength, facing monsters one level higher still came at such a terrible cost. There are so many 5-star monsters. Finally, Li Zongwen lowered his head, his hair obscuring his eyes that glinted behind his glasses. You all run. He endured the sharp pain, looking at his teammates with pleading eyes as he instructed them, taking Lin Ruoya and Pang Luan with him. Immediately after, he struggled within the gradually dissipating pale blue spiritual energy flow. He tried to utter his last words, but blood kept gushing out. The Agent Branch Bureau definitely still has the power to protect you all. You must survive this apocalypse. In the captain's eyes, hope for his subordinate's future still burned brightly. Even on the verge of death, there's still a chance to become stronger. Seeing this, Wuchime stood frozen, tears blurring her vision, filled with unwillingness. Captain, we can't leave you behind. Then, Li Zongwen shouted in anger and despair, urging his teammates to leave the dangerous area to avoid unnecessary casualties. Get out! You can't do it, don't sacrifice yourselves in vain. Just then, a fierce demonic creature suddenly lunged from behind, making the young girl's eyes widen in terror. The captain was caught and lifted by the monster's claws, but he still used his last bit of strength to reiterate the team's survival rule. Everyone must be responsible for their teammates. This is the highest principle the director taught us. Enter the battlefield alive, and you must leave it alive, understand? In the intense pain of being tightly constricted by the demonic creature, he roared again, his face contorted from the effort to protect everyone. All of you, get out of here! Suddenly, an astonishing pressure descended from the sky, shaking the entire area, accompanied by a majestic voice. Scram! The descending pressure was so strong that the air seemed to solidify. Chen Shu smiled confidently, his gaze sharp as he looked forward. If that remark was directed at me, isn't it a bit too soon? Li Zongwen's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the newcomer, while Chen Shu's figure appeared imposing amidst the dust. Chen Shu. Standing nearby, Wuchime trembled, feeling the terrifying power enveloping the space, her face pale. What powerful pressure! Li Zongwen struggled to his feet, blood still on his lips. His expression both displeased and relieved to have escaped death. It's Chun Shu again. Damn it, why do I always run into the guy I dislike the most? But all in all, we're saved. Immediately, Chen Shu's gaze turned cold as he looked at the group of terror demon legions, and decisively drew their full attention to himself. I am your target. He calmly loosened his collar, showing clear disappointment in the enemy's strength, then declared their end. I thought they were some formidable demons, but they're only 5-star. There's no need for any Sky Overlord blade to appear. I'll personally send you to your end. Witnessing this, Li Zongwen stared at Chun Shu's every move in shock, barely able to believe his combat intent. What? Does Chun Shu intend to fight them barehanded? Just as the ferocious demons charged forward, Chen Shu raised his hand, glowing with a red spiritual light, instantly freezing them. Then, as his hand touched its target, a burst of light erupted, shattering the monster into pieces. Amidst the splashing green blood, Chen Shu's lips curled into an arrogant smile, showing absolute disdain for his opponents. Too weak. Completely insignificant to me. He walked calmly among the falling bodies, spreading his arms, provocatively challenging the entire demon legion to come at him. I'm in a hurry, all of you, come at me at once. Pan Hao's eyes widened, cold sweat beading on his face, shocked by Chun Shu's incredible power. So powerful, unreasonably powerful. He eliminated a 5-star terror demon with just a flick of his finger. That was a target we 5 4-star experts could barely defeat together. Immediately after, the 5 team members hurriedly helped their severely injured captain, who, enduring intense pain, still instructed his teammates. Stop staring blankly, save the others first. Don't worry about me, quickly go help Peng Luan and Lin Ruoya. Before them, the demon legion began to tremble and retreat into the dust, overwhelmed by their opponent's immense aura. They're retreating. Chen Shu's lips curved into a mysterious smile, his gaze sharply observing the demon's fear. So, you know fear too? Very well, since you're hesitating, then I'll just have to. Suddenly, he emitted dazzling blue electrical currents that enveloped the entire space, a cruel expression on his face, causing the monsters to begin dissipating in terror. Be a bit more proactive. What followed was a brutal display. Chen Shu unleashed lightning-fast attacks, sending numerous demonic entities flying with explosions of spiritual energy. Witnessing this, Li Zongwen was incredibly shocked, collapsing to the ground. This is, truly like cheating. It can no longer be understood with normal human logic. My eyes can't keep up at all. What exactly did he do? Fortunately, Chen Shu isn't an enemy. At this moment, Wu Mei and Pan Hao could only stand there, watching the ravaged battlefield in horror. This guy, Chen Shu, is even more terrifying than a monster. Chen Shu slowly walked towards the exhausted captain, blue spiritual energy swirling around him. Finally, he calmly tossed a brilliant red crystal towards Li Zongwen. Use this to save Lin Ruoya. Only this will work. Li Zongwen was utterly astonished. His trembling gaze fixed on the treasure in his hand. This is... He tightly clutched the fiery red crystal in his palm. His face clearly showed a mix of anger and humiliation. To casually bestow such a priceless treasure. Is this guy trying to humiliate us? Then, the captain gritted his teeth and let out a bitter cry, but Chen Shu's figure had already completely vanished. What does the survival of our hero squad have to do with you? Damn it, has he already left? At this moment, Chen Shu hovered in the burning sky. He calmly watched the army of demonic creatures surging from all directions. Demonic creatures were pouring into the city from all sides. As he narrowed his eyes, full of calculation, blue lightning enveloped him. He secretly hoped his teammates could buy him a little more time. He hoped they could withstand this wave of pressure. Just a little more time for me. Meanwhile, in another district, a delivery person in a tight black suit was driving their motorcycle at full speed, cutting through the night. A cool delivery person, even your hunger can be surpassed. In the villa district, a giant wolf demon was in hot pursuit, terrifying the delivery girl who cried out for help in a panic. Hillside Villa District, what in the world is this thing? I just wanted to deliver something to my junior, we have no quarrel. The girl glanced through her protective goggles, her eyes filled with despair, as she saw the monster closing in behind her. No, don't come any closer. In an instant, a violent impact sent both person and vehicle flying, soaring into the air amidst shattered debris. Finally, the delivery girl tumbled and fell heavily onto the dust-filled ground. In a panic, the red-haired girl tried to leap high, attempting to evade the claws of the giant werewolf entity relentlessly pursuing her. Then, she gritted her teeth, her face covered in dust, as she realized the vast disparity in their strength. Damn it, only Chen Shu can deal with this kind of monster. Memories flooded her mind. She recalled her father standing by the window, deep in thought, reiterating why their family had spent a fortune to move here. Do you know why we paid such a high price to move to this godforsaken place? It was so that when the apocalypse arrived, there would be someone truly capable to protect us. He looked at the chaotic scene outside the window, his face filled with anxiety and worry. Look, the moment the bells of the apocalypse rang, monsters swarmed the streets. Where is Chen Shu? Where did Chun Shu go? Hearing this, the girl lowered her head, confidently affirming the character of the person she had always looked up to. I don't believe Chen Shu would abandon us, after all, this is what he promised. Chen Shu has never broken his word. However, her father squinted slightly, full of doubt, warning his daughter about the true nature of humanity when facing danger. Yen Air, you think too highly of him. When true danger strikes, he will still prioritize protecting his own interests. Subsequently, the girl turned and left decisively, her eyes firm, going to seek help alone. I'll go find him, Dad, I'll go find Chen Shu right now. Back in the present, the fierce werewolf, baring sharp teeth and drooling disgusting green saliva, approached the girl, who was frozen in fear. The girl fell to the ground, closing her eyes tightly, and cried out, uttered a prayer of extreme despair. I don't want to die. Anyone, please save me. A massive explosion of firepower suddenly erupted, surging towards the monster's head, forming a raging inferno that engulfed the target. The red-haired girl looked up in shock, watching the mysterious figure that had suddenly appeared and blocked her view. Amidst the smoke and dust of the terrifying explosion, she slumped to the ground, silently calling out for the person she had been hoping for, Chun Shu. However, standing steadily on the monster's corpse was an unfamiliar blonde girl. Both were stunned upon meeting each other. Junior Chen Shu, is that you? Senior. Immediately after, Huang Fuzian's eyes widened in surprise upon recognizing an old acquaintance, and she felt confused by the other's extraordinary abilities. You're Tian Tian? When did you become an evolver? Situ Tian Tian walked through the ruins with composure, her face calm, putting unnecessary questions aside and focusing on the present. It's a long story, and now is not the time to talk about it. Subsequently, the team of girls appeared together and explained the special mission they were on. A few of us are out here to clear up the monster contamination. According to Chen Shu's instructions, the area near the Ring Mountain Villa needs to be prioritized for clearing. Hearing Chen Shu's name, Zian frowned slightly, filled with curiosity about the connection between these beautiful women and him. Chen Shu's instructions? What is your relationship with Junior Chen Shu? Lang Yu crossed her arms, a hint of disdain in her faint smile, confirming her close status to her master. I am the boss's secretary. Yuzi also spoke excitedly, her face glowing, expressing her absolute loyalty to her benefactor. Lord Chen Shu is my benefactor. I traveled a great distance to repay his kindness. Finally, Tian Tian subtly glanced at the woman above, clearly asserting her claim, which silenced the atmosphere. Senior is my boyfriend. Chen Shu, Dad. Immediately after, the red-haired girl held her forehead, looking very confused, trying to process the immense amount of information from the unfamiliar group. Wait, hold on, the composition of your team is quite complicated. Zian looked around at the girl squad, with a resigned expression, and said something meaningful. They're all Chun Shu's people anyway, right? Tian Tian tilted her head slightly, looking at the senior student in front of her, with a clear look of inquiry about this intimate address in her eyes. The senior student appeared here, and just now she seemed to have called Chen Shu junior student, right? Then, the blonde girl decisively pointed at the other person, demanding a clear answer about their relationship. Senior student Zian, what exactly is your relationship with junior student Chen Shu? Xian froze, her gaze lowered, lost in thought, as if transported back to old memories. Relationship? Yes, what exactly is our relationship? Her mind replayed the awkward scene from the past when, under Chen Shu's questioning, she bravely confessed her feelings. Tell me, what is your purpose in approaching me? Gathering information? Of course, I'm pursuing you. The girl from her memory turned her head, revealing a distinctive smile, and clearly introduced herself before they parted. Remember, my name is Huangfu Xian, and I live nearby. See you on the next order. Back in reality, Xian smiled faintly, a look of immense pride on her face. Me? She finally turned and struck a confident pose, declaring her unique status. I am junior student Chun Shu's exclusive delivery person.